seeing if it actually looks like it's hooting ass or not. But yeah, the average speeds through like zones so far I have are like anywhere from like from just entering in through like zone 1, I got speeds from like 68 to 75 mile an hour. Zone 2, I got speeds from anywhere from 50 to 57 mile an hour. Zone 3, anywhere from 29 to 35. Just like kind of like in that ballpark
Hey
area,
Ben.
you know, kind of get a gist of what they're doing.
Not too bad.
Fantastico.
Just chilling. Everything's back up and running, so I'm good. To give you a heads up, Ben. I'm up in my mom's room at the moment. I have my PC. No, Ben. Where I usually have the PC has no AC in the house, and it's gonna be 100 degrees, so about 39 degrees Celsius. So that's why I'm up here. We got the AC full blast at the moment, but yeah, we've been having a couple brownouts this week.
No. Why did you have to say that?
You did it.
Mother.
You son of a bitch. And we just talked about what fucking day it is today. Did you really have
Actually, you know what the worst part about this is? Friday the 13th is actually an extremely lucky day for me. So, we have a good chance here. Yeah. Oh. Before I forget, after you get the qualifying done, I'm gonna try to put something together for you, graphic wise, if you wanted. I Bobby. Bobby.
Oh, no, god damn it, son of a bitch!
I wouldn't see it that, Bobby.
Well, Bobby's literally done like average speeds and where the zones are and stuff, so it's like he's on top of this today.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, taking hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason life, had to sacrifice. Sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price. Following my dream, now I'm on the rise. They be watching me, what a time. What a time. Last year I was on mine. This year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones. New year, I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice. And I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like, whoa. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people of all ages, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome along. It is time for round 3. We have made it this far, round 3 of TGDC Pro. We are here this week from, well, I'm here in New Zealand on top of an active volcano because I'm crazy like that. And we are here ready for round 3 in Sekia Hills. It is TGDC Pro. We are geared up, ready to go. Our drivers are lined up, doing their last few practice runs. We're having a look at some of those in the background, but we will be starting qualifying in 11 minutes time. Can you guys hear me all right? Is everyone okay? Let me try a microphone a tiny bit higher. Ooh. How about now? Has my sexy dulcet tone reached you now? The reason I'm talking a little bit quietly, the building that I'm in is unusually occupied today, so some people are still sleeping, so I'm just trying to make sure that we are not disturbing them and that you're still able to hear me, so I apologise for that. And in about 15-20 minutes time, my enthusiasm will start to come through, and I'll be able to be a bit louder once we start to get some people out of bed. So, but can't see that sexy mug. Well, it's definitely broadcasting my face, Steve. If you can hear me, then you should be able to see me. Try a refresh. We're going to crack straight on with it. There are some guys there who are already out on track practicing. We're starting to see those there. I'm just going to have a switch around so that we can see them, because I want to talk through this track with you, this very exciting Sekia Hills custom layout. This place is an absolute death trap for people who get the first corner wrong. We are starting to see practice here. I'll put it on the drone cam for you in a minute. But in the meantime, where are we at? Well, first off, this is the track that we are at. Round 3 at Sekia Hills, this exciting track in the mountains of Japan. Sadly now this track has been turned into a solar farm, so the incredible layout at Sekia Hills has now been lost to the ages, lost to time itself, lost forevermore. It will never be drifted again. It is now producing power for regions of Japan, and we will never get to drive it except in game. And what we've got here is a great custom layout for you that cuts through the middle section of the track. Come fast, accelerating out of the gates. The right hand lane leads here at Sekia Hill as they come firing along, initiating hard onto the cone on the outside edge, firing down onto the inside a little bit across that first corner. So clip number 1 is at the bottom of your screens right now, and from clip 1 they're meant to be firing out towards the sand pit. And that sand pit is a massive drop off on the outside edge of the track. Unlike the walls that are sometimes a little bit forgiving if you drop into them, the sand pit of Sekia Hills takes no prisoners. If you get it wrong, if you drop even a single wheel, you can be on a one-way trip out to the beach to go and play with your sand castles and to have a terrible time out over there. So clip 2 is brutally right on the outside edge of the sand pit, midway down the track, on that big downhill sweeping left-hander. Just after clip 2 there's a little bit of a check-up, because that should be the fastest part of the track. As our guys come through clip 2, guys and girls come through clip 2, they should be on absolute max throttle, throwing it through clip 2, then angle up afterwards, start to slam on the anchors to make sure that they don't run too deep, but they also can't come mid-center line. We want a nice mid-smooth line between clips 2 and 3. 3 being on the outside of the track in the top of your screens there, the highest clip on your screens as you're looking at them now. Now that's a big decel zone itself naturally. We haven't marked it as a decel because you can come through it with quite big pace, but people saying we should sing "We're going on a summer holiday" as we go into the sandpit. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll as people do, I will consider it. So coming through clip 3, we want to see the drivers angling up hard. The reason for that is because if you don't get that angle in aggressively as you come through clip 3, the transition across into clip 4 happens way too late. We don't want our guys transitioning up the bump and then transitioning to get into 4. We want them angling up through 3, coming up the bump, transitioning, and then pushing round and across clip 4 there before tucking out onto that wall at 5, all the way around that wall run that we've created, which is in the middle section with that yellow line on your screens as we see them at the moment. And that wall run comes to a shallow end. It's an interesting wall run because you're accelerating all the way along the wall, transition away from that, and they'll be quite tight onto the grass as they make that transition. They come firing across that transition out towards 6. Now we've been deliberately difficult here. We have not been pleasant with the way that we've placed clip 6. Clip 6 is early on the straight because we want the guys who are leading, the lead drivers, to get wide early to give the chase a chance to send it up the inside and get onto their door. But as they come through 6, they then have to decel and extend along that straight, because the correct line for clip 6 takes them deep along that straight out towards the end before pushing into clip 7, which is an inside clip, then a mid-track transition with another decel to flick across and into clip 8. And I'm going to show you right now how that should be looking. So we switch across. So this is our start line that you can see at the top of clip 1, and you can see from where we are on this at the moment that that drops us down into this qualifying area. This is from the pits over here, And here is our start line. We are just hovering above it here. There is Anders in the semaphore. Anders Unger, one of our major contributors to running this series. Without him, this would not happen, so thank you to him. Our judges today are Bobby Hill as our head judge for the day, Chris Ennis, and then also Josh William Hartshorn. Those are our judges today, and that is clip 1 just there. From clip 1, our drivers, you can see, meant to be heading down all of this. If I go and stop up in this corner, all of this is that fast downhill towards the old judges tower there. Look at this as the guys drop away fast down the hill onto that outside line. Little bump there for whoever that was in that yellow GT86. This bump right in front of the judges zone. There you can see it flying by our drivers, just getting into that smoothly, and then heading around out here onto clip 3. And this is where we're saying you got to angle up on clip 3, flick across the track, get yourselves rotated to come across into 4. So that transition's crucial. That's a late transition from, I believe it's Emil Leyrud there, just clipping the wall as well. This is the crucial bit here that we're saying in the later part of the track as they come down into 6. That is clip 6 in that area there. But you can see here, look how much, if we just get to hover around here, look how much that area there is an extension. We've deliberately put the clip early on the straight, so you've got to get into it and then extend along. If we were feeling generous, it'd be way further along on that straight, but this is a deliberate ploy to give the guys in the chase position somewhere to be. And what we don't want is the drivers cutting in onto that rumble strip. So you've got to go through and extend and then push in. That's a little bit early, but the GT86 that just came through there, that's the line we want to see there. From there, they then drop down through this infield section onto that earlier apex, slightly earlier apex at clip 8 and across the finish line. And that is a run of Sekia Hills. That's what we want to see today. As things stand right now in the championship, we have had one person totally dominating. Daryl Diaz won round 1 and won round 2. He managed to get the clean sweep at round 2. He is sitting well atop the leaderboard at the moment after first place in qualifying and then also first place in the event itself for round 2. But is he going to be able to make it 3 for 3? Mathematically, he cannot yet win the championship, even with a queen sweep here. We've got some guys who are sitting close by behind him. There are not enough points on offer. There is not enough gap between him and anyone else that we yet think he can win the championship at round 3. But it is mighty close. He is looking really dominant in that S14.5 of his. Let's have a look as we see some people going on some practice runs here. These are your camera angles that we're going to be seeing. You see, there's Parangauskas coming up a little bit early there, coming onto that inside edge. Emil Leyrud here coming through onto that middle section, just firing it a little bit early onto the inside edge. You can see how much he's having to stall up. So we want these guys to push really deep and fast through. It's a late apex on both of these corners. That's what we need for them there. So I don't know why the YouTube is at 480p. I'm sorry that that's happening. I don't understand it. We don't have it set to that. The Twitch should be outputting at full quality. If you guys want to move across to the Twitch, come and join us there, but we'll see how things go. What was that, Chris? Ah, okay. So what I'm going to do, guys, we're going to send you to one last break while we get these guys lined up, and then we're going to come back and get started straight away with round 3 TGDC Pro. We will see you very shortly. Be with us very soon, and we're going to be going for round 2 oh god, I keep saying it, round 3 start of qualifying here at Sekia Hills. We'll see you in a minute. Okay, we are ready. We are here. It is round 3. It is go time at Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro Series round 3, Sekia Hills. This is where we are at. We have had no runs yet. You are here for the first of the runs. And our first run of the day is going to be Misho Tsujigiri, driver number 27. He is going for his first run. We've changed our running order a little bit. We're now running in 4 groups. So we've got 4 big groups of our drivers, and they are going to be lining up, doing everything they can to make sure that they are sorted for things here. And this way we've got a little bit of a chance to make up time or lose time or do whatever we need to with time. We're masters of time. I'm fundamentally the doctor now. This is it. I'm in control of everything. So Misho Tsujigiri comes to the line. Chris Ennis and the other judges are all ready, and they have dropped down. It is just me in this chat at the moment. We're waiting for other commentators to come in and join me over the course of the day. We'll have people drop in and chat and go through things, but we are ready. This is your first run of the day. Misho Tsujigiri comes up to the line in that 2JZ powered SE300. He is ready to go. It is go time here. TGDC Pro round 3, Sekia Hills. Let's see what the scores look like at the end of this first run. Misho Tsujigiri has maybe not turned on his post-processing filter. Are we going to see a 0 on the very first run? We are. He's forgotten to set things up. That is a false start from Misho Tsujigiri. He has one last go at getting off the line cleanly. So what happens here, folks, is that is part of the way that Assetto Corsa is set up. You need to have your post-processing filters on to be able to see the lights on the board, and he has not turned that on, and it is a vital part of our entire operation. That is a 0 straight away. Misho Tsujigiri zeroes out on his first run on a technicality. He will be livid about that. And that is not how we wanted the runs to start. So we're going to move on to another SC300. Fellow Scandinavian of many drivers here, Emil Leyrud. He gets off the line cleanly as we go green. So this is go time next part. Tsujigiri Drift Challenge round 3. Emil Leyrud gets nicely into turn 1 using that left foot brake to keep him tight. Is he going to make it out to 2? Yes, he does, just, but he's a little bit tighter than the judges want to see as he gets fired out to 3 now, trying to push forward onto the inside edge. This transition into 4 crucial, and he just overshoots the transition but gets nicely into the wall. Look at that massive car with its 2JZ power, 900 horsepower under the bonnet. Emil Leyrud gets deep through 6. That's the line we wanted to see. That's a good line from Emil there as he comes round and through, flicks across onto the outside edge, round through and across the finish. As we just wait for the judges' scores to drop in, let's have a look at that replay from Emil. Getting nicely onto that outside line, all the way through on the well controlled from Emil Beirut as he comes firing through. Just waiting on the first of the judges' score. The first person to put a score on the board is going to be Emil Beirut from Norway. Let's have a look. What is our first score of the day? Emil managing to come up short on a couple of those clips there. Missed out on clip 2 a little bit, could have filled that a bit better. Didn't quite make it into 4, transitioned around the outside of it. Didn't manage to get onto it fully there. There we go, let's try that. See if you can hear me better now. So, judges' scores dropping into place. I can see them on my screen already. Just waiting on Chris Ennis's scores now. They're starting to drop in. And there we go, 65.4, first run on the board for Emil Leyrud. He has a 65.4, currently sitting himself in first position, so he will not be thrilled with that, but we're going to move straight on. Next up in qualifying, it is going to be Jack Lai. Jack Lai is driving the E92. He's been driving that a little bit now, getting used to it as we switch across. Here's Jack Lai going for that big initiation. Nice swing from Jack Lai, keeps the momentum. That's the line we wanted to see there, fills 2 nicely. And this is the mid line we were hoping for from Emil, as he just manages to tuck it to 3, angling up there nicely. Transitions a little bit late into 4, but still manages to get nicely onto the wall. But it's a wall contact for Jack Lai. He's put it in the wall. He's unable to hold it out of the edge there as he gets back onto the power now. Nice line through this second section, but that wall run where he has that little correction definitely going to cost him, which is a shame because the rest of this run is looking so good from Jack Lai. Let's go straight across and watch that again while we wait for the judges' scores to drop into position. Already starting to see some scores appearing on the board. We're not waiting for the judges, we want to be able to just get things rattled through and done. I'm only doing the replays if we haven't already got scores from the drivers. Nice from Jack Lai all the way through this. Really good transition here. It is such a shame that he had that little wall crack early on in that run coming into 4. Hopefully we'll see a high score from Jack. We haven't yet seen him go deep into battles. Crazy NSD, hello, I've just seen your hi. Welcome along. Score's starting to drop in for Jack Lai. That contact with the wall costing him dearly on some of our judges' scores. A big correction there, definitely lowering his marks. Having to almost reinitiate along the wall. Oof, and it has really damaged Jack's score there. That is going to be a real shame for him. He's going to have to find a lot more later on in competition in order to be able to pull that out. He gets a 58, sitting him in below Emil Leyrud in position there. As we move straight on, we go back into it. Next up, Robert Kwaczynski. Robert Kwaczynski is on the line, ready to go. It is go time for Robert Kwaczynski on his first qualifying run of the day. This is what we came to see, folks. Robert Kwaczynski has been driving beautifully over the course of the last few rounds. He has definitely got that little GT86 absolutely dialed in with as much grip as he can find in it. That car is an absolute rocket ship. As the lights come on and go green, is Robert Kwaczynski. He is underway. It is go time for Robert Kwaczynski as he gets off the line, powering down the straight. Goes for that big flick initiation as well. Nicely onto that midline. Maybe a little bit tight. Is he going to make it to 2? Yes, he does. And he's a little bit tight between 2 and 3 as well. But he's managing to make that line work for him. Uses the extra angle there. Tightens up that transition nicely onto 4. He's back on the power through the wall. Absolutely hammer to the floor as he goes round through here. This is that crucial section. Got to go deep. A little bit of a wobble as he goes deep through 6, but manages to put him on a really nice line there, Robert Kwaczynski, getting things hooked up as the sun rises ever more here at Sekia Hills, and we go straight back across. Let's have a look at that while the judges' scores drop into place. Are you lacking your coffee today? You sound worn out. No, I'm just having to be a little bit quieter than normal at the moment because normally this building that I'm in is unoccupied, but right now it is filled with people who are currently sleeping, haven't yet had their breakfast, and I think that me at maximum enthusiasm at 7:10 in the morning would probably result in someone coming in here and punching me in the balls. So I'm going to try and avoid getting, sack tapped if I can possibly avoid it. But yes, you can see Crazy NSD saying that GT86 looks very fast. Robert Kuczynski is looking really strong for this round. A little bit of a wobble as he comes through 6 into that decel zone, but nothing that I think will stress him out too much. As we wait for that score to drop in, I can tell you already that it is the highest score of the day so far, and Robert Kuczynski gets a 72 slotting into that early part. The driver's getting hammered on that first section, and also so that's between 2 and 3 for coming in too tight, and then also for not getting out onto that outside line and holding it there. As we wait for Danielis Parangauskas to come down to the line, he's our next driver. Sadly, the mic is as boosted as it can be for my current volume, so I'll try and just move it up a little bit further, see if it coming up a little bit higher on me sorts things out. I will be getting louder as the afternoon, well, the morning wears on, wherever you are in the world. It's currently morning here in New Zealand, 10 past 7 in the morning, as we get up to the line with Danielis Parangauskas. Next up will be Sean Hogan, then Brandon Gardner, and then Ian Koenig, who has PC problems. It is possible that Ian Koenig will not make his start time, which will be very unfortunate for him. He missed out on last week's due to a family engagement, did exactly the right thing and put family before drifting, but he may not be able to run this week, courtesy of a Windows update, which I know all too well. Those of you who've been with us over the last 2 weeks will have known that I have been having constant problems with Windows trying to bully me into submission, and I am fighting back. I am on the behalf of the man, but this is irrelevant right now, as Danielis Parangauskas absolutely nails that first section. Still maybe a little bit tight between 2 and 3, but he manages to get it all wrangled back under control. This is the crucial part at 6. Maybe a little bit early. Is he going to be able to hook it into 7? Yes, he does, but it comes with a correction. This is not yet the line we want to see. It's not yet perfect, but that is not a bad run at all from Danielis Parangauskas. Let's go back and have a look at it again. As we join him midway through there, you can see that's a bit of a slower run because we joined him later on. The replays are a fixed length, and we just join him a little bit later on as he comes through that run. But now you can see this is the area where you can see he really has to take the speed back out of the car and put that power back down again afterwards, trying to get that car through and across the line. So Danielis Parangauskas, a good run. Maybe not his best run. Let's see where it's going to drop him in. Scores starting to drop into place for Danielis Parangauskas. I've got about 17 minutes and then my enthusiasm levels can start to come up because I won't be disturbing anyone. Yeah, Judge is really hammering him on that line score. The line score is the most important. We weight that heavily, really, really heavily. We have got the line score rated as the #1 aspect of our scoring criteria. I've just moved the mic up, so I'm holding it for now. See if that's a little bit better for you guys. So our judging criteria, our #1 judging criteria is line. And that line coming through that section really not working for Danielis Parangauskas. He is not going to like that score too much as it drops in a 59.7. He is going to not be happy with that, but you can see where the judges want them to be super fast there. Amber Furfox, thank you for the follow. Right, as we go back to the start, it is Sean Hogan. Meant to be coming up to the line. That is definitely not a Sean Hogan there. As I have a look around trying to find anyone that's going to do a run next. Do we have Sean Hogan? It doesn't look like we do. So we got Brandon Gardner instead. Sean Hogan, I don't know whether he's called his 5 minutes or whether he is ready to go, but we are moving on. This is Brandon Gardner coming up to the line. He is ready now. Another GT86 driver. He is looking fast. When he's been doing practice, Brandon Gardner gets off the line. Brandon Gardner absolutely hammering down along that straight as he goes for that flick initiation. A good line from Brandon Gardner as he comes down and along out onto that outside line, really firing in fast. This is a much better line from Brandon Gardner than we've seen from some of the other drivers so far, really pushing onto that inside line at 4. Now getting the hammer down. Look at that wall run from Brandon Gardner, absolutely beautiful as he gets the transition beautifully timed. Little bit of a slowdown using the handbrake there, but not much of a change of angle, which is what we saw from the other GT86 earlier on. As he gets round and across the line, that is not a bad run at all from Brandon Gardner. He will be very happy with that as we join, just dropping through clip 1. Good fired in initiation there, gets nicely out onto 2. Look at that mid-line, allows him just to hold the speed, angle up late through 3, then get this flick transition across into 4, nicely timed. Really good stuff from Brandon Gardner. This might well be, I'm not judging, I'm just saying this on the basis of how things are setting up, I reckon this could be our new points leader for the day so far, as we see Brandon Gardner's scores starting to drop in. Good line score so far. Highest line score average that we've seen from anyone yet. Judges still deliberating over how they want things to be with this. I can tell you this is definitely going to be our number 1 qualifier so far today. Brandon Gardner's going to feel very happy with that position. If he can get another run in like that, he's going to be feeling pretty smug about things going forwards. And Brandon Gardner's score drops in. I love that photo, Brandon, just to put that out there. I know, yeah, golf commentator mode. That will change. We'll be able to switch to drift commentator mode in about 13 minutes. I know Brandon Gardner's score has dropped in. Just waiting for that to refresh in there now. 78.4. Brandon Gardner jumps into first place. That is really nice. Hello, Gusto. How are you doing? So, Ian Koenig. It looks like Ian has got a problem there. Misho Tsujigiri will go for his second run instead. What a shame for Ian Koenig. The young man from California has been working so hard over the last few weeks to really bring his driving up, and he loves this track. He drives this track beautifully. It is a real shame to see him not able to qualify here today. Especially as it's not his fault, especially as that is just Windows doing Windows things. ASMR Ben will be replaced in 12 minutes with normal level enthusiasm Ben, but I'm just giving these people nearby a chance to finish waking up and to get themselves out of bed. We'll go full ASMR. So today we're going to be doing some drifting. We're all extremely excited about it, as you can tell from the tone of voice. Drifting is the number 1 motorsport in the world right now in terms of growth, and you can really see from the way that this tyre wall is staring back at us exactly why everything is so exciting about it. And it looks like Misho Tsujigiri has given up on his second run. He has decided that because he couldn't get that PP filter working properly, PP, that he is going to ditch his second run. So that is a 0-0 for Misho Tsujigiri, and we will move straight on to Emil Leyrud, run number 2. Emil Leyrud coming back up to the line. Here we go, the lights go on. This is Emil Leyrud's second run in that big 2JZ powered GT86, SC300, that left-hand drive SC300, firing in a much nicer line from Emil through there, but a little bit of a wobble just as I say it, getting that commentator's curse in nice and early, making sure that everyone has a really terrible time. Much better transition into 4, this time by Emil Leyrud as he gets back out onto the wall and now firing down through. This transition is going to be crucial. Is he going to be able to drive it through? Yes, really nice from Emil down into the slowdown at 6, but just comes up shy on 7, doesn't manage to transition across early enough to push forward, and here he is coming through and across the line. Let's go back and see, where is Emil Leyrud's score going to drop in? Run 2. So we are seeing how things are going. Sad times for some of our drivers. Not being able to get up to the line. Why is that score not showing? Oh, good. Because my system has stopped working. Yep, sorry Emil, you didn't get a replay because for some reason my system has decided to disconnect. Not connected, trying to reconnect. Well, excellent, well done you. I love it when my Stream Deck craps out midway through the stream and I've got to do everything with the mouse. It makes life so much easier. Technology's a wonderful thing, isn't it? We're really all so blessed. 64.4, so there we go. Emil Leyrud gets his score on the board now. He has got both parts there. That is going to be a long wait now. Jack Lai, oh my god, we missed most of Jack Lai's run there because this technology is fighting back so bloody hard. This really makes me angry. I'm sorry Jack, I missed most of your run there. We won't even have the replay because the technology is fighting back so hard and I can't talk loud enough for my mic to pick up, and this is just not good. And I can't even save the replay. Replay camera. Are you going to work? Are you going to do anything? Are you going to do anything useful at all? So we pick up Jack Lai going through 4. Coming in, this is a nice line from Jack this time round, and he didn't end up getting caught up onto the wall this time, but is it going to be enough to keep him in the game? That first run, hitting that wall, getting him absolutely nailed on score. As Robert Kaczynski comes down to the line. Just waiting for Jack Lai's score to drop into place. We're almost at the point where I can start to get my enthusiasm up. 8 more minutes, 7 more minutes. Golf commentator mode is in wind down. We're almost able to get going. .53.7 Jack Lai score there. Clearly that section that we saw at the beginning, something not quite right there. The judges being really harsh with these scores at the moment. But that's what we need. If you go into VDC, the judging there, Chris Viltovsky, notoriously an incredible harsh judge. He has got it absolutely dialed in as we go back. This is it now. We are seeing Robert Kaczynski's second run. He comes firing off that line nicely into turn 1. Good initiation through there as he gets out. The good power down into 2, but once again he's come up tight at between 2 and 3. That is not going to bring him any favour with the judges as he goes through that transition across into 4. A little bit shy on 4, could have got a bit deeper there. Runs the wall nicely through 5. Good transition across, keeps the power down. Less of a wobble this time as he gets on the handbrake into the slowdown after 6. Good line through there and across into 7 and 8. Nice run from Robert Kaczynski. Let's go back and have a quick look at that on the replay, which I've now got to work. Emil saying he's going to go off, doesn't think he'll have to worry about tomorrow's battles with a score like that. He's going to go and play with his puppy instead. A worthy thing to do, Emil. I can't wait to start to ramp up the enthusiasm. 6 minutes left. I am so keen to get back to full speed excitement. I'm so sorry about this at the moment, guys. I wish the technology would work. So we wait for Robert Kaczynski's score to drop into place. Next up is going to be Danielis Parangauskas. He's on the line and waiting, just waiting on this score. Robert Kaczynski's score starts to drop in. I can tell you already that it's going to be an improvement on his first score, so this could well put him in a good position for later on in the competition. Score dropping in, just one more set of points to drop into place from Will Hartshorn Chris Ennis feeling particularly harsh with the judging today. Is it going to beat his first score? That is the question. As we see Robert Kwaczynski's score, .69.7 holds him in second place, but that's still better than some of the other scores that we have been seeing so far. Let's go straight back to it. We're into qualifying here. Round 3, TGDC Pro. Let's get on with it. Next driver up on the line, Danielis Parangauskas, going for his second run. Gets off the line. Let's see how this goes. This second run at the moment, Danielis Parangauskas sitting in 4th position with a 56.7. Let's see how he goes. He goes firing in. Good manoeuvring through here from Danielis Parangauskas. You can see the track much more illuminated now as the sun rises at Sekia Hills. We run live weather, realistic weather here for all of the competitions as he gets a nice transition through. Danielis Parangauskas on a much better run, but again comes up a little bit short. Has to massage the car around that inside edge. Now making that transition across. Ends up wide at 8. He will be furious about that. That is not what he will have wanted to put down there as we go across to the replay cam. Thing with this track, as we saw with Three Sisters last week, or last event 2 weeks ago, it's a technical track. If you get the line wrong in even a couple of places, it will punish you. A good score here is not an easy thing to get. Even the guys who are in contention for the championships are starting to struggle with some of these more technical tracks. 3 minutes till I can start to ramp up the enthusiasm. Let's see, as we see Danielis Parangauskas just getting a little bit wide around that clip aid. What's going to be funny is I'm going to have to redo all of my microphone settings for when we move on, and I can start to ramp up the enthusiasm. So, scores dropping in. Danielis Parangauskas second run. Brandon Gardner waiting patiently on the line for his second run. 60.3. 60.3 keeps Danielis Parangauskas in contention. Let's go straight to it. Your current points leader, Brandon Gardner. Is he going to be able to improve on run 1? A couple of things he can tidy up there. Dale Hayden, thank you for the like. Welcome along. Here we go as Brandon Gardner goes firing in, and it is almost just as we get to the end of this group, I'm going to be able to start to ramp up the enthusiasm. Brandon Gardner on an absolutely storming line, comes flying through there, beautifully out to 3. This is a much better first half of this run from Brandon Gardner. Perfect round clip 4. Is he able to run the wall? Yes, he is. This is looking really strong from Brandon Gardner as he gets tight across onto the outside line. A nice slowdown there, puts him on a good line, pushes forward across clip 7. This is what we wanted to see. This is the best line that I think we've seen so far. If he can make it into 8, yes he does. Brandon Gardner gets the job done. Look at that from Brandon Gardner as he manages to fire in. You can see it's a fast run. We join him just as he drops down through clip 1 out into clip 2. This is a nice run from Brandon Gardner. Are we going to see someone cementing their position at the top of the leaderboard early on and then managing to hold onto it all the way through the other 88 drivers that we have yet to go through here today? Brandon Gardner's storming line, one of the best D-cells into 7 that we've seen so far, gets on that power nicely through 8. Good position from the young man from the US as he gets out and across that line. Waiting for his score to drop in. You can see at the moment the system defaults to a minus number so that it doesn't affect his score from the first run, but I can tell you already this is going to be a big score for Brandon Gardner. Really good line score from the judges dropping in. This, I think we'll be seeing Brandon Gardner in competition in the big show tomorrow, judging from the way these scores are dropping in. That is looking super strong from him. Let's have a look at 86.7 for Brandon Gardner. That is fantastic, and that means that he is looking solid at the top of the qualifying tree with an 82.5. Now remember, when we went back to Three Sisters 2 weeks ago, we had lots of drivers saying, oh, it's going to be really tight at the top of the leaderboard. It's going to be incredibly difficult to get into the top 32 because so many people are going to be getting 90s and things like that because it's an easy track. We've had people mention that this is a simple track as well. And look at that. Brandon Gardner doing one of the best runs of the day. In fact, the best run of the day so far, and still only sitting on an 82.5. And at Three Sisters, an 82.5 would have had him well into the big show. So, I think from those scores, certainly Brandon Gardner in with a chance of making it into the top 32 tomorrow, into the big show. And also Robert Kwaczynski probably on the bubble. He'll have wanted to have done a better run through there. That first run where he just got hooked up and struggled with that slowdown after 6. He will have not been happy about that. But that is where we are at the moment. This is how things are looking. Drift Sarah Larson, yeah, it's often the easy tracks that gets hard. Yep, absolutely. It's the things that look like easy tracks, you end up thinking that you're able to do them. People don't put the right practice in, or they end up practicing the wrong line. They have some problems. So, it's these technical tracks. We love a technical track here. Chris Viltovsky loves a technical track as well. He admittedly would have probably put walls on every single one of these corners, so I think people should just be grateful that we've not got him to do these tracks. As we move on, going into our next group. In this group, you will be seeing Mustafa Amini, who is definitely in with a shout of this championship. Mustafa Amini, who went to 5-1 more times at Three Sisters, the closest battles of the day. They were absolutely fantastic to watch. Managed to hang on to, I think it was 2nd or 3rd in qualifying, hold on all the way through to pretty much the final group. So Mustafa Amini, Dylan Fink, Anton Colon, Vikaris Alukas, Brett Wolford, Darren Baker, Brandon Patrick. Those are your next 8 coming in now, and I think actually also Olaf Eriksson. Congratulations me, I can count to 8. Olaf Eriksson in this group as well. But first up, coming up to the line, is going to be Mustafa Amini. It is after 7:30, so this means I am now going to be able to start to ramp things up. I'm going to move my mic back onto my chest, get my man boobs involved in things again. Here we go. So, time for enthusiastic Ben from Emil. Well, I don't know. Drifting makes me sad. Okay, so I'm going to try that as the volume, and I'm able to talk a little bit louder now. I'm going to ramp it up in stages. But here we go. This is Mustafa Amini coming up to the line. He is ready here. Mustafa Amini has been one of the most consistent people in the competition so far. He has been looking really, really good all the way through. He has got to be in with a shout for that VDC license. Without question, Mustafa Amini on the line, getting ready to go. The lights go green. It is go time for Mustafa Amini. He gets off the line cleanly in that 2JZ powered S13. That is the Stefan Stefanov replica BDC car. Stefan Stefanov, the BDC Pro, fantastic qualifier. And talking of fantastic qualifying, look at Mustafa Amini running clip 2. The first person to get a wheel in the air as he goes through clip 2. Looking really strong there as he gets fired up onto the wall. He's now starting to really get things under control. Mustafa Amini gets onto the power, nicely coming through that middle section out to clip 6. Look at that late slowdown. Does come in a little bit early still, but he's starting to keep that under control. This transition is going to be crucial for Mustafa Amini as he gets onto the inside edge, round and across the line. Look at that from Mustafa Amini. Let's watch this again. You can see it's a nice run as we just join him dropping into clip 2. Good line there, firing out onto that outside edge. Beautiful through 3. That slowdown, absolutely lovely. Now onto that transition. Power comes in, hammer goes down, absolutely railed across the line. Beautiful decel there from Mustafa Amini. You can see how late he cuts. Just comes away from the outside edge, maybe a tiny bit early. Could have left it a little bit later, but genuinely nice. Round through there and across the line. As in the background, we wait for Dylan Fink to come up to the line. Mustafa Amini's scores dropping in. I don't know if they're going to be as high as Brandon Gardner's, but they're looking solid. Brandon Gardner's second run looked like the gold standard so far. I think some of the aggression in Mustafa Amini's run was there, but just that decel into the last section, coming through clip 6, he could have just left it a little bit later for that decel and still would have managed to hook up onto the inside, but it's not going to be a bad score at all. This is going to set up Mustafa Amini in a great position for later on in the competition when he goes back and does his second run. Mustafa Amini from Saudi Arabia, 84.6 on his first run. That is fantastic. for Mustafa Amini. He will be very, very happy with that. That is a good score. As we go back, it's Dylan Fink on the line, the first of our Mustang drivers. In fact, I think the first driver of the entire event so far not to have a 2JZ under the bonnet. This has that RTR Mustang engine replica. Fires in hard onto that outside line. Really nice line from Dylan Fink there, but just as I say that, he hooks up onto the inside edge, down into that slowdown as he goes into clip 3. This then going to be the transition that's crucial into 4, nicely on that inside line at 4. A little bit of left foot braking to keep it off the wall as he goes for the transition now across. This is crucial. We've seen that this is crucial. Beautiful on that outside line. That is beautifully done from Dylan Fink. He goes for this transition back round onto the other side now, back on the power. This is a great run. Potentially, is this going to take him up to the top of the leaderboard? Let's have a look as Dylan Fink's scores start to drop in the background. We join it. Not the fastest run, you can see we joined Dylan Fink midway through that turn 1. I don't quite know why it's cutting off so much there. Nice run though through from Dylan Fink. This is looking really strong as Anton Colon gets up to the line in the background. Dylan Fink, probably the nicest driver into that final section. Really getting that slowdown done with huge angle, getting on the power, getting back into that outside edge as well as we would want to see. Nice stuff from Dylan Fink, the man from the UK. Let's have a look as Anton Colon waits on the line. We're just waiting for Dylan Fink's scores to drop into place. That early line through the first part of the corner between 2 and 3, getting him really hammered, with the judges are very adamant they do not want to see drivers on the inside edge at 2, and it's such a shame because the later section of that run was really good for Dylan Fink, but he's going to get a score on the board. That's the most important thing to start with. Get that score up there as 65, puts him into 5th for the time being as we get Anton Colon on the line, ready to go. He is lined up. Dylan Fink drops into 5th for the time being, in behind Emil Leyrud. Sorry, into 4. It's 65.3, clearly a driver judge correction there as Anton Colon comes off the line. SC300, 2JZ under the bonnet, 900 horsepower, goes for that flick initiation. Anton Colon's one of the most steady drivers here, just comes off the throttle a little bit there and he's ended up tight. Anton Colon using that left foot brake to spin out tight onto 3. This is not the ideal line that the judges want to see, but Anton will just want to get a score on the board as he comes through. A little bit early away from the wall there, transitions nicely and just comes in onto that inside edge. That rumble strip just a little bit early. Anton Colon goes for that transition. This latter section of the course looking much, much tidier, but from what we've seen so far, I do not know if that is going to be a high scoring run as we wait for his score to drop in. Vakaris Aliukas comes up to the line. Anton Colon scores starting to drop in the background. And we just wait for that to drop in. Back to that replay cam for a second. Anton Colon's run very, very fast. Look how early on we join him. That car is clearly gripped right up. Very fast car indeed. But his line score, I can already tell you that line score is just not dropping in the way he would have wanted it. You can see the hesitancy in some of those runs. It almost looks to me like Anton was just a little bit heavy-handed with how much grip he's given the car, as a 53.4 drops in for Anton Colon. Love that photo of Anton, looking like he's about to go on a joyful murder spree. It's wonderful as we see this is now on this next initiation. Vakaris Aliukas, he's been driving really strongly in practice. Little bit of an overextension maybe there during clip 2. It almost looked like the car was crab walking. Wisefab doing Wisefab things as he comes round through that transition nicely onto the wall though here from Vakaris Aliukas. Gets that dialed in beautifully. Now round, good decel, comes in late. That's what the judges want to see as long as he can get in. Yes, this is the line. keeps you tight onto that mid-inside line, then transitions across and back round and across the finish. Let's see that on the replay. That was looking really good from Vikaris Alukas. Close Combat Fox, hello Harry, why is the YouTube stream restricted to 480p? Because YouTube has decided that it really hates us. I honestly don't know. I've been trying to do research and find out why, but I can't find any reason for it, especially as we know that the Twitch stream is outputting higher than that. So it is a real pain, do not know. It does it for Chris as well, so I wondered if it was because I'm on a mobile connection, but it does it for Chris in the UK as well at the moment. Maybe they've just hammered their live streaming stuff, I don't know. As we go back, waiting for that score to drop in for Vikaris Alukas. Love that photo of Vikaris, he's looking incredibly confident in that photo. Looks like a man who is waiting for the world to tell him something he doesn't like so he can absolutely punch them in the balls. As we wait, scores starting to drop in for Vikaris Alukas. Brett Wolford comes up to the line in the background. Another Mustang driver. This group's got a few Mustang drivers in. Brett Wolford in the background there as Vikaris Alukas' score has dropped in the background there. 64 for Vikaris Alukas. Not as high as some of the runs we've seen from him before. I think just that little bit of moonwalking that he was doing through clip 2 will have hurt his chances there, as we now see. Brett Wolford gets off the line and goes for things. Fires onto that outside line. That's not a bad run from Brett Wolford, gets cleanly through 2, and that is really good there. Look how well he's managing that line through there. Brett Wolford absolutely storming through. Good transition from him, gets the hammer down on the power all the way through this section. Now goes for the transition. This is going to be crucial. He's set the run up nicely so far. Is Brett Wolford able to slow down smoothly onto the inside? Oh, it's a couple of bites of the cherry there. The judges will not like that as Brett Wolford gets through the transition, round and across the finish. Let's go back and have a look at that on the replay. Brett Wolford onto that beautiful outside line between 2 and 3. Absolutely lovely there. That transition really nice, getting himself onto the inside edge. It's just in this last section. This is what we were saying before. This last section is incredibly technical. You've got to get it right. You've got to go deeper. Brett Wolford clearly has the grip set up in the car to make that line, but just came off the throttle a bit early. Just backed out of it a tiny bit, and it will have cost him across that section. Scores dropping in though, they're not bad. Brett Wolford is going to be staying in with a chance to get into the big show tomorrow. As Darren Baker comes up to the line. Brett Wolford's score. The man whose profile photo suggests that he's about to go on his way to rob a convenience store. 63.4 for Brett Wolford, puts him into contention for now. As we come off the line with Darren Baker. Another driver in these 2 JZ powered RPS 13 Stefan Stefanov Hero replica car from the Tsujigiri Pro Pack as he comes firing in. That is a nice run from Darren Baker, firing out into 3, maybe a little bit shallow up in 3, but he gets the transition. Look at that snap. Beautiful power there, now back up onto the wall. Power comes in for Darren Baker, keeps the hammer down. This is the crucial part of this track that we're seeing. The guys that are going deep are getting the good scores. Good line from Darren Baker. That's definitely going to bring him up into contention as we start to really see the track rubbering in. Darren Baker comes round and across the line. Let's go back, see what he did on the replay. Look at Darren Baker coming in here nicely. If we go back to the ASMR version. Darren Baker on a lovely line. Comes through this middle section. Looking really controlled. I think that's enough of that. But that is a nice line from Darren Baker as he gets everything under control through there. Look at him hook up onto that inside edge. Really, really clean. Round and across the line. So, Darren Baker's score coming up now. As Brandon Patrick comes up to the line in the background. Oh, I can tell you this is definitely going to keep him in contention. Darren Baker's score drops in. couple of points online there the judges are picking up on. I think maybe that late transition across to 4, but a 74.3 definitely puts Darren Baker in a good position for his second run. Remember, unlike most other championships at Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge, we average the scores across the 2 runs. We want to see high level consistency, good aggression from drivers in both runs. It's about pushing the limit as hard as possible as we move on. And in this run here, Brandon Patrick absolutely goes ham through the first section, really throwing down again a little bit late on that transition into 4. We know it's an awkward clip, it's deliberately an awkward clip. Then this transition across into 5 and 6. That's the slowdown we want to see into 6. Maybe a little bit too much left foot braking. The judges might not like that, but a perfect line through onto 7 sets him up to get onto the power across at 8 and across the finish. So we go back onto the replay cam. I'm hoping that my stream deck is going to start to come alive again in a minute, because trying to do this with a mouse is absolute balls. Here we go. This is lovely from Brandon Patrick. Gets himself positioned beautifully through that transition. Nicely set up there. All the way around and across the line as Olof Eriksson comes to the background. Brandon Patrick has been in contention for this championship. He put himself right the way through to the finals, just losing out narrowly to Daryl Diaz in the finals of round 1, and then had a major problem in round 2. He had a technical error in round 2 that just cost him a qualifying position. So he drops in with a 74 into 3rd position. I don't think that's right. I think we're waiting on an adjustment there. I'm just going to drop down into the judges. 79, there we go. That looks much more like what we were expecting for Brandon Patrick. I just watched the judges correct that in the background. A 79 from Brandon Patrick puts him in contention for sure. As we move on, this is Olof Eriksson here, taken up to the line. The first driver in the PS13 LSX powered supercharged PS13. That thing is an absolute weapon. If there is one car that is going to dominate around this track, it could well be this one. And bizarrely, the other one that I think could do that would be the SR24 powered PS13 that we'll see come in later, and maybe also the 1JZ powered S14s. But look at this from Olof Eriksson, looking really clean there. Little bit of a hang up between 2 and 3, but nicely onto that outside line. Goes for that flick back. Good transition, clearly taking some of the speed out of this car so that it's more stable as he goes for it. Olof Eriksson going for that transition now. Comes nicely down into 6, extends, beautiful use of the angle, but is he just going to come up a little bit shy onto 7? Now gets the transition back. He's going to be angry about that. He just came into 7 a little bit early and it cost him that smooth line. Here we go, Olof Eriksson dropping in onto that outside line. We join him back at 2 here. There's that second angle correction as he comes through. We're going back up to the start of this group. It's Mustafa Amini coming back round to the start line. Olof Eriksson just finishing off his run in your replay screen at the moment. You can see this transition's crucial, but here Olof Eriksson has been going deep every time and he just comes in a little bit early and you can see it costs him clip 7. Doesn't have the momentum to bring himself in. It is very much a racing line there to come across that section and across the finish. So as we wait for Olof Eriksson's scores to drop into position. .72.7 for Olof Eriksson. It's a good starting point as we go back to the man who will hope to top qualifying, who really wants to take the fight to Daryl Diaz today. Mustafa Amini is desperate to take the fight to Daryl Diaz. Here we go, Mustafa Amini off the line. wants another good qualifying run to go with his previous score of 84.7. A good one here will have him really in contention for a place in the big show. And this is a good run from Mustafa Amini as he goes firing through into this outer zone at 3. Nice transition, gets the car manoeuvred round and across onto the wall. Hammer goes down as he runs the wall beautifully from Mustafa Amini. Now goes for the transition back in. Angles up nicely into the D-cell. This is looking like it has all the hallmarks of being the run that Mustafa Amini needed in order to get himself really into contention here. Hits clip 8 and across the line. Let's watch that again. That was beautiful from Mustafa Amini as we join him just for this initiation. Nice flick out onto that outside line. And look at this. Gets the hammer down early. Mustafa Amini, 84.7 from his first run. Is this going to be an improvement? This is what he needs. 2 runs back to back with good scores on the board. Nice and consistent from Mustafa Amini. This is what we come to expect from him. He is just a master of putting it in the same place every single time. So, as we wait for tougher scores to drop into place, the chat's starting to light up with people showing their respects for that run for Mustafa Amini, getting the job done there. Waiting for that score to drop into place. I can tell you that it may well be an improvement for Mustafa Amini. 2 of our judges have dropped into place already. Just waiting on Bobby Hill as Dylan Fink comes to the line in the background. 86.7. Mustafa Amini cements his position at the top of the leaderboard for the time being. Good job from Mustafa Amini. That is what we wanted to see. That kind of run as Dylan Fink comes off the line. Is he going to be able to level up on his previous runs? Goes for that nice run, but again he's come in a little bit tight as he goes through that first section. That transition between 2, and not transition, but rather that movement between 2 and 3, really catching out some of our guys there as they go through it. Oh, as Dylan Fink goes backwards, he wants those extra points on the board. It was a lovely use of that line for Dylan Fink, really getting onto that outside edge through as much as he can, but bits of the rest of that run just not as tidy as he will have wanted. It's going to be a score on the board for Dylan Fink, and that's what's important here. As we join Dylan Fink's replay coming through that section, you can see he ends up tight between 2 and 3. Out onto the wall, power down, goes for it here, uses the momentum of that Mustang to get backwards and then push forwards. That's a lovely line there. Definitely still chaseable. Our judges will have liked that movement. He maybe could have done it a little bit smoother and kept that angle up a little bit more consistent. But overall, a good run from Dylan Fink as Anton Colon comes to the line for run number 2 in the background. We wait for Dylan Fink's score to drop into place. Waiting on that score for Dylan Fink now. Chris Lycup, oh, it's quali day. Yes, it is, Chris. I hope you haven't forgotten. You're meant to be qualifying. You're the last person to qualify. Going to be awkward if you have. Still waiting on that score to drop in for Dylan Fink. Judges clearly deliberating about this. $73 for Dylan Fink. Okay, that puts him up into contention maybe still. A 73 for Dylan Fink. It's good on his second run, but sadly, that first run... not his best, as we see Anton Colon struggling to get out between clip 1 and 2 and very tight between 2 and 3. This is not the run that Anton Colon would have wanted to put down. You see that transition across. Anton Colon gets the hammer down. Going for that big flick across. Good from him into this final section. That car looks like it's got all of the grip in the universe dialed in. Harry, thank you for the resubscription. Good to have you here with us still. And across the line from Anton Colon. Oh, that is not the run that he would have wanted to put down. He will be angry about that. As we see, this is the section. Anton got this beautiful middle section here, round through 4, and nicely out to the wall to begin with, but then the car just grips up, pushes him forwards and away from the wall, and then here into this last section, you see that steering correction. He makes it nicely in onto the inside edge, and then that transition across into the final section of 8 is lovely. But that first section for Anton Colon, not what he wanted to do at all. That is not how he will have wanted to represent himself today. He is a good driver having a bad day, and that is not what we want to see. These guys are in contention for the VDC license, and VDC is currently the top licensing organisation in the world for virtual drifting. And Anton Colon wants that license. So the score drops in, putting him in 13th at the moment. 45.3 on his second run for Anton Colon. So we go back. This is next up time for Vakaris Alukas, run 2. Currently sits on a 64. As the light goes green, it's go time for him. Going nicely through this outer zone onto that section. Vakaris Alukas, a little bit of a wobble there again. Clearly his car not liking that extension past clip 2 as he gets onto 3, and this transition now going to be crucial. Gets it nicely onto 4, onto the wall, runs the wall. Oh, too much runs the wall, gets it into the wall and has to make a small correction. That will penalise him there, which is a shame because the rest of this run was really starting to come together for Vakaris Alukas. But we've seen other drivers getting hammered for that earlier on in the day, and they won't be able to ignore that on the judges' towers as we go back to the replay. Vakaris Alukas, we pick him up as he comes through 3, goes for this transition across onto 4. This is nice, but this is where the wheels really come off for Vakaris Alukas. He gets into that wall, has that wobble, can't transition cleanly because of it. Nicely manages to gather things up back here, gets onto the inside edge, gets nicely up into 7, round and across onto the other side through 8. But that wall section through 5, Vakaris Alukas currently sitting in 9th position. He is not going to like that. That 64 that he had from his first run. Judges deliberating, they're watching their replays, making sure that that's not a 0. So we wait for that to drop into place. Wendy Ennis, thank you for the follow. A 32.3 Vakaris Alukas. That's not the final score. I can tell you that's not the final score. Something refreshed there without him, without us wanting it. So 65.9 for Vakaris Alukas, definitely losing out from that middle section there. As we go back, coming up onto the line now. Brett Wolford underway. Brett Wolford nicely out to the line, using the momentum of that Mustang to really get the car controlled, using that power and weight distribution to get the car to manoeuvre the way he wants to. Look at that lovely line through the wall from Brett Wolford as he comes firing round and across. Good transition across from Brett Wolford as we rejoin him. I finally managed to get my screen deck working again. There we go. This is much, much better. And we come up to 8 o'clock. I'm going to be able to ramp up the enthusiasm one more level. And that is a good thing because Brett Wolford has been throwing down hard here, really putting in the yards as he goes for that transition. Nicely timed from Brett Wilford all the way into that decel zone. Back on the power, maybe a little bit of a wobble there through 7. But gets it all back under control as he comes across the finish line. So Brett Wilford's score starting to drop in. Darren Baker is on the line, ready to go. So, Brett Wilford's score 70.9, very good for him. He'll be very happy with that. Puts him in 8th position for the time being. He's got a score on the board. That's the important thing. We're seeing some zeros here. We're seeing some low scores from guys struggling as they go into those sections, but it doesn't matter because right now all eyes are on Darren Baker. Darren Baker wants to get into the big show tomorrow as he comes firing down into this section. Good line from Darren Baker as he comes up onto that outside line. This is the transition back into 4 that we've needed to see. He's right on the wall there through 5. Darren Baker trying to put that score on the board, trying to ramp his position back up. Currently sits in 4th, Darren Baker with a 74. Nice decel there, rounding it off. Not exactly the line that the judges want to see, but it will definitely be good enough as he wraps it round and across 8 and over the finish line. Let's go back to the replay and have a look at Darren Baker's score. Here you can see really on that outside line all the way through, pushing as hard as he can to get up onto that outer edge at 3. Good transition into 4 and then beautifully runs the wall. Just you see that flash of left foot braking coming on, maybe a tiny bit far away from the wall as he gets towards the end of the run there, but just a little bit smoother as he comes in now. This transition going to be absolutely crucial as he gets out to the wall and down, dives across onto the inside edge and across the finish. Nice line from Darren Baker. Is he going to be able to get a good score on the board? Brandon Patrick's on the line in the background. Brandon Patrick's attempts for a VDC license require that he does qualify this week. He's got to have another good run like he did all the way to the finals in round 1. But Darren Baker's score is the thing we're looking for now. 75.3 cements his 4th position. Darren Baker looking good there as we go now across. Brandon Patrick, all eyes on him. He will know that this is a huge moment for him. He has got to put this score on the board. He will know the pressure is there. He will know it is ticking away in the background of his mind. He needs that to work for him as he comes firing through here nicely onto that outside line. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Brandon Patrick. This is the line that was needed. Brandon Patrick onto the wall. He's got to wrap it up. This last transition is going to be crucial for him as he comes in here. The decel, good outside line from Brandon Patrick. Is he going to be able to make it all the way into 7? Yes, he is. Now he comes firing across. This is the last little bit we need to see. Brandon Patrick gets round and across the line. That is it. It is definitely a score, but is it going to be enough? Brandon Patrick's line doing everything it needs to. Good work from him as he comes through that transition. Power all the way along the wall. This is the line we needed to see from Brandon Patrick. He has got the work to be done, but he is doing it. As he comes all the way around into this section, this is the crucial part for Brandon Patrick. Absolutely beautiful and across the line. His score starting to drop in already. Sits on a 79 from run 1. The judge is saying that that was not as good as his first run. He will not be happy about that. .75 cements a 3rd position for now for Brandon Patrick. But that is not where we will have wanted to be at that point as we move across and we go for Olof Eriksson in through this section here. Out nicely. Olof Eriksson on a much better line through this section here. Beautiful from him as he goes for the hook back. That transition crucial. Gets onto 4. Now onto the outside line at 5. This is how he needs to do it. Olof Eriksson had that first run. Didn't do the best job for it from his first run. Only got down around a 72.7. We've seen better from him, but this one looks like it might be the run that pulls the socks up. And just as I say that, he ends up having problems across that line. Let's go back and have a look at it. Olaf Eriksson coming firing in onto this outside edge. Good transition from the man there. He's the last person in this group, Olaf Eriksson, on a 72.7. We're just waiting for those judges' scores to start to drop in. That area just there cost him a few marks. Olaf Eriksson left some on the table there. The judges will penalise him for that because they want to see perfection. Nothing but perfection will do. So we go through. Olaf Eriksson scores dropping in. Olaf Eriksson going to be happy. He's got a score on the board. 72.5 currently puts him into 5th. And we're seeing, look, we've seen some fantastic runs, but at the moment, no one has yet broken into the 90s. This is how the scores are looking right now as we come to the end of our second loading group. Olaf Eriksson slots up into 5th position with a 72.5. We don't know yet. That could be enough to take him all the way through to the big show tomorrow. We will have to wait and see. But right now, I think that the guys in the 80s are probably going to be feeling pretty confident. That is Mustafa Amini on the 85.7, Brandon Gardner on 82.5, then Brandon Patrick on 77. Is that going to be enough? He's got to qualify this weekend in order to be in with a chance of that VDC license. Olaf Eriksson in 5th, Robert Kuczynski with 71.9 down in 6th, Dylan Fink in 7th, Brett Wolford 8th, Emil Leyrud currently 9th, Vakaris and Lucas in 10th, Danielis Parangauskas in 11th, Jack Light in 12th, and Anton Kolon down in 13th. Then the zero out of Ian Koenig, who was unable to get his PC to work. Misho Tsujigiri had that problem as well with the PP filter. So, coming in next, Alexander Yegard, Ryan Sider, Joachim Haig, Jakub Kadavi, Vadim Abramov, Guillermo Cabrera, Lucas Gokul and Parvo Nurmi. Those are our next drivers. They are coming in onto the server right away. Alexander Yegard going to be our first driver. So, as things are starting to shape up, how are we looking out there right now, guys? How are you finding it? What do you think is going to happen this week? Who have you got down for top in qualifying? Is Daryl Diaz going to be able to make it 2 #1 qualifiers in a row, or is he going to continue to dominate all the way through the event? Is this the round where he locks in that first place at the top of the championship? He can't win it this week as things stand mathematically, but he has got a chance of extending that lead at the top. Who do you think is going to stop qualifying this week, guys? We're starting to see those scores drop in. They're not as high as some of the people were expecting, but we are starting to get a better understanding of where the qualifying is going. What do you think is going to come up next? As we go back into it, the first of our drivers coming up to the line. Brandon Patrick saying 77 got me sweating, hoping cutoff is lower than usual. No one has been nailing the layout perfectly, but there have been some solid runs. That's from Josh, one of our judges. It's nice to see the judge interaction with people as we get into this section. We're just waiting for these guys to load in. Well, they do. Going to send our Twitch guys off to a very short break, and we'll have you back in a minute. And the rest of you we will send off to a very short break, and we'll have you back in a minute. So just a reminder for everyone, our last round of the season coming in 2 weeks' time. We've got 4 rounds in this championship. There are 2 weeks left until our final round. We are just waiting on everyone to drop in now. Alexander Jaegard is in. He is our first driver up. Then Ryan Sider, then Joachim Haig, then Jakub Kadavi, Vadim Abramov, Guillermo Cabrera and Lucas Gockel. That's the running order for this section here. Here we go. This is it. All of our drivers dropping in as we have a flick through. Alexander Jaegard's car parks up in the corner here as we see Ryan Sider off in the background doing donuts around the judging cars. He's having problems with his handbrake. He told us at the beginning of the day that he doesn't have a working handbrake right now. As we loop around Alexander Jaegard's car, this 2JZ powered Stefan Stefanov replica, Stefan of the BDC, British Drift Championship Pro, qualifying very highly at all rounds. He is a qualifying master, really consistent, really great guy to watch. As we see Alexander Jaegard hoping to replicate Stefan's excellent work as he comes up to the line here. We are ready to go. This next group is in. Let's see how he does. Alexander Jaegard onto the line. Here we go. Alexander Jaegard starts to send it. This is what he's wanting to do. Get that power down early. Nice transition from Alexander Jaegard as he gets out to the wall now, really pushing hard to get through this middle section. Look at that power coming on all the way here. That's exactly the line the judges wanted to see. New View Studios, thank you very much for the watch. Alexander Jaegard, that is one of the best slowdowns into 6 and 7 that we've seen so far. In fact, let's go back and watch that again. I enjoyed that a lot from Alexander Jaegard. Yeah, I'm typing like a maniac. I'm getting asked questions in the background and trying to talk with people as well, so... Here we go. This is what we wanted to see from Alexander Jaegard. This is a textbook example of how to run that line. Maybe a little bit of a wheel drop there as he did it, but he manages to get everything hooked up. Really good timing as he comes firing across, down onto the inside edge and across that line. Alexander Jaegard, our first driver from this group, making a good showing of how he wants to run this line. Ryan Sider brings his big RTR Mustang up to the line, ready to go. Alexander Jaegard's score dropping in. Commenting in the chat about his own run before we've even seen the score, just going, didn't like it. I liked it, Alex. I think you're going to be in with a chance for a position in the big show tomorrow as we wait for that score to drop in. The judges just sorting out their final bits here. .82.6 currently sits Alexander Jaegard in second. I don't think you can be unhappy about that, Alex. There's more in that car. We know that you are a good driver. You'll be able to get a bit more out of that. 82.6 puts you up into second position. Sorry, 82.7 it corrected to as we tabbed away. Now, Ryan Sider has no handbrake. Ryan Sider is using his wounded setup. He's going to be having to flick it in and just go hard and hope, and that is as aggressive as you could possibly hope to get away with, Ryan. That is absolutely awesome, using that left foot brake to do the work. Very difficult to do this track with no handbrake. He's just sending it for fun now. Absolutely throws the car across in that transition. This D-cell goes wild. Is he going to be able to keep it on track and push it forwards? Yes, he is. It's not perfect, but considering the man has not got a full set of tools to use, that is not bad at all from Ryan Sider. That puts him in with a chance at a big show. Look at that entry, pretty much backwards all the way from clip 1 to clip 2. A little bit of a correction there, but considering he is not able to use that handbrake to stabilise the car, that is fantastic from Ryan Sider as he gets hooked round and across, out onto the wall, out onto that outside line. Look at him, this is the throwdown. He sends it, gets a one wheel on the grass, it just takes him a little bit deep. He is now the outermost tyre there, but it beautifully brings him in onto clip 7 as he then goes for the transition round and across, back and out onto 8. Ryan Sider will get a score on the board. Now, considering he is running a wounded vehicle there, that is going to be a major achievement. I say wounded vehicle, the vehicle's fine, but he does not have a working handbrake on his rig right now. The young man from Liverpool, from Sider Estate Maintenance, gets a 68. No, it's adjusting. I can see the scores adjusting in the background from the judges' scores. That is going to get an update. He will go up that leaderboard a little bit. I can tell you in the background it is adjusted to a 75.7. There we go, bringing Ryan up into 5th. Good work from Ryan there. Enough to potentially put him in the show. Now as we go to Joachim Haig on the line. He is the first of our RB-powered drivers. This is an RB27 in this S14. Normally we would have had Ian Koenig as well, who runs the same car. But right now, Joachim Haig, the first person to run it. Oh my word, look at that from Joachim Haig. Absolutely running all the angle, but just comes up shy on 3. If anything, he had too much angle and it's brought him across away from 4. Now he's back on the power out to the wall at 5, but this is not the line we wanted to see from Joachim Haig. He's going to feel like he's not representing himself with that car. Absolutely hooked up, working beautifully when he's got the line right. Just having some problems, and you can see maybe it's a connection issue from Joachim Haig. Not quite as smooth through there as we would expect to see. Let's go back to the replay. This is where you see Joachim Haig just ended up a little bit wide, a little bit early, and it pulls him away from 3 and makes it very, very difficult for him to get into 4. So he will be losing some points on that line as he comes round and through onto the outside edge. Good transition there. Stutters a little bit on his way in, but that might just be the connection issue. But he's clearly having some kind of problem with the way that that car is set up for this track. As we go back, Joachim Haig's score. The man from Norway will be dropping in. It looks like we're missing Jakob Kadavi, who is meant to be next. So we'll be moving on to Vadim Abramov after this. Just waiting for Joachim Haig's scores to drop in. That line through 3 and 4 definitely causing him problems. I can see those scores are starting to drop in. Some support. Vlad Crew 83. Vadim, let's go. Yep, Vadim will be up to the line in a second. We're just waiting on these scores to drop in. Nicholas Garcin, thank you for the follow. Welcome along.
Man.
Hello, Christopher Ennis.
We are struggling to judge that last run because he was so laggy.
Yes.
What is the protocol?
So you judge it on the assumption that there wasn't anything there that was a major correction, because the way the car moved in that situation looked like it was flowing correctly, but that I'm not going to tell you what I saw. You can hear on the commentary what I was picking out in that section, but it was laggy, but
bouncing and
yeah, but you can see the areas where the car wasn't working properly, or he made mistakes, rather than the areas where the lag was causing the problem, because it looked like it was smoothish. But yeah, I'm glad to know it wasn't just me.
Yes, right. So you want us to judge it?
Yes, please, as best you can.
All right. Thank you very much.
this is the weird dichotomy of my situation here, is that effectively the rules have been laid out with my judging criteria in mind and the way that we operate the championship, but I have absolutely no influence over the judges once things start. It's the weird part of being both sort of managing director of the whole of Tsujigiri program and also doing the commentary and having to just hand over this entire event, which is my baby, to 3 people and let them make the decisions on how everything is run. It's a very strange situation to be in. So Chris just coming in to check how we should proceed with that, because actually we don't have anything for that in the rules, because technically that was a complete run. Joachim Haig still very laggy for some reason, whatever the issue is, but whatever the issue is there for him appears to be at his end. The judges' scores are dropping in now, and they did like most of what they saw, but you could see even from the commentary and from what I was talking about there, as we go back, let's watch that replay one more time while that just drops into position. This section here, this is where you start to see the problem. Joachim Haig ends up wide early, struggles to get into 3, and then that's what causes his problem with that transition across to 4. It's just Austin in the chat on the YouTube. Hello, welcome along. Wish I was there, boys. Next season Street Class coming for heads. Hope everyone has a good day today. Thank you very much for wishing everyone good luck, Austin. It's such a shame that your tech gave out on you, your rig finally giving up after years of service. As we get a score for Joachim Haig, it drops in a 64.7. So you can see how much that first section of the track cost him through there. We move on. We were waiting for Jakub Kadavi, but Jakub is not available right now. Oh no, he is. I would tell a lie. Jakub Kadavi is in the server. He is on the E92. It is on the line. That was my eyes letting me down. That's a human failure rather than a tech failure, as he comes off the line in that E92. The most powerful car in the pack, the E92, is almost 1,000 horsepower, 980 something horsepower. Absolutely phenomenally gripped up, powerful car. And here we see Jakub Kadavi doing a great job with it through that section. Now the transition back onto the power. Jakub Kadavi runs the wall, a little flash of left foot brake as he settles out onto that outside line. Now goes for the transition back onto the outside edge and back onto the inside. Maybe coming away a little bit early, and you can see it just cost him the smooth line into 7. But is he going to be able to keep that wrangle together? Yes, he can, and across the line. Jakub Kadavi on a good line there through that section. Just comes up into the background as we wait now. Jakub Kadavi's score dropped into place. Good transition from him here, but almost too aggressive. You can see there's a secondary rotation to angle. Just struggled to get that car position correctly into that final section, but overall that was a solid run from that E92, and you can see just how fast that car was. Beautifully set up from Jakub Kadavi. Scores dropping in for him there. That last little wobble where he didn't quite make it as cleanly into 8 is definitely going to have hammered him. Vadim Abramov is next on the line, ready to go. Very different cars from these two. Lucas Gockel in the chat saying that he must have been lucky his G25 lasted 11 and still works, lasted 11 years yet. My G25 lasted me 10 years. The older Logitech stuff much more robust than the newer Logitech stuff, it seems. The G27 wasn't bad either, just a sort of a quieter version, but then it seems like recently their build quality has really gone down. It's such a shame because that stuff is fantastic entry-level stuff. As we see these scores for Jakub Kadavi, they are now dropped in. 71.1, putting him into 9th for the time being. That is a good starting position for Jakub Kadavi. He's going to be able to build on that and go forward. As we now see, Vadim Abramov just went back to the pits. Must have maybe called his timeout. Let's see what's happening here. So, Vadim Abramov called to the line. Guillermo Cabrera is going to be the next driver afterwards. Ah, I see what's happened. It looks like Anders has had some kind of problem. He has been disconnected. That is incredibly unhelpful by Assetto Corsa sometimes. So that's a small delay there, guys.
I've just come to tell you that half people got disconnected.
Yep, don't know what happened there.
No. Okie doke.
But we'll watch that replay while we're waiting for them to load back in. So Jakub Gadavi got that score on the board. Very nicely done from him. It's just Austin sucks. Thrustmaster raised their prices right before I had the money for the TMX. Yep, absolutely agree. What we want to see you with next, we want to, as we comically see Anders scoot back into position in the semaphore there. What he has now become known for, that light up dildo of destiny, gives us a chance to say thank you to our sponsors, and that is Grip Royal, who are providing the #1 prize for our drivers in this championship. Grip Royal are supporting us with that. Big thank you to them. Also to Grams Performance Injectors, Retro Speed Shop, Fiber Factory, What Would Dango Do, Eclipse Motorsport, and although it says it up there, Accelerate, we are now actually supported heavily by Zeknova tyres. Thank you very much to Zeknova tyres. We will have an updated banner with the Zeknova printed on everything, all over the place, everywhere, all of the time, very, very soon. Austin, we want to see you on some Fanatec stuff so that you've got a really good chance of getting that up. If you will, we'll find some way to help you with that as we start to see this run in from Vadim Abramov. He goes in onto that outside line nicely from him on that S13. The 2J, Stefan Stefanov replica coming onto the outside line. Smooth through there, keeping the angle off just to keep the speed high. I like that from Vadim Abramov. That might well sit him well with the judges because it allowed for that snap transition into 4 and a beautiful wall run. Really late transition there. Nice line from Vadim Abramov as he comes onto that outside edge there. Really consistent, well positioned line so far. Gets himself round onto the inside edge at 8 and across the line. Nice run there from Vadim Abramov. Hayley King just dropping into the track. Good to see you, Hayley. Haven't even driven the track yet. Been so oof this week. I hope you're feeling better. Hayley, we don't want people feeling bad and just coming in to try and do this. We hope you feel better enough to get some practice in and put in a good showing. Want to see you in the top 32 this event. But meanwhile, we look at Vadim Abramov getting onto that inside line. Lovely run from him. Vadim Abramov, the real life drifter from Russia. As we wait for that score to drop in, Austin in the chat, Fanatec, it's cute how not poor you think I am. Fanatec is a pipe dream for someone like me. Well, Austin, we will have a look at that. There's second-hand stuff for Fanatec, especially with people upgrading to the CSL DD, is now in Thrustmaster money territory. So it is not totally pipe dreamy. It used to be pipe dreamy for me too. We'll have a talk about it off air. But Hayley, I'm going to give it a shot, but I'm so tired. Well, I totally understand. Hopefully it's not the plague, the COVID. Hopefully you're feeling better by later on, and we can see you do your best in qualifying, because we'd love to see you get all the way through to the top 32 as Vadim Abramov's score drops in. Just waiting for it to refresh on the stream. Guillermo Cabrera is next, or should be next, but appears not to be in the server right now. Does that mean we're clipping straight to Lucas Gockel? Let's find out. Issue with the server, pings keep going up. That's weird. Hopefully our DDoS protection is kicking in. Vadim Abramov's score drops in 74.6, putting him into 7th position for now. Guillermo Cabrera trying to reconnect. While we're waiting for them to come back in, let's go back to that replay. Starting to lose a little bit of ground. We'd made up a bit of time as we went through the earlier part. But here you can see that 74, you can see ended up a little bit tight there. That's probably where that was holding them up on that score.
And could I talk to you off stream for just a teeny tiny second?
Just bear with me 1 second.
Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock. This the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go. Don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback. You falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time. What a time. Last year I was on mine. This year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones. New year, I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice. And I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Look. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, taking hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
Hello everybody, welcome back. So, what was the situation there? Well, the situation there was it looked like we were getting DDoSed because apparently no one's allowed to have nice things anymore without some grotty little scrote on the internet deciding that it's fun to ruin it for other people. And if that's you and you're watching, then you are a pathetic excuse for a human being, and I hope your testicles get trapped in a vice. I hope all of your jars are unnecessarily tight for the rest of your life and you require a full-size adult to help you open them, you absolute moron. Anyway, we've solved it. It moved across to an East Coast US server, so those of us who are further, well, I mean, I'm super far east, but technically anyone who's further west, then that might see a slight increase in ping. Mine's gone up to 293, so we shall see how things go. This server we've moved to has DDoS protection, so we should be okay here. The reason we don't use it is because it is that little bit further east, so it gives preference to the East Coast US and also to the European guys, whereas previously we're pretty much exactly halfway between everyone. So we shall see how things go with the ping. Thank you very much for everyone's patience. We're going to move straight on with the next driver, and the next driver is Guillermo Cabrera, who should be able to join in now. I can see him in the server. I will switch across to that camera. It sadly means that we've lost all of that daytime progression that we had on the server, so we've lost a few earlier drivers will now have had weather changes. So we go back to it being slightly darker. The track now thinks it's 8 AM in the morning, but we're here, we're going, we've got it sorted, we've got it under control, and we have at least got the ability to continue to bring you this competition. So we're going to crack straight on with that. We're going straight into Guillermo Cabrera's qualifying run. Oh, do you know what would really help is if I now press the button to go to Guillermo Cabrera's qualifying run, it doesn't come back to my own face. Let's try that again. So here we go. Guillermo Cabrera is on the line, ready to go. We are set up again. Let's get on with things. We have got it all under control now. Mustafa Amini still sits atop the leaderboard. Thank you so much for everyone's patience. And I'll tell you what, I'm really, really glad that I created that block of adverts yesterday in order to make sure that we had that available should we have any time spare. So I hope no one minds that they've seen those 4 adverts a couple of times now, but we will be coming back to those if we need to, and I will try and expand that repertoire as we go forward. So Guillermo Cabrera gets the glow stick light up dildo of destiny going green. He is underway. He goes for that flick initiation. Guillermo Cabrera, look at that aggression from him as he comes firing in onto that outside line. Just a little bit of a wobble, massaging it out to 2. And then gets it back under control as he comes through into clip 3. Now that transition, nice early transition from him, getting himself across into 4 beautifully there and back wrapped around. This transition's crucial now. Is he going to be able to get the positioning right? Yes, nice extension, a little bit of 1 to bring himself under control as he gets pushed in, but just comes up shy on 7. He will not be happy about that as he gets himself round and through and across the line. So here we go back to the start of that run. You can just see as he comes through 2, Guillermo Cabrera having that massive correction. He won't like that at all. He'll be very unhappy that he's had that little moment there. But here as we come flying through out onto the wall, this looked really solid from Guillermo Cabrera. Now fast transition back across and out onto the outside line. And then all the way through this section. Good transition here, flicks it out onto the wall and then pushes through, gets onto 8 nicely. But it is definitely not the first section that he will have hoped for. As Guillermo Cabrera's scores start to drop in from our judges, let's have a look at what we have here. Good run overall from Guillermo Cabrera, but certainly not the best that we've seen from him. Let's see as things start to drop in for Guillermo Cabrera. Line score getting a reasonable set there. Not going to be bad for him. So a score dropping in. We're just waiting on the last bit of result from Bobby Hill, our head judge for the day. The judges liking the run overall, not penalising that wobble through 2 as much as we were expecting as it just starts to drop into place. Put back to that replay cam here. And here it is, a score has dropped in. Guillermo Cabrera doing well there. The judges liking most of the run, just not that little bit of a wobble, punishing him there for that 76.4 as we move on. The next driver to come up to the line is Lucas Gockel. Lucas Gockel, our second driver using an RB powered car, this time the first driver in the S13.5. That is an incredibly fast car around here. It has got great angle. This is one of those cars that could really put him into a strong position. Lucas Gockel on the line, ready to go. Lucas Gockel ready to go on that line. Still to come in this group. Paavo Nurmi, Cormac Gard and Jamie Healy. No, I'm wrong. I do apologise. Just Paavo Nurmi, Cormac Gard and Jamie Healy in the next group. So just Paavo Nurmi in this group yet to come after Lucas Gockel, and then we go back and we have all of these guys again. Tree Wooten, thank you very much for the like. Good to have you along. Austin in the chat, make the RBs proud, Lucas. Lucas Gockel gets the green light and doesn't come off the line. Oh, Lucas, don't have missed your filter as he goes. Lined up, big flick from Lucas Gockel, not quite deep into 1, but look at the angle he's carrying through there as he just drops that wheel just over the edge, going for maximum aggression points as he slots into 2. Lucas Gockel now coming up over the inside line. Good transition round into 4. We've got a couple of guys in these RB28 powered S13.5s. It's a fantastic car. Look at it drive across there. Lucas Gockel rotating to angle nice and slow there, getting the power down, pushing into 7. Good transition from Lucas Gockel, getting himself across and into 8 and across the line. So, not quite perfect from Lucas Gockel in that first section. We see him miss out on 1 a little bit, drops into 2 nicely, but actually that little overrun, that little dirt drop didn't lose him too much speed, but did affect his line into that second section. However, Lucas Gockel getting a score on the board from this run. It might not be the highest one, but you've got to have 2 scores on the board to even stand a chance of qualifying at TGDC Pro, because we use the average score system. We want to see these guys do 2 runs back to back that are absolutely savage, and that was not a bad run from Lucas Gockel. Gets himself under control, gets things dialed in, and gets himself back into contention in that last section. So as we see Lucas Gockel coming into that scoring zone, Paavo Nurmi will be next. Score dropping in for Lucas Gockel. Still waiting on a score from the judges for Lucas Gockel. Clearly something they're discussing there. Let's watch that on the replay again while they discuss this. What are we missing? He gets that initiation. Lucas Gockel doesn't quite make it fully into 1. I'm wondering if the judges are trying to decide whether he didn't initiate before the start of zone 1. That would be a real shame for Lucas Gockel, because the rest of that run was absolutely on point from him all the way through here. Just that very first part of that first corner and a tiny bit shy along the wall, but look at the rest of this. Slots nicely through, comes past 6, angles up and then pushes nicely onto 7. This has all the hallmarks of being a good scoring run in that latter section, but we're not seeing a score drop in from the judges. I'm going to drop down into the chat. I'm not. We don't want to be able to hear that discussion while they're down there talking about things. Score dropping in now for Lucas Gockel. They are really punishing that late initiation. That is a sad thing to see for Lucas Gockel because the rest of that run was looking really strong. But 57.7 on the first section. I can see where the judges are getting that from. That is harsh but fair. Lucas Gockel will not be happy about that. That initiation way too late and nowhere near being into zone 1 for the full duration at all. He was barely in it at all. So that is a real problem for Lucas Gockel. He's had to sort that out. Whereas this initiation that we're seeing from Paavo Nurmi, much more what we wanted to see in that 2JZ powered S13, the RPS 13 replica for Stefan Stefanov's BDC car, fires across. Really popular with everyone outside of the UK for competition here. Nice from Paavo Nurmi through the transition. Good angle. This is a great run from Paavo Nurmi. This is definitely going to put him in contention as he gets through this final section. That transition is going to be crucial. Does he make it into 8? Yes, he does, but not quite as cleanly as I know he would have liked. But the rest of that run, absolutely on point for Paavo Nurmi. So as we see on the replay here, Paavo Nurmi dropping into position really nicely all the way through that section, and that late rotation to angle but no steering correction really working in his favour as he comes through that section. Now as he gets round onto the inside edge, nicely done from him there, and back across the line. Helps if when I press the button things work. Here we go, Paavo Nurmi from Finland, waiting on his score to drop in. Score dropping in for Paavo Nurmi. Going to have him contention for him whether he can then get into the big show tomorrow. 68.7 currently puts him in 12th for Paavo Nurmi. Let's move straight on. We go back to the top of this group. We go all the way back to Alexander Jaegaard. It feels like a long time ago before that DDoS attack. Alexander Jaegaard did his first run. He will be frustrated that it's taken so long between, and the track conditions will be different now with the server restart. We will not have the same track conditions for Alexander Jaegaard as he had before, so hopefully this will not throw him off too much, but he is on the line ready to go. Alexander Jaegaard lines up for run number 2. Light goes green. Alexander Jaegaard comes firing off the line. Here we go. Throws that car in onto clip 1. Look at that initiation and the absolute commitment to throttle from Alexander Jaegaard through there. And that is a perfect line past 2 and through between 2 and 3. Is he going to be able to hold the angle here on that throttle? That it is a big transition there, but it's just pulled him away from the inside edge at clip 4 and didn't take him onto the wall cleanly at 5. So here he goes, round onto that outside edge. Now, delays that slowdown as much as he can and then still pushes forward, just gets a wheel up onto the rumble strip. This transition going to be crucial to punctuate the second half of that run for Alexander Jaegaard across the line. Good line from Alexander Jaegaard through this first section of the track. Really did the job there, but then it just at the transition starts to come apart. He didn't quite angle up as much as he did in the first run into 3 and was not able to capitalise on that first section at all. We're seeing some slots, some scores start to slot in. It looks like it's still going to be a strong score from Alexander Jaegaard. I don't know if it's going to be better. The first section was absolutely fantastic, and that decel, that crucial decel through 6, was definitely strong. Is it going to be the first high score of the session as we wait for that to drop in? Oh, helps if I press the right buttons. There we go. A 91! A 91 for Alexander Jaegaard. I've got to be honest with you folks, I'm surprised by that. That is a generous score considering that positioning through clip 4, but I suppose if that's the only error, then there is still room for improvement through that section, which is what we'd want to see as we go back onto our next driver, who should be Ryan Sider, but is actually, by the looks of it, Joachim Haig, as Ryan Sider pulled out as we go back to an RB, the singing RB of Joachim Haig, trying to tidy up that run gets onto the outside edge there nicely. This is looking really strong from Joachim Haig. He does make it nicely into clip 4 and then powers round through these sections. But the judges clearly weighting that section down between 2 and 3 and this detail through 6 very highly. That is how they want to see those runs done. This transition crucial as Joachim Haig gets back onto the throttle now, round and through and across the line. Good manoeuvring there through this section from Joachim Haig. Nice position through that transition. This midfield section starting to really get the rhythm going for some of these guys, but this slowdown absolutely crucial. And unlike what we saw with Alexander Jaegod, we're just seeing that sort of stuttered, slight mid-line between 6 and 7 from Joachim Haig. How are the judges going to foresee that? We will have to wait and see as we go across. Ryan Sider not doing his second run. Ryan Sider pulling out or calling his 5 minute. He's pulled out, so he will not be seeing the big show tomorrow. And that is a shame because he was on for a run there that could have done good things. As we wait for Joachim Haig's score to drop in, Jaco Kadavi is going to be next. Jaco Kadavi up onto the line in that E92. Here we go, waiting for that score to drop in. Joachim Haig starting to get a score on the board. Can already see that it does look better than his first score. Is it going to be enough to pull him up into the big show tomorrow? A much better run from him on run 2. As we wait, Jaco Kadavi on the line, ready to go. Joachim Haig's score drops in. And a score has dropped in indeed for Joachim Haig. 79 really brings him up. Is that going to be enough? If he'd had 2 runs like that, he'd be definitely into the big show tomorrow, but that puts him into 10th for the time being. Let's see what happens. It's going to be a wait to see for Joachim Haig. As we go back, Jaco Kadavi on the line comes firing out of that start gate. Really looking to get that car hooked up. Look at him go. Fires in. That's a big entry from Jaco Kadavi. From Jaco Kadavi there. As he goes down onto that outside edge, Jaco Kadavi desperately pushing that big car round, uses that transition, but just comes up a little bit short on 4. We've seen that from a few guys and still got good scores as long as the rest of the run is punctuated well, and it's this big movement into 6 that the guys are so crucially attentive to as he gets back on the power. This is not a bad run from Jaco Kadavi, but is it going to be enough to get him in the big show as he crosses the line? Let's have a look on the replay. So here we are, Jaco Kadavi on that nice line all the way through. Just that little bit, again, we're seeing that little bit of a wobble into 6 that's causing the problem. As we go back, let's have a look at Jaco Kadavi's second score. Qualifying position is crucial here. Previously, Jaco Kadavi sat on a 71. Can he bring that up to put himself in contention? Here we go, Jaco Kadavi scores dropping in. I can tell you that Chris Ennis definitely liked it more than Jaco Kadavi's first run. There is a chance that this could pull Jaco Kadavi up into good contention for this week. And a score drops in for Jaco Kadavi. 75.4 holds him in 8th for the time being. Let's move straight on as we see Vadim Abramov hits the cones, goes for the restart. That's a shame. Let's see it again. Vadim Abramov comes off the line, makes it through the start chicane this time, and is on for his big flick initiation. Less aggressive than he went for in the first run, but he's coming through nicely onto that outside line now. Just a little bit tight between 2 and 3. We know that's where the drudges have been really pinging that first section of the track. Transitions doesn't quite get into 4, but this is looking better now up against the wall. We've seen that even with that sacrifice of 4, the judges are liking the rest of the run sometimes enough, and that's what they wanted to see there, but always that excessive decel. They are going to ping him hard. Jakub Bitavi was looking much cleaner today. Vadim Abramov gets out onto that outside line and across the line. Go. So if we go back to the replay, this is the section that you have to watch for. Into this decel, you see, look at that. From Vadim Abramov comes almost to a grinding halt and then gets the car wound back up and gets going again. I have to think that that is going to harm his score. The line was fluid, but that stall out through there will really have hurt his score in that section. Let's go back. We're going to have a look at it as the judges decide on that score, on that line. Guillermo Cabrera comes up to the line. He is next in that E92. We're seeing a lot of E92s in some of these groups as we have a score for Vadim Abramov. 63.7 holds him back in 12th. Okay, as we move on, this is Guillermo Cabrera's second run. Starting to get back up to speed after that DDoS attack. Guillermo Cabrera goes for the flick initiation. Bang onto that outside line. Nice from him, getting really hooked into clip 1. Is he going to be able to hold it all the way through? That's not a bad line through there. Maybe a little bit tight between 2 and 3, but it depends how he gets this transition to work for him. Guillermo Cabrera looking strong through this section and nicely out onto the wall from Guillermo Cabrera. Don't forget that he sits on a 76.3 right now. Guillermo Cabrera in 5th position. If he can put another strong run together, he could cement his position in that top 8 for the time being. Nice transition from Guillermo Cabrera, and it was a good slowdown between 6 and 7, and he makes it across the line. Let's go back and have a look at that replay. This is where Guillermo Cabrera, maybe just a little bit tight through 2 there, comes up against the outside line, now gets that transition, goes back in across onto the outside edge, fires his way through onto the outside line. This slowdown, very nice, uses the angle of the car late onto the outside edge to push forwards and through. Now on that transition onto the inside, gets the power down and across the line. Guillermo Cabrera in with a serious chance here of bringing himself up into the fray. As the scores drop in for Guillermo Cabrera. We have a score 70.7. Guillermo Cabrera hangs on to 6th position for the time being. His average sitting at 73.5. That could well be enough for Guillermo Cabrera. As we go back to it, Lucas Gockel is on his way into clip 1. He initiates again. It's quite late. Lucas Gockel doesn't quite manage to get the car rotated to angle as aggressively as we would like to see. He's late through that initiation every time. The judges will have to have another look at that and decide if it's a 0 as they get back on the power. Lucas Gockel, it's such a shame because the rest of this run is definitely in contention, but that initiation is so late from him. Beautiful through this second section of the track and down into the final part. Now on the hammer down section through here, we're going to have to see, is that enough for Lucas Gockel? We pick him up. That initiation was so late, and you can see the wobble here between 2 and 3 as he gets back on the power and goes for that transition across. Very, very difficult from him as he makes his way round and over into that outside line. Then that flick across transition out onto the outside edge. Now we're starting to see him push through onto the intersection, but this is all going to come down to whether he was initiated in time for that first section, and that's 2 times in a row. Someone should be there. Lucas Gockel needs a spotter where he can be there saying, you've just got to make that initiation work for you. The overall run was way, way better from Lucas Gockel. We're seeing the scores drop in, but whether he was initiated, it was late, but he did get into one that time. He was not in one at all pretty much in the first run, but he got into it that time. Is this score going to be enough to drag Lucas Gockel up into the big show tomorrow after that wobbly initiation from run one? Scores dropping in. I don't know if it's going to be enough. A 74 puts Lucas Gockel into 15th position for the time being. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out long term for Lucas Gockel. As we go back, it is Paavo Nurmi coming off the line now, the last person from this group coming down, ready to go. Okay, here we go. And off the line comes Paavo Nurmi for his second qualifying run. Absolutely going ham into that section, really throwing down hard, trying to get that car hooked up as he goes through. Paavo Nurmi wants a place in the big show tomorrow. That transition, nice from him, out onto the wall, gets the power down. This is the big section for Paavo Nurmi. Can he get that transition and rotation to work for him into that outside zone? Yes, he can. Gets the power in now. That's not a bad run from Paavo Nurmi. He's going to be liking this score if he can get it down and across the line, which he certainly can. Paavo Nurmi looking strong in that second section. We go back, waiting for this score to drop in. Paavo Nurmi, the last driver from this section of drivers. Good rotation from him all the way through into that section. This is a good run from Paavo Nurmi. Are we going to see him get into the big show tomorrow? Remember, Paavo Nurmi currently sits on 68.7. That was a much, much better run overall, I think, from him. We're seeing those scores start to drop in. It looks like the judges agree with me on that, which is nice. It's nice to know, I sort of know what I'm looking at. As we start to see those scores drop in, it's a big score from Chris Ennis. He liked it by a massive chunk compared to his last run from Paavo Nurmi. Is this going to be enough to pull him up into contention? We have no idea yet where the cutoff's going to start to fall. But that is it. Paavo Nurmi has a score. It's a 73.6, holds him in 11th position for the time being as we start to see things shaping up now. This is how your battle tree look, well, not your battle tree, but your qualifying leaderboard looks so far. Only one person has managed to score over a 90. That is Alexander Jaegard, and his first run was not even in the ballpark of that. So he settles out with an average score 86.9. Remember, Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge, all of the scores are averaged across the two runs. To make these drivers work for it, it means you have got to be top of your game all the time. So, Alexander Jaegard just edging out Mustafa Amini at the moment for that top spot. Then Brandon Gardner and Brandon Patrick hanging on to 3rd and 4th for the time being. I think these guys are going to be nervous because we don't yet know where the cutoff's going to be. But it looks like as we get into these later sections, it could be coming up into the 70s, maybe even as much as the 80s later on. Let's find out. But right now, Alexander Jaegard leads Mustafa Amini, Brandon Gardner, Brandon Patrick, Darren Baker, Guillermo Cabrera doing well to get up into there in 6th position, Jakob Kadavi in 7th, Olaf Eriksson in 8th, Robert Kaczynski in 9th, Joachim Haig in 10th, Paavo Nurmi gets into 11th with that last run that we saw, Dylan Fink in 12th, Vadim Abramov currently sits in 13th, Brett Wolford in 14th, Lucas Gockel in 15th, and Emil Leerud rounds out your top 16 at the current time. Then over on the other side of the leaderboard, 17th is Vikaris Lucas, 18th Danielis Parangauskas, Jack Lyon 19th, Anton Colon in 20th, Ryan Sider managing 37.9. If he'd put together that second run, who knows, he could well have been right up there, but he didn't. And then we've got some guys who failed to make 2 consecutive runs, either from technical errors for Ian Koenig and Sean Hogan, or Misho Siskaridze, also on a different style of tech error, just not managing to put a score on the board. Sad to see Ryan Sider go out at this stage, considering without a handbrake he still managed to get up into the high 70s. We could well have seen him in the big show tomorrow without a working handbrake, and that would have been hilarious. But as things stand, these are your scores on the doors right now. So We had a little bit of a hiccup with that. We got the DDoS attack midway through. We switched to a different server and things seem to be running fine for the time being. So thank you for your patience. Thanks for staying with us. We're going to move straight on. Normally we've set up so that there's a little bit of a break here between Group 1 and Group 2, which is what we're moving into now. But we're not going to have that. We're going to rattle straight on into Group 2. We're running 12 minutes behind schedule because of that DDoS attack, which actually isn't too bad. We're going to roll straight on through and see how things go. In these next few groups, some of the guys that have scored really highly in the past. We've got Daryl Diaz, the last event's #1 qualifier. We've got Jordan. He's going to be looking to try and improve on his score for the last few times. We've got some guys who are here who definitely want to go ham into this section and really score well. And Nestor Jakubal is still to come up in the next group. In fact, your next list of 8 drivers is Cormac Gard, another guy who's good in qualifying. Jamie Healy, he was fantastic in qualifying 2 weeks ago. Josh McLeenan, Anestis Jakublis, Daryl Diaz, he's coming up in this group. Artem Makashenko, Nico Lappinen, and Victor Lecheres. Any one of these guys could well still top qualifying. As Cormac Gard comes to the line, let's go straight back to the action. Magnificent bastard right there. We're seeing comments from the judges. I'm definitely channeling my inner Viltovsky. Yeah, Chris Viltovsky, notoriously a very hard judge to please, and judging from these scores, our guys are being exactly as harsh as we would expect from the great man himself. As we see Cormac Gard go for a tear through here. That is a lovely line from Cormac Gard. Look at the angle he's holding, as long as he can still fill 3. This has got potential all over it. Cormac Gard, nice transition through 4, fills the wall at 5. This is the final section. Into this section has been the crucial part all weekend. Nice extension from Cormac Gard, not using the angle but just using that handbrake, then goes for that transition. Then on that, nicely across the line from Cormac Gard. He has got to be in with a contention. Lucas Gockel in the chat, I must admit that I grew to hate this car. That is such a shame. Because I think that 13.5 has got so much potential, and honestly, Lucas, your runs were starting to really look great in that car. I know that engine is laggy, but you were looking really strong in that car for sure. We hope to see you come back out swinging with those 2 initiations a little bit cleaner next time. As he comes through here, we're seeing Cormac Gard. This was a great run from Cormac. Has potential to put him in contention. Let's see whether the judges agree with that. Cormac stood there. The proud Irishman. And it looks like we're not going to have Jamie Healy. It looks like Jamie Healy is pulled out. That's a real shame because he has been a qualifying master over the last couple of rounds. He's been looking really strong in qualifying. I think this is going to be a good score for Cormac. It's going to put him in a safe spot to launch his second run from. Looks like high 70s, maybe even low 80s for Cormac Gard just from the scores that are dropping in right now. Jamie Healy will not be here. Josh McLeenan is going to be next. Come up to the line. Cormac Gard's score has dropped in. 78.3 for Cormac Gard, puts him into 4th. That's a great jumping off point for him to start to make a push for a top spot qualifier later on as we go back to Josh McLeenan on the line ready to go. Josh McLeenan comes off the line firing out in that Stefan Stefanov replica car. Goes for that big flick. Nice initiation from Josh McLeenan. Doesn't quite feel 1 as much as we would like, but gets cleanly into 2. Tight between 2 and 3, though. This is not the line that the judges want to see. It's been hammered in briefing, and I think he's... Oh, that was crazy. I think Josh McLeenan had major connection issues there. Either him or myself. I'm at 335 ping. Normally that doesn't cause a problem, but Josh McLeenan comes in onto that inside edge. Goes for that transition. That's the big flick. Is he going to be able to hold it together? Josh McLeenan comes round and across the line. Lucas Gockel still talking on the chat saying the S14 is already very different handling. Yep, the S14 is the S13. Very, very different cars to handle. That wheelbase makes a big difference. And of course, also, as we see that weird wheelie from the lag for Josh McLeenan, also the other thing, the big difference between them is the rear subframe. The S14 has much more traction, much more push, and the S13 tends to carry itself sideways more, so you can run at higher angle, but you don't get that diving push from the S13, which is why we're seeing some of those guys in that RPS 13 not have quite the pace of some of the outright other guys. but looking strong there. It's Josh McGleenan, another proud Irishman, with his excellent positioning of his head on on Dwayne McKeever, the Northern Irish Smoke Machine's body there. Fantastic bit of faking across. The deep fake of choice from the Irish drivers. Anestis Jakubal is going to be the next driver to come up to the line. Goes back to running that GT86. We see Anestis Jakubal there. The sun firmly getting up into the sky at Sekia Hills now as we wait for Josh Hartshorn's score to drop in. I can tell you that right now Josh McGleenan sits on a pair of 70s. The hallowed score for Josh McGleenan, 69.1 for Josh McGleenan, currently puts him in 15th position. He'll want to improve on that going into his second run because we just do not know where those scores are going to sit. Let's see what things can be done by Anestis Jakublis as he comes firing off the line. This GT86 very, very fast, goes for that initiation, fills clip 1 nicely, and look at the angle from Anestis Jakublis. He has got that car absolutely raging through there, nicely out onto clip 3. This transition going to be crucial. Gets the flick across, slightly late mainly, but gets out onto the wall nicely at 5. This is a good run from Anestis Jakublis. Is this going to be a new top qualifier as Anestis Jakublis loses all of the lock from that Wisefab equipped GT86 with the 2J under the bonnet? But there, just as I said it, I gave him the commentator's curse through 6, 7 and 8. Just not quite as clean from Anestis Jakublis. That is such a shame. Here we see Anestis Jakublis. This is where the wheels started to come off for him. He got this beautiful amount of angle here, but you can just see comes in early onto that inside line, doesn't fill clip 7 as a result, and then goes for the transition. And because of that line through between 6 and 7, it costs him 8 as well. So this is how crucial it is. This track is set up absolutely. Anestis Jakublis, for this track to run, that line is so crucial. Cannot emphasize enough how important the line is here. You're seeing it in every single one of these runs. These guys are being pushed to come out onto that outside line, get deep into that section, and then come in onto the inside line. We've deliberately placed that clip in a position that means they've got to come out to it and then angle up, because that angle up is a separate part of the track into that decel zone. We want them to flow across, get wide, and then flick the angle on and travel along with that momentum. 71 for Anestis Jakublis. Looking like it's promising for him there. That might well be enough to start to put him in contention. As we see coming off the line, this is the man currently leading your championship. Daryl Diaz goes beautifully deep into 1, almost dropping wheels as he nicely fills out clip 2. Tiny bit deep, shallow for him there, and it's going to cost him clip 3 almost. But Daryl Diaz is a man on a mission this championship. He is your current points leader. Absolute clean sweep for him last round, getting first place in qualifying and first place overall. Winner of round 1 as well in that straight up knock 'em down fight. Going for this big transition. This is not as clean as we expected maybe from Daryl Diaz, but it is certainly not a bad run at all. You can see from the replay just how late we joined Daryl, just how slowly he's got that car set up for qualifying. In qualifying trim, it is all about having that car able to do the job, to be pinpoint accurate, to not lose ground anywhere, to be able to place it where you want to be. You don't need to make up that massive speed score by having your car set to mega grip. We want to see the drivers on the correct line. As Daryl Diaz, we wait for that score to drop in. Your current points leader. And I can already tell you that the judges were not excessively enamored of that first section of the track. I can see Daryl Diaz's score. Is this going to be the start of an upset? As Daryl Diaz gets a 67.6 on his first run. And that is absolutely justified. That run did not have the usual Daryl Diaz flair. That was not what we expect to see from him. That is not the qualifying standard that he has shown over the last little while. As we go back, now on the store, this is Cormac. Oh no, it's not. It is Mr. Makashenko. Sorry about that. That slight delay getting across to him. Artem Makashenko on the line here now. Sorry for the delay in finding you there on the video, Artem. We were having problems there. That was my end. But a nice line from Artem Makashenko into this later section, using that left foot braking to extend beautifully to then get that flick transition across. Artem Makashenko finding a way through that track that we were not expecting to see. As the camera scrolls around, we finally pick up Artem Makashenko just as he drops into clip 3. This transition crucial for him there. Alex Oliveira, thank you very much for the follow. Or sorry, for the like. Artem Makashenko absolutely on the wall through there and nicely uses that extension to get the car positioned for the dive into 7. This could be the start of the upset. Are we going to see Daryl Diaz suppressed massively here by Artem Makashenko? Is he going to be overshadowed? Your current points leader just not finding his rhythm in that first run. As we wait for Artem Makashenko's score to drop in. Artem Makashenko's store, still waiting for that to drop in. Lapidon's on the line as we wait for this score. Artem Makashenko. I can tell you there is a score on the board. Obviously that first section of the track was not liked by the judges because the second section looked good, although that weird use of the left foot brake to double extend. 64.4 for Artem Makashenko. That's what's happened there as we drop in. This is now Nico Lappinen on the line, driver number 40, and then the last driver in this group is Victor Lacheris as Nico Lappinen comes off the line, goes for that big flick initiation, gets into 1. Look at the angle he's trying to run there, comes in a little bit shallow so that he can drive it deep through this section, still ends up a little bit shallow. He must have so much grip set up into that car as Nico Lappinen goes for the flick transition and almost goes around the outside of clip 4. The judges won't like that, but that's the least useful section of the track. This is crucial. This is where we need to see it. And Nico Lappinen gets a lovely rotation up, but he's almost too much grip, too much rotation. Ends up pushed up onto the inside, going through 7 and round across at 8 and over the line. Let's see that. You can see we join Nico Lappinen just coming through. You can see he's tight all the way through this section. I just think there's too much grip in that car because you can see how fast he is through these sections. Nico Lappinen goes for that transition and the momentum carries him clear of clip 4 but out onto the wall beautifully. A lovely wall run there from Nico Lappinen. This transition, look, beautiful angle up, but he's got so much grip in that car that when he jumps back on the power, it absolutely surges up onto that inside curb and then makes life really hard for him, having to waver backwards and forwards up into this section. Nico Lappinen, scores dropping in. Victor Lacheris is the last driver in this group. Does not appear to be on the server. Nico Lappinen, score dropping in. As that score drops in for Nico Lappinen, a 61. He'll be frustrated with that, but you can see where that happened in that section. Nico Lappinen just having maybe a bit too much grip in that car. 61 for Nico Lappinen. Not making it into the clips, ending up tight in certain sections. We want to see these guys flowing through here. I can confirm that Victor Lacheris has not made it to competition today. He is out. That is a 00 for him as Nico Lappinen gets that 61 before, and it means we're going all the way back to Cormac Guard. Cormac Guard currently sat on that 78.3. Cormac in with a serious chance of bringing himself up into contention here. Another run like that will potentially, from the way the scores are dropping in, see him in the big show. Nico Lappinen, maybe not. He's going to have to do a lot of work to come up off that 61, but Cormac Guard goes for that initiation. This is what we wanted to see. Cormac Guard going absolutely as hard as he can, massages the car out into 2 a little bit, but now manages to get onto the throttle, back through 3. Looking good. That is one crucial part of the track ticked off for Cormac Guard as he comes across the wall run now. This difficult, challenging wall run with the acceleration all the way through it. Now the transition across into 6. This is the last bit that's crucial for Cormac Guard. Maybe comes in a little bit shallow. It's a wobble for Cormac Guard. I don't think this is going to be as good as his first run as he makes the flick across. Now gets the power back down, dives onto the inside line. Are we going to see a top scoring run from Cormac Guard, or is this going to have upset him? No Jamie Healy today, so our next driver will be Josh McGleenan. So we see Cormac Guard's replay firing through onto the wall there. Nicely controlled from him. Goes for that flick across, that big transition. Now onto that outside edge. Round and through, well controlled there. Good movement all the way through and across the line. So Cormac Guard currently sits on a 78.3. Now, I personally don't think that that is as good a run from him as we saw in the first run. I think his score might drop down, but I think it could still keep him in contention. As we see it drop into place, Cormac Guard's score, I can tell you, it is a 74.7, putting him in 5th for the time being. Cormac will feel like he might well be safe with that from the runs that we're seeing at the moment. But he will be very disappointed with the fact that he was not able to put that score down. As Josh McGleenan comes off the line, Ian Koenig currently in the drop zone with that 0. This is our first 32 drivers complete. Every one of our 32 drivers has now had a run. As we see here, Josh McGleenan going on a tear here in the way that we saw Cormac Guard losing the rhythm. Oh no! What happened to Josh McGleenan? He shut it down through the transition, and it looks like that is his day over. That is a 0 for Josh McGleenan. Oh, he will be livid about that. Having sat on that 69 and with a good first section, he has thrown it away in that transition as Anestis Jakubowicz comes up to the line. GT86, 2JZ under the hood, ready to go. Anestis Jakubowicz will be hoping that he will not do what we have just seen happen there. That is a 0. Let's see, as Anestis Jakubowicz comes firing through nicely in that first section. Anestis Jakubowicz railing through clip 2, looking beautiful through there. Currently sits on a 71. Is this going to better his score? Is he going to be able to pull himself up into the upper echelons of the scoring program here? Anestis Jakubowicz rails along that wall. Now the transition, this final section, absolutely crucial for Anestis Jakubowicz. Is he going to be able to pull it in? Yes, he is. Just makes it in onto halfway between the A and B line at clip 7, and just again at clip 8. That last section still causing him problems, but I think that score could well pull him up into a higher section. So there we go. So this is the situation we're seeing here with June come across the line. Josh McGleenan sadly craps out there with, I'm assuming, some kind of error for his computer, judging by the way he shut it down. We're seeing the scores dropping in for Anestis Jakubowicz. Daryl Diaz is next to come to the line. Daryl Diaz has left himself with a huge amount of work to do as he goes into this section. But that is not important, because right now we're waiting for Anestis Jakubowicz's score to drop into place. It's 75.7, puts him into 8th position for the time being. 8th position for Ernesto Jacobus. Now, Daryl Diaz sits on a 68. To make himself feel safe, he has got to pull out a 90-plus point run. This has got to be absolutely monumental from Daryl Diaz. As he goes for the flick, nicely makes it into 1. The pressure is on for Daryl Diaz. He's out into 2. This is a much, much better line from Daryl Diaz. All the way through this first section, looking much cleaner. But this is so vital for him. He's got to find every single last drop that he's got left in the tank. This is absolute crunch time for Daryl Diaz to make sure that he's got a chance of getting into the big show tomorrow. It would have tremendous championship implications if he were to go out in the top 32 or even before it in this round. Let's see, Daryl Diaz comes across the line. We join him early on. This is definitely a better run. This is the run we were expecting from Daryl Diaz, and even then it's not as clean as it could be in that last section. We are seeing some of the big drivers really stumble their way around this challenging technical track as Daryl Diaz goes for that transition, gets nicely out into 6, has to drag that wand a little bit, but then rotates up to angle, gets beautifully onto 7, does make it nicely there, and then this is where it's going to be crucial. Round and through 8. This is the run we expected to see from Daryl Diaz. Is it going to be enough? It is going to have to be a huge score to get him safe for tomorrow. It's going to have to be high 80s, 90s. He wants that 99-point run. I don't know if this is going to be enough from Daryl Diaz. That first run really pulling him down, and this is why the averaging system is so interesting to see here, because Daryl Diaz gets an 81.3, but his average only goes up to 77.4. Daryl Diaz sits in 4th position. An 86.7 his adjusted score. He sits in 4th position there. So let's move on to Artem Makashenko. Artem Makashenko, our next driver here, up to the line. As Daryl Diaz manages to get himself into 4th position with that great second run, but that first run leaving him very much open to threats there. As we see, Artem Makashenko gets onto the power nicely out through 2 there. Is he going to use that angle to bring himself in? Oh, he's on full lock. Is he going to make 3? Yes, he does. Uses that left foot braking to massage the car to it. It's not the smoothest of lines, but he managed to make it work as he's getting fully into the wall there. Artem Makashenko trying to pull out all the stops, wants to be in the big show tomorrow. Oh, that's a lot of angle from Artem Makashenko using the left foot brake to keep the car in position. It's going to be really hard to follow, and the thing that's most important, the thing you must remember, folks, is that qualifying is a case of putting together the most chaseable lead line. The higher your score, the easier it would be to chase. That is the whole point of qualifying runs. That's what we need to see. I can see on my teed up screen that's coming in next that actually we're still showing Daryl Diaz's score at the moment. Artem Makashenko comes into this final section. We're just waiting on his score to drop into place. It's now switched over. This is what we're looking for. Artem Makashenko's score slotting into place now. Just seeing it drop in. 71.7 for Artem Makashenko puts him into 17th at the time being. It was a good score, but you can see that left foot braking, that judges saying that that is a difficult run to chase, and you can absolutely see it. The amount of left foot braking in there would have been very, very challenging as Nico Lappinen comes off the 9, goes firing through this first section, gets the power down onto this outside line. This is a much nicer, freer flowing Nico Lappinen. Maybe he's dialed some of that grip back. This looking much more like we were expecting from him. As he comes onto that outside line at the wall, you can see the moment he gets on that throttle, the car's still leaping forward. But this is the crucial bit for Nico Lappinen. Is he going to be able to hold it and massage it in? Yes, he is. Nico Lappinen on a much, much nicer line than his first run. Gets that transition done, rotates, pushes forward onto the inside line, just comes up a little bit short on 8, but still makes it nicely across the line. That's a strong run from Nico Lappinen all the way through this first section. Absolutely what the judges want to see. And you can see how much less left foot braking is being used here from Nico Lappinen. compared to the run before that we saw from Artem Makashenko, which was a nice run in terms of positioning, really beautifully placed around the track, but so hard to chase. And the judges basing all of this, all of our criteria in almost every single drift competition in the world, but especially here with the way that the line and everything else is weighted, is geared around generating a chaseable lead run. That is the number one most important thing. And Nico Lappinen's lead run there, absolutely lovely. Let's see how it works. As this drops in, Nico Lappinen gets a 72.9, putting him in 19th. That first run, sadly keeping his score pegged down. Remember, the averaging system here being the thing that's absolutely crucial, and that has pegged his score down. So our driver standings currently look like this. Nico Lappinen doing a fantastic second run compared to his first one, but only getting himself into 19th position with that averaged out score of 67. However, Alexander Jaegaard still sits at the top of the tree with that 86.9, followed by Mustafa Amini 85.7 and Brandon Gardner 82.5, the only three drivers to have averaged into the 80s. Daryl Diaz somehow managing to pull himself up from a low 60s score all the way to 77.4. He must be feeling like that would put him into contention. Him and Brandon Patrick, our finalists from round one, those two very closely matched in 4th and 5th there, both getting those 77 scores, with Daryl Diaz just a tiny bit ahead. Cormac Gard manages to slop into 6th, and then we're looking at Darren Baker, 74.7 in 7th. Guillermo Cabrera manages to get into 8th position, 73.5. All of these are good drivers, guys, and you can see that the pressure of the competition and the championship weighing down on these guys and their scores. The judges being harsh, that is what we've asked of them as part of our organisational meetings, because the next judge that some of these drivers will face will be Chris Viltovsky, and you have never seen anyone more brutal in judging than Chris Viltovsky. He has got your number absolutely pegged right down. He will be brutal every single time, and here we're seeing these scores representing that kind of judging criteria. All the way through, Enesis Jakubelis, then Jakob Kadavi, Olof Eriksson, Robert Kuczynski, Joachim Haig, Paavo Nurmi manages to make it into 14th, good for him. Dylan Fink in 15th, and Vadim Abramov getting into 16th. That's 69.2. You can see why that score was pegged so hard from all of that left foot braking and that very difficult to chase line. Artem Makashenko makes it into 17th, Bretton Wolford in 18th. Nico Lappinen gets into 19th. We were just talking about Lucas Gockel in 20th after that issue on his first run where he didn't quite make it into clip 1, causing that score to be kept low. Emil Leyrud will be happy he's still in the top 32. He's in 21st, Vikaris and Lucas in 22nd. Daniels Parangauskas 23rd, Jack Lai 24th, Anton Kolon 25th, Ryan Sider 26th, with only one run between him and Josh McLennan, only getting one run in, the 37.9 and the 34.5. A real shame for both of those guys, as they were both on for good qualifying positions. Coming on to track next up, the following 8 drivers: Steve Smith, Jared Snowden, Nathaniel Lamping, Hayley King, who was saying earlier that she's tired, not been sleeping well this week and hasn't practiced the track at all, Buddy Stevens, Jimmy Calavano, Rashandi Andrea, and Dante Rouse. Those are the drivers coming up onto the track right now. Stephen Smith is already on the line waiting while the other drivers load in. Let's see what's going to happen here. Just waiting for the last of these guys to load in now, and then we'll be getting straight on with it. Steve Smith on the line, ready to go. A reminder while we were looking at this, the nature of the track as it sits right now. This is the track that we're on, just so you guys can remember where those braking and decel zones are, the crucial ones. After clip 2, clip 1, you see there is no decel there. You just rotate hard to angle, get on the power, get on your way down the hill. Then after 2, there's a little decel to allow the guys to get into that midline, and the midline is what we're looking for between 2 and 3. Then there is not another one until after that. We are seeing Steve going for it now as he goes for his initiation. Steve Smith has driven this track before as he comes firing through. Steve Smith onto that midline, but oh, Steve has got so much grip in that car, it ends up diving forwards on him there, not able to keep that midline that we were literally just talking about as he makes the transition across into 4. Steve Smith gets the power down, comes all the way through this midsection. Look how fast that car is through that section. Nice line from Steve into 6 though. Is that going to be enough to make up for that error coming through between 1 and 2? This is a better qualifying run than we've seen from Steve in a number of weeks as he makes it round and across the line. And you can see that's the error there from Steve, just coming too tight in onto that gap between 2 and 3. But the rest of the run overall, very nice. Good transition, good run out to the wall from Steve Smith. Gets himself nicely positioned there. This transition good as well, and this decel zone out through 6 nicely positions him. Look how much easier it makes the run up onto clip 7 and onto clip 8 from just being that little bit earlier there on that positioning. Very nice from Steve in the latter half of that track, but he will definitely get hammered on that first section. Seeing that score start to drop in. Steve Smith score. Just waiting on those positions there to drop in. It's a good start for Steve. It's going to be something he can definitely build from. That 66.3 for Steve puts him into 20th. If he can sort that section between clip 2 and 3, he will be in a really strong position there. Steve just needs to get that all dialed in for himself there. As we move on, Jared Snowden is coming through on the line. Jared Snowden on a nice line through here. Minty, oh, and just as I say that, the commentator's curse kicks in. Minty over-rotating, struggling to get himself back across into that position there. Minty now on that outside line, goes for the transition. Good through this section by Minty, but he's not able to capitalise on it. That first section, scrappy from him. Jared Snowden goes for the transition back, looking good through this section now, this latter part of the track, really pulling it together. Very much the same as Steve, really struggling with that first section, unable to get everything hooked up. As we join back through there, the replay will move across. Error from that replay as Minty runs that rev limiter. You can hear it desperately banging off that limiter as he tries to make the transition all the way across and out to the wall. But this is not what Jared Snowden will have wanted to do with that first section. You can really see every part of this track is technical. It is not just one simple thing. As Nathaniel Lamping comes up to the line, or actually it looks like Nathaniel Lamping might not be here. Not seeing him on the server, so we might be skipping Nathaniel Lamping, which means Haley King will be next. As we wait for Jared Minty Snowden to drop in. So here we go. 55.3 for Jared Snowden dropped in there. That is a real shame for him. The latter part of that run definitely had the potential, but him just not able to capitalise on it from that in the first section. As we move on, Haley King comes up to the line. We have no idea how many runs she's managed to get in. She said only an hour ago that she'd done no runs on this track at all. She's been having some sleep issues this week that will leave her feeling very tired. So this is not the kind of track you want to turn up to feeling tired, feeling groggy, but hopefully this will work for her. We want to see Hayley put in some good runs. She's a fantastic driver. Let's see how this plans out for her as she comes off the line. Absolutely hammer down. Hayley King goes for that big flick initiation. That's a nice initiation from Hayley King. Makes it beautifully out to clip 2. This is looking really strong from Hayley at the moment. She's just got to make it into 3. Good massaging of the car there. Using that angle to rotate herself across. Not too shabby through 4 either. Now Hayley's just got to run that wall beautifully. And this is the crucial part. If Hayley can get that line right through 6 and get the slowdown late, nicely uses all of the clip, but just comes away maybe a little bit early. Still makes it into 7 nicely from Hayley King. Now the rotation, is this what we're going to see? Finally, Hayley King get the qualifying position that she is capable of. Let's go back and watch the replay because this was a fantastic run from Hayley King. Not perfect by any means. There's still definitely some room for improvement in that final section by going that little bit deeper through 6. Overall, the basis of a really solid run from Hayley King through this section here. Our only female drifter in the competition, doing the job she needs to do, potentially to get herself into the big show for the first time this season tomorrow. This would really move her up the rankings if she can get a top 32 finish or better, make it through all the way into the latter stage of the battles. That was a fantastic run. Good proximity to the clipping points from Hayley King there. Just that little bit of an error between 6 and 7, just pulling that score back, I suspect, a little bit. Let's see what the judges were thinking of it. We're starting to see those scores dropping in. Just waiting on Chris to amend it. I can tell you that that is a fantastic foundation for Hayley King. First run of this group for Hayley King, 69.7 puts her into 15th position. That is a great start. Just needs to tidy up that latter section of the course and she will be on for a place in the big show, I reckon, tomorrow as we move on. So next up we are seeing Buddy Stevens. He is off the line, goes for that big flick initiation. Buddy Stevens in the PS13 with the LSX Supercharge. That is a total 0, unfortunately, for Buddy Stevens. Definitely straightened and reinitiates as Buddy Stevens comes for that flick. This transition, all of the rest of this run so lovely, but that is going to be a 0 for Buddy Stevens. We won't even go back to the replay on that one because sadly that is a 0 in that first corner. A full reinitiation is an automatic 0. Straightened up, coming through, just got too eager, tiggering around in that first bit there, made himself a difficult job in that first section. And we will move on to Rashandi Andrea. Doesn't appear to be on the server either. We move on to Dante Rouse, who also doesn't appear to be on the server. So it's the Jimmy Calavano we've moved on to. Jimmy Calavano sits on the line. Jimmy Calavano on the line in that E92. Here we go. N54 turbo engine. What many people have considered to be the modern 2JZ, produced by BMW for this E92 chassis and onwards. The M54 engine, very, very good in terms of the power it produces, and in this car it is making almost 1,000 horsepower as Jimmy Calavano takes the danger line, almost goes on a trip to the beach, manages to keep 3 wheels on the track, sends that front end into the air, and now powers through the middle section, just coming up a little shy on the wall. That's going to hurt his score as Jimmy Calavano loses the rhythm a little bit, but now onto the outside. Jimmy getting that car rotated nicely in. Is he going to make it into clip 7? You bet he is. Manages to get that front end nicely nosed up onto the inside line, then powers through 8. Big angle from Jimmy Calavano and across the line. Look at this. Jimmy Calavano gets that flick just a little bit poorly timed, doesn't quite get the send he was wanting out onto the wall, but you've got to admit the rest of this run looking really tasty from Jimmy Calavano. Slight double rotation to inside line there a little bit, but manages to fill clip 7 nicely. The judges will definitely think of that as being a chaseable run. As we go back, we're waiting for Jimmy Calavano's score to drop into place. Don't see a Rashandi Andrea or Dante Rouse on the server at the moment, which means we'll go be straight back to Steve Smith picking things up for the next part of qualifying. Just waiting for that score to drop in. And that is a score dropped into place for Jimmy Calavano. Jimmy manages to secure a 62.7. It's a good starting point. We're seeing that is not necessarily the cutoff at this point. So 62.7, a little bit of an error in a couple of places there from Jimmy Calavano, but managing to make that score work for him. It's a good starting point. As we see Steve Smith coming in, he also takes the danger line. That is not bad from Steve. He takes the danger line, almost goes to the beach, but this is a totally different Steve Smith. Where has Steve Smith been hiding this version of himself? And look at that line from Steve. All he's got to do is get this wrangled in. If he can get the good slowdown that he was getting earlier, this is the Steve Smith. Oh, Joe, the commentator's curse. I've done it. I've given it to him right there. That is absolutely the most depressing part of my day so far, as Steve Smith was on for a storming score, absolutely nailing that run. That's the best we've seen him drive. Look at this line, absolutely rail perfect. Manages to drop that wheel, hook it back in beautifully into 3. The transition into 4 is super aggressive. This is the Steve Smith we've been wanting to see for weeks and weeks and weeks. This is what we know he's capable of from months of driving with him. And then just here, just as I'm saying how well it's going, Steve just gets a tiny bit eager on the throttle, and I don't know, that might be a 0. And that could be Steve's weekend over from that run. Look at how well he was doing through there, through that first section. And I can confirm the judges consider that a reinitiation, as we see Jared Snowden come back to the start line. Oh, Steve. That is not what we wanted to see at all, Steve. That was a beautiful, beautiful run. And then just in the last section, after you did the slowdown so beautifully, just got it all hooked up wrong. Jared Snowden dropping a wheel off the inside, and is he also going to struggle? Manages to just massage it out to the outside edge. Makes that transition a bit like, I'm still reeling from Steve Smith getting that low score from that 0. That is, heartbreaking after Steve was on such a storming run. Competition is a mean mistress. She is a brutal crucible here, and we're seeing that. Jared Snowden, another good driver in practice, just having that problem. Oh, Steve. And Jared here as well. Look, Jared on a great line through the first corner, and then just gets it too slow through 2. Doesn't keep on the power long enough, and the car punishes him, diving to the inside, and it throws off all of his line through this middle section. Not what we wanted to see at all from these guys. Guys we know can drive better than this. That is absolutely not how we wanted to see it. And look, you see here, this transition, nice to begin with from Minty, but then it stalls the car up so completely that it's causing him that problem as well. A score dropping in, however. He will get 2 scores on the board. Nathaniel Lamping did not attend, so we move back on. Hayley King. This is a second chance. This is a pressure time for Hayley. If she can repeat that last run and get another 69, then she's in contention for the big show tomorrow. As we wait for Minty's score to drop in. 47.7 puts him in the top 32 for now, but I think Minty will know that that is not where he is destined to stay. As we go back to our solitary female drifter, Hayley King, on the line in that 2J powered RPS 13. The Stefan Stefanov replica car comes off the line. This is crucial for Hayley King. She drove so well in her first qualifying run. Another big flick, absolutely railed in, gets onto that outside line. Nice from her through there again. This is looking really strong. Gets out to the outside early so she can push through 3. Gets that transition dialed in. Nice through this section. Hayley King on an absolute tear through here. Keep it off the wall, Hayley. That's nice. Now the transition into that outside zone. Is she going to be able to hold it? A little bit of a wobble there, using that left foot brake to massage it. Manages to get in. There's definitely going to be 2 scores on the board as long as this transition doesn't go badly for her. Hayley King in with a chance, and just as I say it, she ends up overshooting on 8. Oh, the commentator's curse is strong today, folks. I have got all of the power. Some drivers here who we really thought were on tears. Steve Smith just said in the YouTube chat he's going to cry, and that's understandable, Steve. You were on for such a good score in that, maybe even high 80s with that run. And Hayley also on another good run here, just getting a little bit shallow on that way into 7 because of just, I think, when you're under pressure in that situation, the stress of trying to make sure that that comes together. You know, she really pushing there and just backed off to try and be on the safe side, and you've got to push deep into that section. But a 70 means that Hayley King slots into 15th position for the time being. Good run from Hayley King. gets herself potentially into the big show. Her average score coming in as a 69.9 as we wait. No Buddy Stevens, so we're going to move straight on to Jimmy Calavano. Oh no, we do have Buddy Stevens. Buddy Stevens on the line, ready to go. Sitting on a 0 from that first run after that big send into the first section. People in the chat, we got Brandon in the chat saying, Ben, can you be silent through my runs, you and your curses? I'm sorry people, it's a terrible cross to bear. It's just, I'm so powerful. You don't understand. As we see, Buddy Stevens getting onto that outside line, looking good through there this time. Doesn't have that over rotation. Sadly, I think that 0 from the first run is going to really cost him. But this is a nice run so far from Buddy Stevens out onto the outside line. We're going to be interested to see where this would have put him had he been able to string 2 of these together. This is a nice line through 7. Some of the best we've seen through 7. Really gets it hooked up, slows down nicely in onto that inside line at 8. Buddy Stevens gets a score on the board, but he's going to be punished for that big send from the first run as Jimmy Calavano comes round to the line. Wow. This group has been one of the most traumatic groups for me in this section here. This has just been something else. I've felt the terrible burden. Here we go. So a score on the board this time round for Buddy Stevens, but it is not going to be enough. We can already tell that he is going to be sat on a 0. 72.3. 2 of those, and Buddy Stevens would have been in serious contention for a place in the big show. It was a nice run from Buddy Stevens, but as Steve Smith, who should have been so far up the order, we see now sits on the bubble. We drop back to Jimmy Calavano going for the big flick. Jimmy Calavano goes for it. He is in a position to potentially get himself up into contention here. Jimmy Calavano sat on a 62.7. Can he do something to bring himself up into the fray today? That transition not going to be helping. He's got to get that earlier really to be in with contention here. Goes for that flick back. Fires the car across onto the outside line. Jimmy Calavano comes up a little bit short but manages to massage it. Can he get into 7? Yes, he can, but it's not the line he will have wanted as he gets the transition across. Is this going to be higher than his 62 from the first run? It's definitely a score on the board. Can he now get himself into the big show? This is it. As Jimmy Calavano comes firing through this section. Good line there from Jimmy Calavano. Not perfect, but he manages to get the car deep across 6, which is what we want, and to see it getting across into 7. That is the last person from this group because of the 0s that we've had from Rashandi Andrea and Dante Rios. Max Hoyer, Justin Breyer, Tim Agee, Porter Stewart-Holmes, Shea McCullough, Gabrielle Viana and Max Galileski are next as we see things drop in from Jimmy Calavano. I can tell you it was a good score from him. It looks like it's going to potentially put him in with a chance. .69, nice, for Jimmy Calavano as he slots into 21st position for the time being. So these are your standings right now. We have scores on the boards already. We now know for sure you will not be making it into competition tomorrow with 0s on the board. It is too tight. Alexander Yegard, Stuart Morrow, thank you for the follow. Alexander Yegard manages to hold on to the top spot still with that 86.9, so another 69 in there, which for everyone who's keeping tabs, nice. Mustafa Amini still in second. Brandon Gardner still in third. Daryl Diaz managed to get himself into 4th on that last run with that big pull-up. Drift Dragon 06, thank you for the follow. Brandon Patrick in 77. Cormac Guard in 6th with a 76.5. Darren Baker, Guillermo Cabrera, Anestis Jakubelis, Jakub Kadavi, Olof Eriksson, Robert Kuczynski, Joachim Haig, Parvo Normi, and then Hayley King, the first person on that list from that last group that we had. Dylan Fink in 16th. So at the moment, your top 16 tops out at a 69. So you've got to be over 69 really to feel like you are safe in that group. And even then, Vadim Abramov on a 69.2 in 17th. So Artem Makashenko in 18th, Brett Wolford in 19th, Mikko Lappinen in 20th, Jimmy Calavano in 21st with his 2 runs there getting 65.9, Lucas Gockel in 22nd, Emma Leyrud still hanging on to 23rd, Vakaris and Lucas in 24th, Danielis Parangauskas in 25th, Jack Lai managing to hold on to 26th, Jared Snowden slots into 27th, Anton Colon in 28th, Ryan Sider, the first of our 0 runs, down in 29th, then Buddy Stevens, Josh McLennan and Stephen Smith with that heartbreaking second run that should have seen him way up at the top of the leaderboard. If he'd managed 2 of those second runs but without the 0, I really think we'd be seeing Steve Smith up in the top 8 right now. And I don't want to rub it in, Steve. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. It is just heartbreaking for all of us to see you put down what was almost a perfect run and then to just lose it at the end there. 6 rides, Ben, sign my forehead. Only if you get it tattooed. So as we wait for these guys to drop in, we're starting to see these guys come in now. Our first driver is going to be Max Hoyer. He's just about to leave the garage. We're waiting for them to come over now. Who do we think? Does anyone think we're going to see some guys topping the leaderboards in this group? Are we starting to get into the people who are going to overcome these high scorers? That is the big, big question. Who do you guys think is coming up that is going to top qualifying? We will be right back in 1 minute when we wait for these guys to drop into the server, and we will be right back there with this very, very soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a second. Okay, welcome back. We're still waiting for these guys to drop in onto the server, but we look to be having some positioning on there now. It is very exciting to see everyone lining up for this. We're starting to see some really great driving from people this week. It's great to see Haley King finally putting in those runs like that. It was great to see Steve Smith putting in some runs that we know he's capable of, except for that sad trigger moment at the end where the commentator's curse gained full traction. We shall see how things play out. I think we've got to be really honest. See, currently sitting on 32nd, it is very unlikely that we're going to be seeing him in the big show tomorrow. But that is not to say that it is impossible. As we wait for these last guys to join in, we want to get on with things. So, in this group, we are seeing, well, for a start, I'll tell you what we're going to see. You can have a little more of my face. How does that sound? So here we go. This is what we're seeing at the moment as we wait for these guys to join in on the server next. Max Hoyer, he's our next driver. Then Justin Breyer, Tim Agee, Porter Stewart Holmes, Shea McCullough should be a good competition from him. This is his kind of track. Gabriel Viana, Max Galileski and Dimitri Mitin. All of those guys actually have been looking strong on these kind of tracks. Then in the next group after that we have Robin Gunningham, the last remaining driver from Team All Show No Go, as Dan Paul is unable to attend this week due to an injury picked up playing football. That's soccer, not hand egg, proper football. And he won't be able to compete. So all of Team All Show No Go's hopes now rest firmly and squarely on Robin Gunningham's shoulders, and that is a real problem because he was having solid state hard drive issues earlier on today and could well have been in a position of problem there. Very snide, thank you very much for liking the stream. It's good to have you here. So we're waiting for these guys to come up to the line. Just waiting for them to join in now. It is Mr. Hoyer first. Max Hoyer is our first driver to come up to the line. Then Justin Breyer, Tim Agee, Porter Stewart Holmes, Shane McCullough, Gabriel Viana, Max Galileski, sorry Max, and Dimitri Mitin. That is who we're looking for. So, who do you guys think from this group can bring it up to the top there? We know we've seen Porter Stewart Holmes do some fantastic driving over the course of the last few weeks. He has definitely been in a position where he might well have been able to make things work for himself there, as we see these guys start to come to the line. This is your start line in position here at Sekia Hills. We are almost ready for this next group. They are joined in now. Let's see what's going to happen as we go through. So here we are, you're looking down the pit straight past Anders Unger, who is our start line marshal. He is in the light up dildo of destiny in that center of the track there. That is our start line banner system, our start line, sorry, semaphore system that you see here. This is the Tsujigiri semaphore. As we see now, Max Hoyer is coming round. Ooh, horrible button to press that. That was awful. Here is Max Hoyer on the line, ready to go. Let's get on with this. We're into this next group. Max Hoyer up on the line, ready to go. Hoyer on the line. RPS 13, 2JZ powered RPS 13, set up there, sat still, ready, in position, wanting to send it. We don't know what the hold up is now, but we've got to get these guys underway. The light goes green. Oh no, don't tell me that Max Hoyer has not put the filter on. We cannot have another 0 because people have forgotten to put on their filter. It's in the rules. We talk about it constantly on the server. Everyone knows that this is a requirement for the competition. Everyone has had this working. People turn it off sometimes to try and get back their FPS. Oh, Max Hoyer manages to get off the line that time. Goes for the flick initiation. This is a big part of it. This is crucial. Gets on the throttle quite late. Max Hoyer waiting for that car to get stable before getting on the power. Now runs out onto that outside line. Goes for the transition now into this section. Makes it late into 4. Does he get into 5? Or just runs the wall and then has almost a massive correction. Max Hoyer not looking confident. It's amazing how destabilizing it is missing that first section when you don't have the lights visible on the car. You're in a totally different world. People who have not done competition just do not understand how mentally draining that can be. So here we see Max Hoyer comes into that corner, nicely set up through there, goes onto the outside line. This is good through here right till this point, then the transition is late. You can see how late it is. Max Hoyer transitions around the outside of clip 4. Doesn't make it as cleanly onto the wall, has a small correction there, now dives up onto the inside here. That was nice in the decel, puts him in a good position to get onto halfway between the A and B line for clip 7, then transitions across onto 8, back on the throttle across the line. So Max Hoyer should get a score on the board. I'm starting to see it drop in, but it is certainly not going to be the kind of score that he will have wanted. Max Hoyer gets 56.3, puts you 26th at the moment. Sorry, 59.7. The driver's corrected there. That's been a correction there. Max Hoyer just not feeling it today. That is a real shame for him. As we move on, next up on the line is Justin Breyer. Justin Breyer comes up to the line. He's in that LSX supercharged powered RPS 13. Another driver choosing this absolutely brutal instant torque 900 horsepower car. Comes off the line cleanly with the dildo of destiny glowing green in front of him. And now here we go. This is the flick initiation from Justin Breyer. Gets nicely out there, angles up hard through 2. That's going to pull him in tight between 2 and 3. It's not the line we wanted to see, and it's pulled him in really tight as he goes for that transition. Tries to get onto that rotation, but just in all kinds of the wrong places through the middle section of that track. Now back onto position, but comes up shy on 6. You can see how much, even with these big power cars, which should be so easy to get back into position, how much this line just punishes people if they don't manage to get themselves in the right place. Justin Breyer makes it across the line, but he will not be happy with that as his first run. And the judges having a look at that, I think they've decided that parts of that were a 0. As we look at it on the replay, let's have another look. See if we can spot that. Yeah, that there, I think they're saying is a reinitiation as the wheels got straight there for Justin Breyer. That is such a shame for him. Really very heavily offline for Justin Breyer. He will not be happy with the way that that panned out. So we've also got a 0 for Tim Adjie as a no-show, so we move on to Porter Stewart Holmes on the line. 2JZ RPS 13 Stefan Stefanov replica car. Very, very popular this year, the Stefan Stefanov replica car, which just goes to show how well built Stefan has made it in real life. Fantastic little machine for these kinds of competitions. Not too powerful, not too fast, not too slow, just right. It's the Goldilocks porridge of cars for these guys right now. As we see, Porter Stewart Holmes gets off the line, goes for that flick initiation. We've seen some fantastic qualifying runs from Porter Stewart Holmes in the past. Porter Stewart Holmes nailing that line, but just comes in tight onto 2 to 3. That inside line, not where we want the drivers to be. Porter Stewart Holmes will definitely have dropped some of his score there, but look at the rest of it. Locked into the wall as Porter Stewart Holmes now goes for that transition out into 6th, comes up a little bit mid-track. This is not the Porter Stewart Holmes that we've seen over the last couple of rounds as he goes for that transition now. Got to get onto the inside at 8. Is he going to be able to make it? No! Oh, misses it completely. Porter Stewart Holmes comes across the line, and that is not where he will have wanted to be. Coming up to the line next will be Shea McCullough, but right now let's have a look. This is where it started to go wrong for Porter Stewart Holmes as he came onto that inside line, just not able to keep that car wide in the position that it wants to be in. And then coming round here, you can see the wheels come off a little bit. Getting that rhythm back again towards the end, Porter Stewart Holmes, but this is not where he will have wanted to be at all. We will see a score drop in for him into this section, but it is not going to be the score he would have wanted. Now that's definitely not his score. We're waiting on Porter Stewart Holmes' real score to drop in. It will be higher than that. I can see in the background a 59.6, putting him in 27th position for the time being. It's something he can build from, but it is not where he will have wanted to be. Shea McCullough now comes up to the line. Shea McCullough, it is 11:15 in the UK and Ireland, 11:15 at night on a Friday. Shea McCullough has a chance to put himself into position. Very Snine, I don't know if I said it when you did it, but thank you very much for the like. And Insa, thank you for the views, for your hosting. I don't know if I said this when you guys. Here we go. Steve is still on the chat talking about his errors. I know that disappointment will be sitting heavy in his heart right now. He's just commented, "I'm such a tool," and you know it's been 20 minutes and it's still weighing on him. As we see Shea McCullough. Oh, don't tell me that Shea McCullough has done the same thing and turned off his PP filter. Shea McCullough on a 0 for this would be a real shame after all of the work that he's done to get himself into position. I think that's a 0 for Shea McCullough. I think he's done the thing, which we've specifically talked about so many times with these drivers. It is absolutely something that we drill with them that they must have sorted. Oh, that would really unsettle things if Shea McCullough has done that. Are we going to move on to Gabriel Viana? No, we've moved on. We don't have Gabriel Viana here. So that is a 0 for Shea McCullough. Gabriel Viana is not here, so we move on to Max Galileski. Max Galileski comes up to the line. Let's see what he can do. The pressure is well and truly on. We're seeing errors from drivers, tech errors from drivers in their actual manoeuvring of the car. Every single thing we're seeing is showing just how challenging competition environment is. If you drift in real life or in sim and you have not put yourself through the crucible of competition, you cannot conceive of how challenging it is to be in the right mental headspace for this kind of thing. As Max Galileski comes off the line when the light goes green, that's a good start to actually make the start as Max Galileski goes for the flick, powers it out into clip 1. Nice positioning from him, brings it in a little bit tight on the way into 2, but gets himself back out deep again to then fire through 4. This is the transition that's going to be crucial. Max Galileski, first transition ticked off. Now he's got to get this line all the way right through here. Now onto this flow, onto the outside edge. Max Galileski, nice there. Just comes up a little bit. Quite a lot of decel to position himself for that inside line, but manages to get the car slowed down, wrangled into position, and he's back on the throttle. Max Galileski on the hunt for a qualifying position. Let's see. Max Galileski coming round into that section. Nice positioning from him through this middle part of the track. Good through there, Max Galileski. A little bit long on the slowdown, but makes it cleanly across the line. I'm getting told that Shea McCullough actually used his 5-minute timeout to try and solve the problem. So Shea McCullough has taken his 5-minute timeout as we wait for Max Galileski's score to drop in. Max Galileski. The driver's being punished for that aggressive left foot braking and for missing out on that decel. 59.6 for Max Galileski in that first qualifying run. He won't be thrilled about that, but that is the score he's been given there. So coming up onto the line now should be Dimitri Mitin. Settles up onto the start line, also running this RPS 13.2JZ. Gets himself in position, ready to go. Dimitri Mitin, his first run of the day. Max Galileski only managing that 59.7. We're still waiting on Shea McCullough's first run. He called his 5-minute timeout as Dimitri Mitin comes firing off the line, goes for the big flick, gets into clip 1. Is he going to end up too tight as well? No, he doesn't. He gets onto that outside line, smooth through there, using that track just a little bit tight between 2 and 3. Nice bit of little dab of left foot brake coming into 3 though, just to keep the car settled. This is a much nicer line from Dimitri Mitin, looking really strong as he goes for that transition back across onto the outer zone. Now that big slowdown, that's it. That's what we want to see. Good positioning from Dimitri Mitin. Didn't quite go as deep before coming to push in as we would have liked perhaps, and the judges will punish him for that little check up at 8, but overall a really strong run. Here you see Dimitri Mitin just a little bit shallow into that section there, but overall manages to keep it under control, gets his timing so that he transitions across into 4. Maybe a little bit late there, the judges will ping him on that as well. But here you can see this section, not quite as deep as the judges would have liked, but a nice line that consistently brings him all the way in. And there, that transition, that's the one error that we see that's really glaring from Dimitri Mitin. Doesn't get the car rotated out to the outside edge and pushes in onto that inside just a little bit too much. Here we go, Dimitri Mitin, the real life driver from Russia. Slots in with a 68.7 into 18th position for the time being. 68.7 puts him on the board. We still don't have a Shea McCullough. We are waiting now to see. We'll go back to Max Hoyer, I think, well, depending on how Anders wishes to play it. Waiting on these scores to drop in. Are we going back to Max Hoyer? We still don't have Shea McCullough on the server. While we're there, let's have another look at that run from Dimitri Mitin. You can see, just comes away from 1 a little bit early, which I didn't actually spot the first time round, and only just fills 2. But this is that shallow section, and the driver's getting punished for really using that left foot brake to control the angle. And that late transition into 4, that's going to have been a problem there. Nicely fills 5 all the way through on the wall. That's good. Then on this transition, you see Dimitri Mitin gets the car slowed down but comes in too soon. That's not what the judges wanted to see. And this transition here sends him a little bit too inside line. He ends up shallow, comes away from clip 8 rather than through it and across the line. So, it looks to me like we might have reached Shea McCullough's 5-minute timeout. That's what we're just waiting on now, for that to come in to position. So they're set up here. We'll be going back to Max Hoyer if Shea McCullough doesn't make his 5-minute timeout. Shea McCullough has rejoined the server, so this is a bonus. We're looking at Shea McCullough now. This would be to meet his 5-minute timeout rule. Here we go. It looks to me like Shea McCullough might have made it to the line in time. This would be a big thing for Shea McCullough. He's got to get that car working. Here we go. He's used his 5-minute. Now remember, that 5-minute competition timeout is only available 1 time over the course of the weekend. Oh, and he's off the line. This is a good start. Shea McCullough looks like he's actually at least going to put in a run. The young Irishman on a tear here. Absolutely nailed in now. Gets all the way out to 2. That's a great line from Shea McCullough through that section. Slots in onto 4 beautifully. This is the thing that's going to be crucial here. Can he get it wrapped round? Yes, good transition through 4 into 5. Now he's on the throttle. Can he get the slowdown done in 6 into that outer zone? Deep goes Shea McCullough. Nice there. That's better. Gets back on the power nicely into 7. Now we've seen people throw it away as they come into 8. Is Shea McCullough going to get back on the power? Yes, he does. That's the line we want to see at 8. That is a great recovery drive from Shea McCullough. As he comes back round to the start, we'll be waiting for Max Hoyer to come on, and you can see Shea McCullough gets that line down exactly as he would have wanted in this section. Max Hoyer will be coming round to the line. Shea McCullough's score going to be dropping into place in a second. This is that crucial manoeuvring here as he comes away from the wall. Now that snap transition, bang, onto that outside line. Good positioning from him there, all the way onto the inside edge. Power, power, power comes through. Nice now. Shea McCullough gets things done. and into that inside edge and across the line. So, let's see. Can Shane McCullough get that score on the board? Is it going to give him the chance to get into the big show tomorrow? I can tell you it is in the 70s. Shane McCullough, 76, puts him in 7th position for the time being as we wait. Max Hoyer comes round to the line. Shane McCullough makes it into the 70s. So, Max Hoyer back round on the line, ready to go. This is it. This is the crucial thing. Coming off the line now, Max Hoyer comes along, goes for that big flick initiation. You've seen him do that flick all day. Doesn't use that second part of the track, but just gets it all hooked up. Max Hoyer on a good line through 2 and into 3. Is he going to be able to hold it? Very, very light left foot braking, not doing too much to slow down there as he gets it rotated, maybe a little bit late into 4 there, but now on the wall, back on the power as he comes firing through. Max Hoyer makes the transition across and out onto the outside line. Now gets the power down, gets onto the inside edge, looking really strong here. Max Hoyer fires across onto the outside line, back on the power. That is going to put him in contention. I think Max Hoyer could well be on for a place in the big show tomorrow. Let's have a look at the replay. Let's come through Max Hoyer. Nice through this whole first section. Through Max Hoyer gets across the line. He's just having a look at some of those scores dropping in, but it's going to be tight for Max Hoyer. He's got that 59.7 from the first run. I can tell you he's definitely going to improve on that 59.7. Whether it's going to be enough to drag him up into a position where he's able to get into the big show tomorrow is another big question, but we're going to have to wait and see. Max Hoyer's scores dropping in. 70.9 brings him up into 25th for the time being. That's a challenging position for Max Hoyer to be in. He will not be happy. That first run has cost him dearly. As we come back through, next up on the line, Justin Breyer and Tim Adjie will not be competing. Both of them are on straight zeros, which means Porter Stuart Holmes, who has previously done some great qualifying runs with us, is currently sat on a 59.7 as well. Both he and Max Hoyer there. So we know Max Hoyer got a 71, that brought him up to a 65.4, putting him into 25th. Porter Stuart Holmes will need to find something in the high 70s or 80s to get up into a position where he'll feel safe. This is a challenging time for him. He's got to get this right. Here we go, waiting on him on the line. Porter Stuart Holmes has been called to the line. Don't know what the delay is here. Porter Stuart Holmes on the line, ready to go. And here we go. Porter Stuart Holmes comes off the line. This is the important thing for him. He has got to find a real large chunk of score that was left on the table from the first run in order to be able to pull himself up into contention here. And I don't know if this is going to be it, if he's managing to get in that tight, but that's much nicer through 3 from Porter Stuart Holmes. Gets the transition done across out onto the outside line on the wall, but Porter Stuart Holmes is in the wall. Oh, and that's a 0 for Porter Stuart Holmes. I can already tell you that is a 0 for Porter Stuart Holmes. We will not need to go to a replay to see that. We will be moving straight on. Shane McCullough will be coming up onto the line next. Porter Stuart Holmes looked like he was in a position where he could have brought that back under control, but was unable to do so. That is a straight 0 for him. He will not be seeing the big show tomorrow. I just got word from the judges that somehow I missed a run completely. I don't quite know how a run happened. I thought Justin Breyer did not put a run in. I thought he was zeroed out because he wasn't available. That is my mistake. I should have gone through and double checked that. Justin Breyer scored a 54 but was on a 0 from his first run, and that was not shown. So he has a 54 and will also not be in the big show. Sorry, Justin, I don't quite know how that happened. I've only got one screen in front of me and you should be all over it. So we move on. We're moving into the 5th hour of competition now. 4 hours up. On we go. This is it now for Shane McCullough. Managed to get everything sorted out in the first run. He called his 5-minute because he could not see the semaphore that has just gone green. He is off the line. He is sending it along that straight. Goes for the big flick initiation. Shane McCullough gets the hammer down, pushes out onto that outside line. Manages to make it all the way through there. This is looking like a strong run from Shane McCullough. Maybe a little bit wider than the judges want to see through there. But that transition through 4 is going to be the first start of things coming on front with him. He has not managed to get all the way onto 4. This slowdown going to be crucial. Can Shane McCullough get it? Oh, he's gone backwards almost into that corner. Absolutely savage from Shane McCullough, throwing down, trying to really get the scores on the board. He does not want to be left out of the big show tomorrow as Shane McCullough comes across the line and rounds out run number 2. Let's see that score drop in. As we see Shane McCullough do that run beautifully. You can see here, this is where he absolutely throws it backwards along the edge. Does not give a damn about that. It just wants the style points. Still manages to get up and in onto the clipping point as well. A great run from Shane McCullough. Porter Stuart Holmes angry with himself in the chat that he managed to hit that wall. I can understand that, dude. It is a shame to see you do it. We love seeing you guys do well in competition. We are not here to slate. We want you guys to do well. We love seeing it when you achieve, and it is a shame to see you go out like that. As Shane McCullough gets his second score on the board, and the judges have said it was not good enough for what they wanted to see. He only drops in with a 62, bringing his score down to 69. Nice, but puts him in 18th position. As we go back to the start, the next person just going in is Max Galileski, who's halfway through that run, just comes through clip 2, nicely round onto that outside line, pushes his way round and through onto that outside section 3. This is a nice run from Max Galileski so far. This is much more what we want to see from him as he gets slotted in onto that outside line. A lot less left foot braking, a lot more control as he comes through. The run's looking faster and smoother and way easier to chase. Max Galileski just misses out on 7, didn't quite get the car angled and pushed forward, and doesn't quite make it into 8 either, but at least we'll be getting a second score on the board, and to be honest today, that could count for enough. Seeing how things are going here. Max Galileski. Very difficult, this track, and you're seeing that from so many good guys really good quality drivers still struggling to get up into that top echelons of the track at the moment as we see Max Galaleski cross the line. Max Galaleski sat on 59.7 from his first run, and this run will definitely, in my opinion, personally, be better than that. Still a lot of that left foot braking coming into play though, and that is going to be something they will hammer his score on. So it looks like we have a score slotting in for Max Galaleski. 28th position with a 61.3. He will be unhappy with that. As we go back, now it is Dmitry Mitin who currently sits on a 68.7. The last person from this group, Dmitry Mitin, the last driver from this group, comes up to the line ready to go. Dmitry Mitin ready on the line. Here we go, Dmitry Mitin, the last person from this group, heading down into that initiation. Big flick from him. Dmitry Mitin wants to get up into the 70s with this run. Nice line from him there. Manages to hold it out wide. Not a huge amount of fluidity through between 2 and 3. A lot of angle, taking that speed out of the car. Gets the transition nicely into 4 this time though, and bang onto the wall. Dmitry Mitin got the power down. Is he going to be able to extend cleanly through here? That's a much better run overall so far from Dmitry Mitin. Now he's just got to get that car wrangled, snap to angle, and rotated onto that inside edge. Dmitry Mitin, very nice indeed. That is going to be a much higher scoring run from Dmitry Mitin as he got everything in row there from what we wanted to see. That is Dmitry Mitin firing on all cylinders all the way through here. Look at that wall run from Dmitry Mitin as he starts to push across onto this transition. This is just about as good as any demonstration of the line we want to see as we've seen all day. Dmitry Mitin really getting that second half of the track nailed, and you can see the difference in the way that the car performs when the line is correct across there. So Dmitry Mitin's scores starting to drop into place. Really good work from the young Russian. As we wait for that to drop in, I can already tell you Dmitry Mitin's score is looking way stronger than his first one. He will have stepped up into the 70s overall with his average score. This could put him in a good position. Dmitry Mitin gets a 73, goes up into 15th. Very, very nice from Dmitry Mitin, and that is the last person from that group. So here Dmitry Mitin slots in, pushing Hayley King down into 16th, but she is still hanging on to the top half of the bracket at the moment, and we are halfway through qualifying. Now, a rule of averages, that means that Hayley King is probably on the bubble for where we're expecting to see things as we go into the latter half of this. 69.9, is it going to be enough? That is where the bubble's starting to shape up, just on the law of averages at the moment. But at the absolute top end of the spectrum, Alexander Jaegard hangs on, the only person to score in the 90s so far. 86.9 is a phenomenal score from him. You've seen how challenging this track is and how harsh the judges are being on getting everything into order. Mustafa Amini holds on to second, Brandon Gardner in third. Daryl Diaz managed to pull himself up into fourth with actually one of the best runs of the day in his second run after that very low qualifying score on his first run. Brandon Patrick hangs on to fifth, the two of them having gone toe-to-toe in round one. Cormac Gard is in sixth, Darren Baxter in seventh, Guillermo Cabrera 8th, Anestis Jakubelis 9th, Jakub Kidavi in 10th. Olaf Eriksson hangs on to 11th, which he'll be thrilled with at the moment. Robert Kaczynski again with 12th, Joachim Haig into 13th. Paolo Nurmi into 14th. Dmitry Mitin slotting in now into 15th with that great second run pulling his score up, and then Hayley King hanging on to 16th place. In the other half of the top 32 at the moment, Dylan Fink manages to get 17th. Vadim Abramov slots into 18th for the time being. Shane McCullough in 19th. These guys slotting in the last few runs, and Artem Makashenko as well. Brett Wilford in 21st, Mikko Lappinen in 22nd, Jimmy Calavano 23rd, Lucas Gockel hanging on to 24th for the time being, with Max Hoyer in 25th. Emil Leyrud still in the top 32 at the moment. He'll be pleased with that, but he still thinks that he won't be doing anything tomorrow as things stand in 26th. Bakaris Lucas in 27th, Max Gelaleski in 28th, Danielis Parangauskas in 29th, Jack Lai in 30th, Jared Minty Snowden in 31st, and Anton Colon in 32nd. That wraps out your 32 for the time being. We are halfway through now with the way that we have reshaped our scoring system. What we're going to do, I'm going to just drop down into the judges chat. In fact, I've got Nui here, so hello Anders, are you there?
Yes.
Hello.
I just wanted to say there's about 18 minutes until we can start.
There absolutely is. So I just wanted to check that that was the end of that group. So we are 18 minutes ahead of schedule. Yes. We're going to take a break now, guys. I'm going to send you all to some adverts. Thank you very much to Anders. We are halfway through qualifying. That is where things are right now. We have made it to the halfway mark of qualifying. We're going to send you guys off to some adverts, and we will see you again at 2300 UTC for the next two groups. So we've got 17 minutes in which we are going to send you to some adverts, and then we will get going straight away from there. So thank you very much to everyone for your patience, and we will see you in 17 minutes time for more of the same. Qualifying continues after these messages from our sponsors. See you very, very soon.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
And we are back. Welcome back to round 3, Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro Season 1. Round 3 is here. We are at Sekia Hills in Japan. Not physically, obviously. It's now a solar farm because, of course, motorsports doesn't matter anymore, which makes us all sad. We're sad. Anyway, irrelevant, because we still have this fantastic digital copy of it, which we are using to full effect at the moment here for round 3 Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge. We are halfway through. We have had 50% of our drivers have gone through, and at the moment we have some fantastic results from the scores. We're seeing people at the top of the leaderboard who we were not expecting to see. Alexander Yegard pushing down Mustafa Amini to hang on to first place. At the moment is the only driver to have scored in the 90s. We are moving straight on to Group 3 of our 4 groups of qualifying. We're just going to rattle straight through onto them now. After the short break we've just taken, thank you for everyone who stayed with us. Thank you for your patience and coming back to us here. We are ready to go now. It is time for qualifying part 2 to continue, or part 3 I suppose technically. This is it. Who do you think, you guys at home, who do you think is going to top qualifying? We still haven't had anyone up into those 90s on both scores. That is how technical and challenging this Sekia Hills layout is, and the drivers are getting punished by the judges being absolutely brutal. So we move straight across to it. Who do you think is going to be topping qualifying here? And in this next group, we have 2 parts of team All Show No Go, Robin Gunningham and Dan Paul. They're meant to be here, but Dan Paul injured himself playing football yesterday or the day before. And that's soccer football, not hand egg. And Robin Gunningham had PC problems courtesy of a Windows update this morning. So we might well be moving straight on to TJ Anders, Cody Norcross, Johan Garcia, Warren Greener, Jared Manello and Brandon Hogarth. That is our next 8 after Robin and Dan. Team All Show No Go, not yet in the mix. TJ Anders could well be our first driver from this group. We're seeing a fair few people not making it up to the start lines at the moment. It's such a shame to see. We want these drivers here. We want to have these good competitions. We want these guys to be pushing hard. And it's such a shame not to see it. We want to see that from these guys. So, as we said, who do you all think is going to be topping things out? Rise in the comments on the YouTube. I'm so gutted. I should be doing my qualifying run now, but got a broken PC. Yep, Rise is out of luck there. As we see, Johan Garcia appears to be our first driver of this group. That means Robin Gunningham, Dan Paul, TJ Anders and Cody Norcross have all failed to make it to the start line. We only have 3 people from this group of 5, and that is it. Johan Garcia is the first one off the line from this group. Johan Garcia goes for that big flick initiation, the journeyman drifter. He wants that VDC license so bad. He's wanted it for years, and he is pushing hard to get it. Johan Garcia comes up a little bit short on that movement between 2 and 3, using that decel zone just a little bit too much. It's more for changing angle and pushing into the middle of the track, but the rest of it is looking good for Johan Garcia as he gets onto that outside line, comes in a little bit, and there's the correction, not managing to get that flow quite right through 6 and into 7, but the rest of the run looking tidy. All of the bits that the track that are weighted that little bit less, absolutely nailed. And unfortunately for Johan, it looks like those 2 parts of the track that are absolutely not weighted evenly. That section there that you just saw from 2 to 3 and that section from 6 to 7, they're weighted so heavily by the judges because they're such crucial parts of the track for the overall flow and for how easy it is to chase, which is the most important thing. Remember, it is number 1 most important thing that we get these guys easy to chase runs. That is what qualifying's about. It's about who is able to put down the most chaseable lead run. Johan Garcia managed that run nicely. Couple of the areas there where it's particularly challenging. Chad Cohn, thank you for the like. I hadn't seen that there. Thank you there. As we start to see those scores dropping in. Weighted nicely on some of the other bits. Johan Garcia's good speed. I can tell you his speed score is definitely bringing him up there. He's managed to get that car dialed in with loads of grip, but that slowdown into 7 definitely cost him a few points. I can see from the way that score is dropping in that it is not a massively high score for him, but it is a 75.3 for Johan Garcia in that first run. 75.3, large amount of that. Look at that speed score, definitely bringing him up versus some of the other stuff. But the style score right down, you can see, and that line score getting savaged as well. A full 20 points, 24 points on the table in that line score alone almost. Sorry, 15. Would help if I could count, wouldn't it, in my own competition. As we move on. Next up in qualifying, here we go. It is Warren Greener. I would really like to be able to move to the correct screen. There we go. Warren Greener comes up to the line, warming up the tyres in that GT86. Here we go. Warren Greener, 2JZ powered GT86 on the line, ready to go. This is what he needs. A good run here. Off the line, going to use all of the lock on that massively powerful GT86. It's got huge grip, but it doesn't generate that grip until it's at quite high angle. So you really see these GT86s running on that high angle as they come through. Nice from him there, then goes for the transition. Really good flick across onto that outside line from Warren Greener. This is strong from him. We've seen him put in some excellent qualifying runs in the past. Hopefully this is going to be another one of them now. And just as I say it, Warren Greener stalls up, has a moment of error from that flow between 6 and 7, which we've seen trip up so many drivers over the course of the competition so far. And let's go straight back and pick that up just as we see Warren drop into clip 2. There he is, coming firing through, and then onto that outside line. This is all good work from Warren Greener coming through this section, but he doesn't manage to get that last section tidied up. There's a big steering correction that we see from Warren Greener that we didn't see from him in anywhere else in the track. You can see it just here, that bobble. There's the correction, big slowdown, big angle correction, trying to get the car to push forward in onto clip 7, and it just did not want to flow for him because he came away from 6 too early. Difficult line, difficult track. Rise now referring to Team All Show No Go as Team Mostly No Show, which is true. Go on, transition. There we go. So here we go, waiting for that to drop in. It's a 69.7 for Warren Greener. 69.7 puts him into 18th place for now. Next up, Jared Manello. Manello moves up. Here you go. You see that PS13 flick in. Jared Manello's been getting some tips on setup for that car over the course of the last few days. He'd been really struggling with that setup before, but look at the way that that car is working around this track. It's looking really settled. Jared Manello on a good line here, fills that clip completely on the wall and then goes for the transition back across. Is he going to be able to use the extra angle in that car with that slowed down? Oh, that's not going to be marked highly. The judges won't like that decel into there. It is not smooth through that section and unable to get out onto that outside line, but manages to make it work and moves across. Let's see as we go forward. See, in that first section, Jared Manello had everything dialed in, looking really, really nice there, and then it all just started to unravel a little bit into the later part of the track, just coming through here. And through that final section, really lost out on some ground, but might now still be in with a chance of a score. And if nothing else, it's a score on the door. As as we start to see that drop in. 67. Jared Manello gets a score on the board. It's a 67. He does actually have something he can build from there, which is the most important thing. As we go back, Johan Garcia for his next run. Johan Garcia coming around to the line now. Oh, and has reset to pits. Cody Norcroft has arrived late. I don't know whether he called his 5 minute. Cody Norcross has managed to make it here. Before we've moved on, I think we'll allow that. Tom Edgecombe, thank you for the subscription. Fantastic to get a subscription like that. Really appreciate it. But next up is actually Brandon Hogarth. Brandon Hogarth is ready on the line, coming up, warming up those tyres. Brandon Hogarth from Taupo, New Zealand. The Kiwi here in that S13.5 with the RB28 under the hood. Get himself in position, ready to go. Here we go. Brandon Hogarth off the line, goes for that big flick initiation. Doesn't get rotated to angle. You can see the lag on the server for Brandon Hogarth as he comes firing through. It's a nice line through this second half of turn 1. Manages to get it out onto clip 4 nicely here in this transition. Very clean from Brandon Hogarth. Gets onto the outside line right on the wall, but Brandon Hogarth's in the wall. Brandon Hogarth manages to recover, but that is... Oh no, that is all over for Brandon Hogarth. There is no way into the big show after a 0 like that. That is a real shame for Brandon Hogarth. We're just going to have to hold on for 1 second. We have just switched camera angles just for a second so people can see this track. We have got a small problem at my end actually inside the building. So I'm going to let the judges carry on. I'm going to try and find you a camera angle where everyone can see the whole track while they carry on there. That is a 0 for Brandon Hogarth as Johan Garcia comes around to the line. But I actually have a small emergency in the building that I now need to go and deal with. I'm really sorry, everyone. I'm just going to have to leave you here with the view of Johan Garcia's run so that just in case anything moves on, and we will get the judges to just put things into the chat, but I will be right back in a second. Jesus. Shit. Right, hello everybody. I've returned. I am incredibly sorry about that. We had a very minor kitchen fire that just needed dealing with. Right, sorry about that. We are back. I'm with you. I have everything under control. Very minor kitchen fire now dealt with. Let's get back to the action, shall we? After all of that, that was more stress than was needed. Let's have a look at how the standings have played out from there. So, from that group, we can see Johan Garcia managed to creep up into 8th position. A strong showing from him. That will almost definitely put him in the big show tomorrow. Johan Garcia getting 76.2, making his way up into that position. So we are going to move straight on with qualifying. Next up on this list is Justin Harris, just in his first run. So we should be up to Philip Prochaka. Philip Prochaka, I believe. Let's get back into the swing of things. Well, that certainly woke me up this morning. A minor kitchen fire is, yeah, it's good. That's you know, that livens things up just a tiny bit. Oh, sound a tad odd. Your mic sounds far away. That's because it was far away. Friday the 13th, it's messing with us all. It's Saturday the 14th here. We got through Friday the 13th. Oh, God. Okay, and this is actually Stefan Radadi. Philip Prochaka got 70.7. Stefan Ridal is on track now. Stefan Ridal is on that track. He's the only person using this IS200, this Altezza, with the 2JZ under the bonnet. And oh, that's going to be a 0 for Stefan Ridal. That is such a shame because the first half of that run was looking really good. Sorry if I'm a little bit out of sorts. That was, you know, that was an interesting experience to suddenly come back after that, off the back of that. Yeah. Yeah, minor kitchen fire. So that just, you know, that just puts things into a rather strange position. But here we go. I'm back. I've got the mic in place again. I'm sat in my correct position. I can see qualifying that's going on. That was a really nice run up until that point. Stefan Ridal just getting out of sorts in that final thing, getting into that 0 at the end. So he's got a 0. We move on to Vitor Clemente. Vitor Clemente, one of the Mustang users, he's set up here ready to go in that RTR powered, that Roush Yates 4.5 powered Mustang with 900 NA horsepower under the boot. It does not have a huge amount of torque. It's a high revving V8 engine with lots of power but not masses of torque. A really nice way to drive the car. It feels in a lot of ways like a turbo car to drive in some respects, so you can really lean on that throttle and feather it, and it doesn't performs strangely. It just does the job, and that was a nice line. Maybe a little bit of an excessive slowdown by Vitor Clemente, but overall a nice line as he gets onto that wall beautifully through clip 4 and 5. Now this transition, this is where we've seen people really struggle. Is he going to be able to drive it through? Yeah, Vitor Clemente going nice and deep and then pushing forwards onto 7, just getting onto that inside line. Now goes for that transition, bang, across, gets the car hooked up and pushes forward. Not the fastest of lines from Vitor Clemente, but that will definitely do a job as we go back to the replay. Here we go, you can see really on this transition, Vitor Clemente getting the power down beautifully on that transition out to the wall on full throttle, no adjustments there at all. And then here gets a nice line, just manages to extend through 6 and then pushes up onto the inside at 7. far as I could tell, the only real problem in that run was just coming through clip 8, just a little bit of a wobble there. Vitor Clemente will now see his store drop into place. Here we go. Next up on the 9, Vitor Clemente being followed by Guillaume Ziegler, who does not appear to be on the server. Meaning we'll move on to Tom Edgecombe. But Vitor Clemente gets a 60. Oh, slots into 34. 60 is brutal for that run, I think. That's because they're refreshing it. It is not a 60 at all. I can see the refreshment happening in the background. I can tell you that is not his final score. 70.6, that's much more like what we were expecting to see from that kind of run. 18th position for Vitor Clemente. That is nice, seeing him slot into position there. But you can see coming away from clip 6 and into 7 and 8, just not flowing correctly for Vitor Clemente there. That last section of the track really needs him on his game to get everything sorted and in. So here we go. Off the line comes Tom Edgecombe, also in that S550 Mustang, that big Roush Yates powered Mustang, hooks in, and oh, Tom Edgecombe coming in way too shallow, barely manages to massage the car out into clip 3, now through 4, a late transition, almost stalling out before that transition, and now Tom Edgecombe getting back on the power. You can see him just running that left foot brake to try and keep everything under control, and has dived in very early, really struggling to get that line to flow for him. Tom Edgecombe not putting down the line he will have wanted to see, but it looks like he'll get a score as long as he doesn't spin out here in the final corner. Yes, he gets it across the line, but that is not going to be the kind of score that he will have wanted to see on the board. As we go back to the replay, you can see it's here where it all starts to go wrong for Tom Edgecombe, coming between clips 2 and 3, really struggling to get the car to pivot in the way that he will have wanted, and struggling to get it to run out to that outside line the way he will have wanted as well. Tricky here as well into clip 6, that flow just coming off. You can see how much side bites in the Mustang. As soon as he lets off the throttle, it just comes to a grinding halt, and that has caused him a lot of problems through there. But let's see what score it gives him. We see Tom Edgecombe still drop in a 54.6, keeps him out of the big show for now, but he can improve that. As we saw with Daryl Diaz, a good second run can dramatically change your standings position. So that is what is going to be needed there from Tom Edgecombe. As we move on, Tanner Doherty next in line. And then Serban Matei. Tanner Doherty, the next driver to come up to the line, followed by Serban Matei. That's everyone in this group then having done their first runs. Here we go. Oh, and Tanner Doherty. Oh, he will be livid with that. Tanner Doherty has been absolutely on fire all the way through practice, and that is going to be a 0 for Tanner Doherty. Just making a mistake on the initiation, having got that car hooked up so well for this round. He was looking so consistent in practice when I saw him. That car just fighting him in that first corner. That one error costing him the whole run there. Is he going to be able to pull it back in together? Yes, he is, and across the line, but that is not the run that Tanner Doherty would have wanted to put down. You can see how much speed he was carrying through 1. Oh, what a shame. Managed to absolutely lose that front end just coming through 2. But the rest of the run so tidy from Tanner Doherty. The rest of it, look at this beautiful transition, lovely placement of the car, great snap to angle. That's some of the best driving we've seen in the latter half of the course. But that is just not going to cut it for Tanner Doherty as he comes through there. I can confirm from the judges' scores that have dropped into place that is a 0 for Tanner Doherty on his first run. So we move on. Serban Matei on the line in the S14.9. Serban Matei, DMVC podium holder. He is a force to be reckoned with on a good day. Serban Matei has not shown us what he's really capable of over the course of the series so far. Serban Matei gets off the line cleanly in the James Dean 14.9 replica as he comes firing along, goes for this big flick initiation onto that outside line. Doesn't really full one as much as we would expect. Comes away from 2 a little bit early as well, and this is tight from Serban Matei. This is not the line we wanted to see. Serban Matei able to get onto that inside line. Good flick transition into 4, but now on 5 on the wall. That first section definitely going to cost him some points. There will be points left on the board for Serban Matei as he comes into this final section. That's much nicer, however. Definitely room for improvement in the first section of the track. If Serban Matei can now hook this up, gets onto 8 cleanly. But that tight line through the first section, let's have a look at that again. You can see Serban Matei comes away from 1 really early and then into this section here through 2. Just slows down so much, comes right to that inside line. Not acceptable in our judges' book there. Now wants to really flow back onto the outside edge. That's much more we want to see, and the rest of this track just absolutely flows together for Serban Matei as he comes through. We'll be going back to Justin Harris next. He's got a 0 on his first run. Serban Matei crosses the line. Let's have a look at that score slot into place. And here it is, Serban Matei's score. Is that first section going to really punish him? Serban Matei's score drops in 76.7, puts him in 6th position. The rest of the course was beautiful for Serban Matei, but that first section was where he lost a lot of those points. There's definitely more room on the board there for Serban Matei to pull himself up into that top section of qualifying. He's already in 6th. There's a good chance here as we move on, and here we go. Justin Harris gets off the line. He's determined to try and get a score on the board with this second run. Gets into 1 nicely. Gets on the power in that big Mustang. Justin Harris on the throttle. Comes out onto the outside line. This is looking much better from Justin Harris, but he's already starting to lose some of that momentum. Having to put the energy back into the car with that throttle to try and get it to work for him. Gets through the transition at 4 nicely. Onto the power. Out to 5. Good movement through 5, but not filling the wall quite as much as he would have liked. Gets the power on later through 6. That's much better from Justin Harris. Is he going to be able to hold it? Bit of a correction there, but not a 0. Now the flick transition to come back on himself as Justin Harris pushes in. Is he going to be able to make 8? Just gets around the outside of it and will go back across the line. Let's watch that on the replay. Just seeing some comments from Tanner coming in on the YouTube. Tanner, I think with that 0, as things sit on the score, I'm pretty sure that at the moment with Emil in the drop zone, Emil Leerud, that there is no way through to make it into the big show for you now, I'm afraid. As we wait for the score to drop in, Justin Harris gets a good score on the board. It's a 66.9, 2 of those, and he would have been in with a serious chance of getting in the big show. But sadly, that is not to be this time around for Justin Harris. As we move on, next on the line is going to be Philip Prochaka. Philip Prochaka coming up to the line. Another user of this PS13. I think that this has got to be one of the most competitive cars at most tracks. This, for me, is the car that I probably would have seriously considered using if I'd been competing this season. It would have been between this and maybe the 14.9. And that's embarrassing for me because I'm talking about not using my own car that we've replicated into game because I don't think it would have been... No, I lie. I'd have used my car. I'd have just gone with it. It would have been weak at round 1, but it would have been good pretty much everywhere else. And this is a lovely line from Philip Petracca, managing to get that car hooked up. Look at that deep movement through 6. That's what we wanted to see. And look how well it sets him up on the inside line for 7, so he can make that transition, send it hard into 8. That's a great line from Philip Petracca in the second half of that course. Just a little bit weak in the first half. Philip Petracca currently sitting on a 70.7. I think that run might well pull him up a little bit higher. We're starting to see these 70s really slot together for these guys. That said, now I look at it again on the replay. There were some big errors in that first section of the track. Maybe it won't be as good as his first run, but this second section of the track was pretty much beautiful from Philip Petracca. Absolutely rails onto that outside line, gets himself hooked up onto this inside section round and across the line. Let's have a look at that score dropping into place. Philip Petracca waiting for his score to drop in. Tanner saying at least he can give it his all. Yes, absolutely, Tanner. We want to see that. I want to see what could have been if that run hadn't gone wrong. And then when we do the debrief after this, I want to see what actually happened. 51.3. Sadly, that puts Philip Petracca out of contention. He will definitely not be in the big show tomorrow. As we move on, coming up next to the line, Stefan Riddal. Stefan Riddal coming up to the line now. In that Toyota Altezza, not Lexus at all, it's a Toyota Altezza, but it is 2JZ powered. One of the less powerful 2JZs, but a really beautiful fat torque curve on that car. Lovely balanced little car to drive, really competitive if you can get it dialed in. It's got the grip to make the works, and it comes through here nicely as we see onto that outside line. Stefan Riddal nicely through onto the outside line here as well. Just comes in a little bit shallow onto the inside section between 6 and 7, Stefan Riddal, but now on that transition, bang, back onto the outside line and back through on the throttle. A completed run from Stefan Riddal. He sits on a 0, so definitely won't be in contention for a place in the big show tomorrow, but it is great to see him throw down and be interesting to see what his score is going to be. See Stefan Riddal going for that big flick transition back across into 8. That was a lovely move through there for him. You can really see the drivers starting to get into the flow of this track in the later section, and just how challenging it is to make everything work in that first half really brings it all together through that section. So Stefan Riddal on a 0 from the first run. Here we go, waiting for that score to drop in. You can see it just starting to drop in the background. Should be coming up onto your screens now. There we go. That is a score for Stefan Riddal. Gets a 59, putting him into 46th position with the averaging score across the board. That is a shame. That was good for him, though, looking strong in that position as we move on. Tom Edgecombe, I believe, is next. Sorry, no, I'm wrong. I am wrong. It's Vito Clemente. Vito Clemente comes off the line, moving fast in that big Mustang, goes for that flick. Vito Clemente sat on a 70.7 at the moment, goes for a much higher score, but he comes up shy, comes on onto the inside edge, doesn't manage to get onto that full mid-line that we're looking for, but the rest of this run looking solid as Vito Clemente gets the power down, absolutely throttle to the floor through this section. Great control from Vito Clemente, comes deep, uses the left foot brake to try and come in, but he just mistimes the angle up, comes away from 7. That's going to cost him some marks there because we just need that to be perfect, but it then costs him 8 as well, and you can really start to see how one error into that final section daisy chains into 3 clips just not hit correctly. It builds up that quickly as you go through that section. Fantastic there as he comes through this big change of direction here. That you can see all the way through that section. That is where it starts to fall apart for Vitor Clemente, 70.7 in the first run. I don't think he'll better that in the second, which is going to be a shame for him. It's going to pull his score down a little bit, but he might well still be in contention for a place in the big show. At the moment, the cutoff very, very low, down into the 60s. And we're seeing here Vitor Clemente does get a second score on the board. This is going to be the interesting thing. What are we going to see it be? 61.3 puts Vitor Clemente into 27th position. So that shows you just how low some of the scores have been over the course of the day so far. Vitor Clemente losing out in that second run, not as tidy as his first run. That second section really punishing him for some of those wayward maneuverings through that last section and dropping his score down. But you can see we are still seeing the cutoff into the low 60s, into 27th. In fact, it's still in the 50s at the moment, the cutoff. Here we go. Tom Edgecombe tries to throw hard through this section. Tom Edgecombe currently sat on 54.7. If he can pull this run together, then he has a chance of moving up. But this is a lot of left foot braking. We saw other drivers getting punished for this amount of left foot braking, keeping the speed down all the way through this section. It's got to be a chaseable run. Remember, the higher the score, the more chaseable the run is considered to be. That's fundamentally what it boils down to as you're going through all of this section here. As we see Tom Edgecombe flick hard across onto the outside line, tries to get it to push forward, misses out on 8 just a little bit as well. Tom Edgecombe struggling with that big Mustang round this track. I think the best score we've seen from the Mustang so far was actually from Ryan Sider, who didn't have a handbrake, and he was at 77.7. Ryan Sider managed to do that and then pulled out of competition with that mechanical problem of not having a handbrake. Wanted to be fully fighting fit when he came back for competition. But here, Tom Edgecombe sat on that 54.7 from the first run. It does look like he might go up a bit on that score. It was better in places for sure, Tom Edgecombe, on that second section. But now we start to see that score drop into place. Here we go. No, that's Tanner Doherty. We're waiting on Tom Edgecombe's score. I can tell you we got a 63.7, which put him on 59.2. We're moving on now. We're going to watch Tanner Doherty's run, which is still underway. Oh, that's a problem because that didn't update in time as we see Tanner Doherty get underway through this last section. That is such a shame because we wanted to see him throw down through that first part. Let's see if we can get back to that replay as quickly as possible. Why did that not work? Where was the... That's incredibly frustrating. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know why that sometimes doesn't work. Oh, and the score stayed up the whole way through. Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed. You useless piece of software. I'm so sorry, Tanner. That last section was a fabulous run. I really wanted to see how that worked. Thank you to the Streamlabs software on my tablet. Did not switch between screens at all. We move on. Serban Matei's on the line as we wait for Tanner Doherty's score to drop into position. Seriously, transition, why don't you? Absolute keg of rubbish. 65 puts Tanner into 45th. Now, if he'd managed 2 of those scores, sadly he got a 0 in the first run. If he'd managed 2 of those scores, then he would have been able to get into the big show, most likely, as things stand. But here we go, Serban Matei. This is a man on an absolute mission. Serban Matei on a 76.7. Doesn't go in as tight this time. Is this going to be the chance for him to push up the views through this section? Is he going to be able to push up that score as he gets onto the outside line nicely through that section? Hammer down, goes for the transition across into the outer zone. Serban Matei on a tear here, trying to really stamp his authority on this. He wants to be up at the sharp end of the field. Just came up a little bit shy on 7, so improvements in some areas, dropping down the order a little bit in some others as Seb Matei comes across. That is not the run he will have wanted. There was definitely more in the tank for Seb Matei there, as you see. He comes away from too early, does get that midline this time, and you can see how fast he is through 3, 4 and 5. That is a great run from him in places, but unfortunately Serban Matei not managing to string everything together from both halves of both runs. So we see a good first section from the second run and a good second section from the first run. So he has ended up in this strange position where I just don't think he's going to be scoring where he thinks he's going to be scoring. We're waiting for that score to drop in. That is not his final score, I can confirm. Tanner on the YouTube, just FYI Ben, I dropped a tyre on entry but was lit. Yeah, and I'm sorry, I don't know why that didn't work. But we are waiting for this to drop into place now. I don't know why the system doesn't sometimes work. It's just one of those things, one of the foibles of working with computers in this environment. But hey-ho. So we wait for Serban Matei's score to drop in. I can tell you that it is not as good as his first score by the looks of things. Or it might be a slight improvement. Serban Matei gets a 78.6, putting him in 4th position. Serban Matei not able to put together the full run that we were expecting to see, and that means that these are your scores standings as they sit right now. Alex Yegard still at the top of the leaderboard with that 86.9, followed by Mustafa Amini, Brandon Gardner, and then Serban Matei slotting in just above Daryl Diaz. Look at that. We're seeing some of the championship contenders only getting into the 70s here as Brandon Patrick now dropped down to 6th. Those two having had their fantastic fight at the beginning of the season. Cormac Gard doing well to hang on to 7th. Warren Greener in 8th. Johan Garcia slotted into 9th. Darren Baker in 10th. Guillermo Cabrera in 11th. Anestis Jakublis in 12th. Jakob Kadavi in 13th. Olaf Eriksson in 14th. Robert Kaczynski in 15th. And Joachim Haig getting into 16th place for the time being. Pablo Normies in 17th, Dimitri Mitin in 18th. Hayley King manages to hang on to 19th for the time being. Obviously, we've still got a lot of people left to run. She was hoping to stay in that fight this time round. Dylan Fink in 20th, Vadim Abramov in 21st, Shane McCullough in 22nd, Jared Manello in 23rd, Artem Makishenko in 24th. Brett Wolford hangs on to 25th. Mikko Lappinen in 26th. Vitor Clemente creeps into 27th at the moment for the time being. We'll see how long he manages to hang in there. Jimmy Calavano gets into 28th. Lucas Gockel still in the top 32 in 29th. Max Hoyer in 30th. Emil Leyridge still in 31st. And Vikaris Ilyuka slots into 32nd with a 65. So this is what we've got for the time being. Mr. Dope, 1080p next time. That would be lovely. For some reason, we cannot output onto YouTube at anything higher than 480. We do not know why. It is on the Twitch in a higher resolution. We don't know why YouTube is insisting on only outputting to that. They seem to have capped it for something, for some reason at the moment. So that is your top 32 as things sit, but we still have many more drivers left to come. That is the reality of the situation. So we are in this position at the moment. Still a large number of drivers left to come. We have got this top 32 dialed in, but at the moment, as you saw from those scores, it is a very low cutoff for where things are in the bracket. We're waiting for people to really start to push those scores up, and it's just not happening. That perfect line escaping our drivers at the moment. Only one driver has managed a 90, and that was only 190 that they managed to achieve. We have not seen the high scores that we were expecting to see. This is our judges channeling their inner Chris Viltovsky, where you must remember, no one is perfect. You can never be perfect, and you can certainly never be perfect enough for Chris Viltovsky. So we move on into another qualifying bracket. The guys that you've got coming up now in this next section are, from the top down, we are looking at Mark Pretty, Jordan Fry, Stephen Jarboe, Tyler Leach, Hayden Shepherd, Adam Lake, Taylor Bowles, and Zura Diasamidze. Now, Jordan Fry, one of the drivers that went on an absolute tear at round 2, really did well at round 2 at Three Sisters. Will we see him manage to do the same here? He has been getting great results out of that GT86. It'll be fantastic to see him. We're waiting for those guys to load into the server now. Let's go straight back to the action as soon as they're in. So here we go. Mark Pretty comes up to the line. The first of our drivers from this group ready to go. The lights go green on the Dildo of Destiny. Mark Pretty comes off the line. And he is underway as we see this go. Mark Pretty gets that fire into that initiation. Absolutely rails it all the way to the outside to that little bump at clip 2. Manages to get onto that. Now up through 3. This is where we're going to see Mark Pretty did some great work at round 2. Sorry. Is he going to be able to repeat that at round 3 as he comes firing through? Mark Pretty onto that outside line. Is he going to be able to finally get onto that outside zone that the judges are talking about? No, not quite. Comes away from it a little bit soon. The judges really want the drivers to flow through that section round and across the line. Let's see as we go back. Trying to see Mark Pretty, does he manage to get out to that outside zone? Not really, it's not quite good enough to really fill that outer zone as he drops in onto that inside section. Manages to get it out there through clip 8, but it's not going to be the score that he will have hoped. There's more on the table from Mark Pretty, we've seen this. As things stand, we do not have Jordan Fry on the line. Is Mark Pretty going to get the score he wants? Where is Jordan Fry? Mark Pretty gets a 70.9, slots into 18th position for the time being. Mark Pretty on that 17.9. Now Jordan Fry is absent. We have not got a Jordan Fry, and I don't think we have a Stephen Jarboe either. We are just not seeing that work from these guys. Tyler Leach is going to be the next driver. That is a real shake-up of things here as we see Mark Pretty's score just disappear off your screens there. So, where are these guys? Especially Jordan Fry, who is in the hunt for a championship license for VDC. So we're going to move on. We don't have a choice. We're going to move on. Tyler Leach is going to be next. One of the drivers of the SN95 Mustang. Very different in the way that it handles the S550. A hugely different chassis, but a lot of fun to drive. If you guys are looking at getting involved with stuff, then don't forget to have a look at the Tsujigiri Pro Pack. Come and try these cars for yourselves. They're all available to download. You can go via the YouTube link and get them there. That's the official download for them. Please don't use Vozan. Vozan do not have permission from us to use our stuff. As it comes onto the outside line, Tyler Leach on a great line here in that Mustang, looking really controlled as he fires it through onto that outside section. Now gets the transition, but just misses out on the transition into 4. The judges have not been pushing 4 that harshly. They've been really crucially looking on 2 to 3. And this section here is Tyler Leach throws backwards and then comes up onto the rumble strip a little bit onto the inside edge there, but this is a savage run from Tyler Leach. It's got all of the flair in the world. Are the judges going to reward him on the line as well? Let's have a look. I can tell you there's been a correction. Mark Pretty scored a 78. He scored a 78. That went public with the wrong score. He got a higher score than that, which sounds much more reasonable, because I thought that was a good run from Mark Pretty. But we're seeing a great run here as well from Tyler Leach. Is he going to be able to capitalise? That was a huge entry there. Just ends up slightly on the rumble strip. Isn't able to make the car move quite the way he wants to through there. But overall, a fantastic line through that section. Let's have a look. Wait for those scores to drop in. hyped for handbrakes is number 32, Polar Fox Plays. Yes, it is at the moment. Tyler Leach's score drops in. It's a 72, putting him into 16th position. That is a good score for Tyler Leach for the time being. As we move on, Hayden Shepherd is next. He's on the line in the Mustang, launches that big S550. So 2 Mustangs, 2 very different handling chassis, as Mr. Shepherd gets on that throttle, absolutely hammered down Hayden Shepherd as he gets into that inside line, just a little bit tight. You see that big Mustang struggling to get out to that outside line because it's got so much grip. Oh, and Hayden Shepherd uses that grip, gets too much of it on that transition. The car absolutely firing forward as he gets back on the throttle, running out onto this outside line. Is Hayden Shepherd going to be able to hold on to this? Yes, he does, but that's a lot of left foot braking and a huge decel there. That's going to get marked down very aggressively by the judges, and he misses 8 as well. All of that run looking so good through the first section. Hayden Shepherd just loses out on as things progress through the rest of the run. Absolutely savage attempt by Hayden Shepherd to try and get that car working, but you can see just how much grip it had. Forced its way forward through that section, really struggled to stay wide. Hayden Shepherd's scores start to drop in. I can tell you it's not going to be what he wanted to see. It's a 62.7 for Hayden Shepherd. Currently keeps him outside of the top 32. As we move on, the next driver to come up to the line is Adam Lake. Adam going for that RPS 13 2JZ car. He is ready to go. Keeping that movement nicely into there from Adam Lake. On the power, flows beautifully through 2. This is much more what we want to see, this line from Adam Lake as he gets out onto 3. Now the transition crucial into 4. Good pivot on that transition. Now gets right out to the wall. Adam Lake taking every single last millimetre of the available space. Gets that line deep. Is he going to be able to get back on the throttle? Adam Lake nicely up onto that inside line. Goes for the transition. Is this going to be a new top qualifier from Adam Lake? It's a strong run for sure as he comes through and across the line. Let's look at that again. Savage run from Adam Lake. You see, flowing through. Beautiful flow through the first section of that track. And from here on, out to that wall. It does not get any more aggressive onto the wall than that. Adam Lake losing all of the flex available in that rear bumper to then get himself positioned. Maybe he just comes up a little bit short on that drive through onto the inside line, but this is a fantastic contender of a run from Adam Lake. Let's go straight across, see what his scores are. I can tell you they're dropping in and they are generous already. They're looking strong. They're not top qualifying stuff. That line into the final section still catching some people out, but that was very, very good as we wait to see if Taylor Bowles is ready on the line. Another driver in the 14.9. Oh, hey, the bots are here. Yay. That is a 75.3 for Adam Lake, putting him into 10th position at the moment. He'll be happy with that as a starting point. He'll want to just perfect those last couple of little maneuvers into those corners to get that really well dialed in. Let's see now as we go on to this next run. This is the first run for Taylor Bowles. Comes off the line, gets the hammer down, goes for that flick initiation. Taylor Bowles onto that outside line nicely there. Really sets the car up well, beautifully, but oh, just as I say that, I think he's over-angled. He's going to struggle, having to use loads of left foot braking to force the car out to 3. Now he's through 4, back on the power. Car looks hooked up through this section, really looking maneuverable as he goes back onto the gas, comes firing through, out onto the outside line again from Taylor Bowles, manages to get the car wrangled in, dials back in that grip, pushes up onto the inside edge. Good transition from him here, but just misses out on 8. That is going to be a frustration for Taylor Bowles, not able to get that car onto the inside line. And you can see here we join him just as he goes through that massive amount of left foot braking. Really good line through this last section. And the bots have been dealt with. Thank you very much to whoever just did the moderation there. As we see, we're now waiting for Taylor Bowles' score to drop into place. Taylor Bowles, the last person from this group. Be going back to Mark Pretty afterwards. Taylor Bowles' score dropping into place now. Chris Ennis particularly harsh with his scoring on that one. But it gets Taylor Bowles a 69.6, putting him in 23rd at the moment. 23rd position for Taylor Bowles as we go back. I think the next driver up, we were meant to have Zuradai Samidzi. I'm not sure if he's here. Zuradai Samidzi not on the server. Aha, Zuradai Samidzi is here. Zuradai Samidzi is here. He's just managed to get onto the server in time for his run. Good to see Zuradai Samidzi, because it would have been a shame. He is a great qualifying driver. We've seen some fantastic runs from him over the course of the championship so far. Zuradai Samidzi comes round to the start line in that purple LSX supercharged, powered PS13 Sylvia. Onto the line, ready to go, and this is it. Zuradai Samidzi is underway, gets off the line cleanly. Here we go for Zuradai Samidzi. Is he going to be able to throw down a good run here? Nice initiation, maybe a tiny bit late. I really hope he doesn't get a 0 off the back of that late initiation. But look at this line from Zuradai Samidzi. Fantastic midline through there. That's exactly what we want to see. Good angle coming through 3, gets the flick across, done into 4 nicely there. Zuradai Samidzi right out on the wile. That's brilliant. Oh, but he's clipped the wall. Just as I say it, Zuradai Samidzi clips the wall, manages to gather it back up, but I don't know. I think that judges might decide that that was a reinitiation, but that was a desperate attempt from Zuradai Samidzi to keep it out of the grass. That is going to be a real shame if that is the end of his weekend because of that error. Let's go back and watch it again. Zuradai Samidzi pushing out onto that line, looking really strong through this section. This is fabulous. The transition's nice and snappy, and then gets into the wall, doesn't get the car pushed forward, just catches the end, makes that correction, hooks over the grass on the inside. Is that a 0 for Zuradai Samidzi? I can confirm that it is. That is a 0 for Zuradai Samidzi. We will not be seeing him in the big show tomorrow. You cannot have that kind of mistake and still make it through. That is such a shame from him, because that run was looking storming from Zuradai Samidzi. As we go back, Mark Pretty on the line, ready to go. Comes off the line in that S14.9 James Dean replica with that aftermarket livery done for it just for our competitions. As we see, Mark Pretty gets right out into that outside zone. Really nice from him. Just a little correction in that braking area. Remember, if you've looked at our track map, that is allowed, but comes up short on 3. Just a little bit too much. He didn't need to take that much power out of the car. Not enough momentum in it to make it through 3, and that cost him 4 a little bit. But this is the crucial bit. This is the hardest part of the track, where the judges are being the most aggressive on their scoring. Mark Pretty puts down a solid run. Is it going to be enough to get him into the big show and safe for tomorrow? Let's have a look. We go back to the replay. You see here, this is where he just starts to lose it. He took too much energy out of the car, couldn't make it all the way cleanly to 3, and it meant that his line into 4 was compromised. But all of this latter section, this through here on the wall ride, lovely, lovely, lovely. Then this transition, is he able to hold it? Just comes up a little bit shy, has to then put that power back in. It's not a perfect line, but it's a good line, enough to be chaseable from Mark Pretty. Is he going to be through to the big show tomorrow? Let's have a look. The scores are starting to drop in. It could be enough. As we see Mark Pretty's second score sitting on a 78 from the first run. Looks like the scores are in. Mark Pretty gets a 78.3, putting him into 4th. Mark Pretty doing the work he needed to do there. Well done from Mark Pretty. That's a fantastic drive by him to get into that position. Now, we don't have Jordan Fry or Stephen Jarboe. We move on to Tyler Leach here. Tyler Leach on the line in the Mustang SN95 with that supercharged V8 under the bonnet, that instant torque V8, a very different driving experience to the S550 Mustang, the other Ford in the pack. As he comes off the line, this is Tyler Leach, goes for that double flick. Oh, he was not really allowed to do that. The judges will probably be marking him down as he ends up with that big angle, but it might just be because the car was manoeuvring to the middle of the track. We'll have to go to the judges and see in a minute. As Tyler Leach, the rest of this run looking good, but the bobble over the bounce there causing him some issues. Unable to get the transition done exactly when he wants to. Tyler Leach flicks across, goes for that big deep maneuver into the position on the outside line, nicely cuts back in onto 7, then goes for the transition. Now this is going to be crucial. Tyler Leach has to punctuate this run with a nice run through 8. Yes, he does indeed. That's a good run from Tyler Leach. Let's go back and see that first corner. That's going to be crucial. Did he mangy into that first corner? Let's see, as we go back on that replay, this is going to be an interesting one. It could well be a 0. The judges are discussing it at the moment. It is not a 0. I can see a score dropping into position. Just waiting for that score to update. I can see there is an error in the scoring at the moment. Do not look at that score right now. And there we go. Tyler Leach does get a score of 73.7, putting him into 16th position. We're starting to see some good scores dropping into place now. This is good from these guys in the latter half of the championship positioning at the moment. Hayden Shepherd is next. Hayden Shepherd up onto the line in that S550 Mustang. So two very different Mustangs back to back. Here we go. The guys are lined up and ready. Hayden Shepherd in that big S550 NA powered Mustang gets off the line. He is sat on a 62.7 right now. He will desperately need to make up some of that performance. It's going to have to be a killer run from Hayden Shepherd. And oh, as I say that, he gets onto that outside line beautifully, gets the car dialed in. This is the transition he was looking for. Can he get into 4? That was nice into 4. Gets the power down, doesn't quite get into the wall. Oh, he's into the wall. He's into the wall. Hayden Shepherd is going to 0 out in the wall. The car is out of the round. There is no way he's going forward off that. What a shame to see. Adam Lake is next. As Hayden Shepherd will have to revisit that mistake in his mind a little while. That is such a shame to see because that was a storming first section from Hayden Shepherd. Adam Lake, driver 787 on 75.3 at the moment, comes out to the line. We wait to see these guys. Hayden had frame rate drop. That is such a shame because it was looking like such a stellar run up until that point. This is the thing though, in the same way as you have mechanical failures in real life, we see these mechanical errors effectively dropping in these positions. And here we go. We are seeing Adam Lake going on another killer run so far. He really wants to be up in the mix. Adam Lake on a lovely line through turn 1. This is it now onto the middle section. Is the pressure going to get to him? Can he keep it out of the wall? Adam Lake, phenomenal wall run through there. Gets that angle up to get the transition. Goes deep. Much, much deeper. That's the line they will judges want to see as he hooks it round and in. This looks like a fantastic run from Adam Lake. Are we going to see a new points leader at Adam Lake as he makes it across the line? Is this your new number one qualifier? Adam Lake on a storming run through here. Hayden Shepherd, oh man, so sorry to see you had those frame rate drops. It's such a sadness to see you go out. I thought you were on for a killer run there that was going to see you in the big show tomorrow. Really does suck, you're absolutely right on the YouTube chat there. But Adam Lake, where has this come from? Where we've been waiting to see Adam Lake do these kinds of runs for a long, long time. Adam Lake on a 75.3. Alexis 80666, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Just waiting for Adam Lake's score to drop into place. I think we have it. I can tell you that score has been updated. 74.3 puts Adam Lake into 11th position. 11th position for Adam Lake. That is a strong position for him to be in. He will be very, very happy with that. As we wait, the next driver on the line should be Taylor Bowles, but he doesn't appear to be on the server. Something has happened to Taylor Bowles. Maybe he's called his 5 minute. We will move on. Zuradisa Midzi is on the server. Zuradisa Midzi comes up to the line. This is his second run. Do not know what happened to Taylor Bowles. Oh, Taylor Bowles has just sent me a message saying that his power went out at the hotel he's staying at and he can't get back on yet. That is such a shame. Taylor Bowles was in with a chance. As here we go, Zuradisa Midzi is just doing this to show what could have been. Zuradisa Midzi unable to get into the big show tomorrow after that error in run 1. But look at this from Zuradisa Midzi. This is a man who would have been in with a shot. That is the brutal nature of this averaged qualifying as Zuradisa Midzi puts on a show for people. Look at this from Zuradisa Midzi getting the line absolutely on point. Pushes forward beautifully into clip 7. Now into that transition. Is he going to be able to make clip 8? Oh, he is. That is undoubtedly the run of a man who would have been in the big show tomorrow had it all gone wrong. So let's see. Let me see that replay. Coming through. Look at this. Zuradisa Midzi, absolutely a man on a mission here. Comes nicely through into this section. We wait for this to drop in. Zuradisa Midzi. Sadly on a 0 from his first run. Who knows what could have been? Because this is a good score for Zuradisa Midzi that's dropped in from Bobby Hill. Another good score from both of the other judges. I can tell you that Zuradisa Midzi 75.4 got him into 45th with the averaged qualifying. But Zuradisa Midzi with that score would have been right up into that top 10 had he managed to do 2 runs like that. That is such a shame to see someone go out from that qualifying format, but it is what it is. It is deliberately like this. We want to push people to be the best they can be, and they've got to be consistently good. Now that means that right now this is your score. The cutoff is Lucas Gockel at 65.9. The entire top 32 is spread between 65.9 and 86.9. There is 21 points across the whole top 32 right now. It is tight at the top. Alexander Jaegard still the only person to have made it into the 90s on his score. Alexander Jaegard, currently the gold standard for this event, followed by Mustafa Amini, Brandon Gardner, Mark Pretty, Serban Matei, Daryl Diaz, Brandon Patrick, Cormac Gard. That's your top 8. Then Warren Greener to Johan Garcia, Adam Lake, Darren Baker, Guillermo Cabrera, Ernestus Jakubelis, Jakob Kadavi, Tyler Leach. Then into the other half of your top 32, Olaf Eriksson, Robert Kuczynski, Joachim Haig, Parmo Normi, Dimitri Mitin, Hayley King hanging on into 22nd, our only female competitor managing to do well to get into there. Dylan Fink, Vadim Abramov, Shay McCullough, Jared Manello, Artem Makashenko, Brett Wolford, Nico Lappinen, Vitor Clemente, Jimmy Calavano, and then Lucas Gockel rounding out that top 32. That's how things sit right now. We have seen people who are in championship contention not make it to the start line in time, and we are having some interesting times because of that. In the next group, Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, Josh Oxley, Walters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blas. We already know Jordan Taylor is not going to be making it to the line. I think Anthony Norfolk is in that group as well. He is indeed. So this is really tight stuff at the top. So here we go. I can confirm that the curse of Friday the 13th did put Taylor Bowles out of contention. His hotel power went off midway through that event and he lost all power there, so he was unable to make it to the line. Jordan Taylor was also unable to make it to the line during that group as well. Jordan Fry. Jordan Taylor's in the next group and he is also unable to make it to the line, but Jordan Fry was unable to make it to the line there. So was Stephen Jarboe. This is a real shame because Jordan Fry, especially, I was properly excited to see Jordan Fry throw down around this track. It's the kind of track where I know he would have been absolutely booking it into those first couple of corners. So it is a real shame to see him not able to make it to the line in time. But we move on. Joining us onto the server next is going to be Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, Josh Oxley, Walters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blas, and Anthony Norfolk. Those are the guys that are coming in next. I'm just going to check something while we're talking about it because I do think that maybe that is going to be the next group that comes through. Yep, so in actual fact, I can confirm we're going to have a 25-minute break here. We're waiting for these guys. The next group starts at 1:00 UTC, so 24 minutes from now we will be back. That is going to be us for the time being. We will be back with you We will be back with all of you in 24 minutes time so that we can move on to Group 4. We have seen people dropping out from this very, very badly over the course of things at the moment. It's a tough break for a lot of the groups that we've seen so far. We don't know why we're seeing that YouTube stream only at 480p. We can't do anything about it. We've pushed all of the frame rates up. We've done everything to adjust for it, and we can't see a reason why YouTube is streaming only at 480p. I wish I could tell you. I wish I could change it, because of course we would like to be streaming at higher rates than that. We're seeing some people still managing to hold on to positions who did runs earlier, who figured they were going to be straight out. There is still a chance that a lot of these people are going to make it into the big show tomorrow. We would love to see them all in. We are going to be back in 23 minutes time to get on with the next part of qualifying. We have a small break now, and we will see you, all of you, in 23 minutes time. I hope you have a fantastic break. It is time for us and the judges to all have a chance to desperately run to the toilet and stuff our faces with sandwiches and try not to feel like we're about to die from the length of this day. And we look forward to seeing you all very, very soon. We shall see you all shortly.
Look, yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock. This the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go. Don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been balling, but look at the score. We rocking that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback. You falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones. New year, I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice. And I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Look. Yeah, I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me, I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy, and I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week, never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open, that 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all cap like caps lock, this the anthem, taking hats off. Not concerned about trash talk, I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go, don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback, you falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, who we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now, I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down, I be moving up. I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life, had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime, had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time, what a time. Last year I was on mine, this year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones, new year I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice, and I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa. Look, yeah. I came on the scene and I did it alone. I work every weekend, I've been in the zone. Got so many bars, I don't need a phone. They call it a game and I'm looking for thrones. Going through every comment, I'm wondering why everybody been talking and telling me how I'm supposed to be rocking. But really they wish they've been doing this all on their own. Negative talk don't faze me. I got real fans who gon' play me. Skill don't work when you're lazy. And I see dreams wasted daily. And I'm going to get it right now, cause nobody been handing it out. Everyone know that I'm playing for keeps. The quicker you get it, the quicker you leave. And I've been working like 10 days a week. Never got time to be spending asleep. I've been dreaming up with my eyes open. That 3-1 lead, but I'm not choking. They all capped like caps lock. This the anthem, take your hats off. Not concerned about trash talk. I'm counting down to that blast off. Like whoa, I'm ready to go. Don't give advice, you ain't done it before. You think you been ballin', but look at the score. We rockin' that camo, we going to war. Yeah, I'm Tom Brady with a comeback. You falling off like a hubcap. These other rappers are Thursdays, so we talk about you as a throwback. I know who really killing it now. I'm making my family proud. Don't matter what everyone's saying, as long as I'm what they are talking about. Yeah, hit a milli now, they be sitting down. I be moving up, I'm the reason why they be giving up, cause they can't relate. I've been on my way to a better life. Had to sacrifice sleeping every night, working overtime. Had to pay the price, following my dream. Now I'm on the rise, they be watching me. What a time. What a time. Last year I was on mine. This year I'ma keep it going. New album, you know it's coming. I've been down with the same ones. New year, I'm the same one. Don't play with me, I don't play nice. And I'm building up, this ain't overnight. Like whoa.
Well, welcome back everybody. Thank you very much for your patience during that time. We are back here. We are ready to go. We are on to our final group. It is here, the final group for qualifying. We have just got back ready. We are on time for everything here. This is when the group was meant to start. Well, 4 minutes behind schedule, but that's fine. We should make that up very easily. We are looking at things at the moment as though they're going to finish within the next sort of hour and a half, because we are moving very quickly through this. Unless we have an absolutely packed roster here, we will see how it goes. First up in this group, Blake Roeder, Brandon Beck, Josh Oxley, Walters Bowes, Logan Daniels, Olivier Blas and Anthony Norfolk. These are the guys that are coming up onto the server now. They are going to be competing for places in the top 32. Right now, at one end of the spectrum, we have Alexander Jaegard in first position with an 86.9, and then 21 points behind him at the other end. Just hanging on to the bottom end of that top 32 is Lucas Gockel with a 65.9. We have seen some brutal judging here, but that is necessary. We've seen some questions starting to come up for judging in the positions on the Discord, and I can tell you that one of the things that it is to do with people having problems with smoothness online and not coming deep enough into certain points and various other things. It is all about the way the line plays out in this track, and it is brutal. We will have to see how things play out over the next little bit. But first up, we are expecting Blake Roeder onto the server. He is in there now, just come up to the line. Blake Roeder using the S14 1JZ. Blake Roeder lined up, ready. The light goes green. Blake Roeder comes off the line, absolutely flying. That 1JZ S14 absolutely perfect around this track. If the setup is done well, Blake Roeder going to need to get that clutch working for him to push out there nicely into 2. Just uses that brake, pushes him a little bit into the inside edge, gets it out to 3 though nicely and massages his way into that. Good transition from Blake Roeder. This is the kind of thing that could see him well potentially moving up into the top 32. A nice line through there, but he's just, as I said, that come in shy onto the inside edge and has missed out on 7 completely, and that is the problem there. Oh, and as I say that, Blake Roeder clips the wall, doesn't manage to get rotated round and across the line. That is going to be a 0 for Blake Roeder, and that is a real shame because the first half of that track was looking great. Such a shame to see him go out like that. Such a shame to transition like that and make contact for Blake Roeder. Confirm that is a 0. Brandon Beck will be next to the line. Here we go, another SN95 Mustang. We're going to have a run of them now because both Brandon Beck and Josh Oxley are using this V8 supercharged SN95 Mustang. Brandon Beck to the line first. Thanosua Oxley, as you'll see from his picture when it comes up, is next. But first of all, Brandon Beck comes up to the line. The light goes green. Here we go. As Brandon Beck fires in onto turn 1 using that left foot braking to rotate the SN95 up to angle. Doesn't quite fill clip 2 as much as we would like to see, but he gets it all the way out to 3. Very, very nicely. Now the transition back across onto 4. Hammer goes down. He's on throttle, pushing hard all the way through the wall along here. Goes for the transition out onto the outside line. Good movement from him. This is Blake Roeder. Sorry, this is Brandon Beck at absolute best. And as I say that, he misses out on clip 7, and you can see how much it throws the line off. He's going to struggle to get into 8. That is a real shame after the first half of that track was looking so strong for Brandon Beck. But you can see so quickly just how much it starts to come apart. All the way through here, Brandon Beck looking really solid on his run through this section, and then just as we come into this final part, it starts to all fall apart. This is the crucial thing. Brandon Beck unable to extend deep enough before pushing onto that inside edge, and you can see how much of the final part of the track it costs him online. Incredibly difficult to recover from that position. Score's starting to drop in as we wait for Josh Oxley to come up to the line. Brandon Beck. .67.6 puts Brandon Beck into 28th position for now. He's going to definitely want to improve on that to go higher up into the scoring. As Josh Oxley comes out, trying to warm up his tyres and get everything sorted. So Josh Oxley really determined to get some heat in those tyres, does not want to have a problem with lack of grip as he comes up to the line here. Jimmy Calavano now on the bubble in 32nd position as Josh Oxley. Light goes green. Josh Oxley determined to get into the top 32 this time. He missed out by something like 2 places in the last round as Josh Oxley gets the initiation just a little bit wrong, comes in short, but manages to massage the car out to 2. Now he's onto that outside line at 3. This is nice. Josh Oxley able to recover from this if he can get that line to work for him all the way through. Nicely up onto that outside line at the wall, but now Josh Oxley got that transition. Is he able to project that car far enough along before starting to push in? Yes, he is. That's going to be much tidier up onto that inside line from Josh Oxley, but is the first half of the track going to be his undoing? It'll be interesting to see, and even as I say that, Josh has a problem getting into the final clip at 8. Challenging track. Here, waiting for these qualifying scores to drop into place. Thanoshua Oxley, good angle into 7 as Danny Snorlax has said, but that cost him clip 8. There was a problem coming across between 7 and 8. Josh not able to drive the car deep enough along that small straight before being able to push in onto clip 8. It is not a 0, I can confirm. Josh Oxley will be getting a score, and that score is a 72. Josh Oxley slots into 18th for the time being. Is he going to be able to hang on to that position? That is the next big question. As we move on, Valters Bose is next. Valters Bose does not appear to have made it to the server. So Logan Daniels will be next. Here we go. Logan Daniels off the line, goes for that initiation. Oh, that's a lot of angle for Logan Daniels to try and carry all the way through this section. He manages it somehow, must have really dialed out the forward bite on that car and the side bite as well to not end up absolutely stuck on the inside of the track. And Logan Daniels manages to wrangle that car nicely onto the outside line through the wall, goes for the transition. Is he going to be able to drive it deep enough here? Yes, he is. Small wheel drop, but that is only going to help him get deeper along that line. Now the final transition. This is a nice run from Logan Daniels, a little bit scrappy in the first half, but nicely pulled back together in the second half of the run. Let's go back and see it on the replay again. There's that angle up at 2. That's absolutely allowed. There is a decel zone after 2, a small one, to encourage people to not go all the way around deep into that outside line. Logan Daniels getting absolutely onto that wall all the way through, and this for me was the most impressive part of the track. Logan Daniels finally one of the drivers that got that deep enough and still managed to hook nicely up onto that inside edge. A good snap across to the wall at 8 as well, and across the line. This could see Logan Daniels in a great position going forward. We wait for his score to drop in. Next up should be Olivier Blas, but it doesn't look like he's made it to the server either. Logan Daniels' score dropping in. That first section really getting hammered purely by the judges on the basis that it was hard to chase. So Logan Daniels. Score drops in. It's a 67.1, putting him into 32nd. He is right on the bubble for the time being. Right on the bubble for Logan Daniels. Olivier Blas is not here, nor is Walters Bose. Those are 2 more zeros all the way through at the moment. As we move back to the start, is going to be Blake Roeder, who is going to be going again. Blake Roeder for his second run. We see Anthony Norfolk. Is he on the server? Yes, he is. Anthony Norfolk will be next. In fact, I was wrong. Anthony Norfolk will be coming up to the line in a second. Haven't seen a run from him yet. Olivier Blas misses out on his qualifying slot. Anthony Norfolk will be there though. So, Anthony Norfolk looks to be getting a little... that is because Walters Bose has managed to make it onto the server in time. Walters Bose just within the window. Bose coming up to the line, just manages to get into the window. He will be very happy with that. He was almost missed out there. He will be so pleased to know that he's able to do his qualifying run. Walters Bose, one of the drivers we're expecting to see potentially come through into the top 32. He has had some good runs in the past. This is going to be a challenge for him this track though. We're expecting to see that PS13 do a lot better around this track, but everyone who's been in it seems to have been struggling so far. It just is one of those tracks that really levels the playing field because you can have less power and more precision and still do really well here as Walters Bose uses that power that we were talking about to his advantage. And just as I say that, the commentators curse. Walters Bose comes away from clip 3 completely, doesn't even make it into it. Now on the power down through 4, gets the transition across. Is Vultusbo's going to be able to drive it deep enough? Yes, it's slightly scrappy. Is he able to get 7? Yeah, just manages to hook himself into clip 7. Makes the transition and on the power, but it's taken him wide, completely wide. Vultusbo's will not be happy with that. That run was not the one that he will have wanted to put down. Ends up wide across that last section. Vultusbo's back into it. You can see here on that transition just how much harder work it was for him not getting into 3. That extra wide line coming into 3 designed to help the drivers take the speed out of the car, get the car settled, make the transition back on the power, build up the speed again through the wall. It's a very technical track and all of the clips are where they are for specific reasons. Let's see if Vultusbo's is going to get a score on the board that keeps him in contention or at least gives him a chance to get on to the top 32 for tomorrow. He just would then need a really good score. Still waiting for that to drop in for Vultusbo's. That is not the correct score. We're just waiting for it to come in. Sorry, that is not the correct score yet. 2 judges have put a score in. We're just waiting on the 3rd one to drop into place. Please do not pay attention to that score. 58.7. It's something Vultusbo's will be able to build on, but he will know that that has given him all the work to do in the second run. He will not be happy about how much is left on the table after that run. Vultusbo's with it all to do now in run number 2, well outside the top 32 as things sit. It is, as we have seen, possible to pull back a fantastic second run and really elevate yourselves up the pattern in the top 32, but it is not easy. And it is not the preferred way of doing things. We do not, however, have Olivier Blas on the track. He has not made it to the start line, so we're going to be launching right back to the start to Blake Roeder. He is going to be our first driver from this group back up to the start line, ready to go. Go. No, I was wrong. It is actually Anthony Norfolk. Sorry. Get it right. Yes, Anthony Norfolk is on the track now. Goes for that big initiation. Manages to get it wrangled up. The car not looking as fast as we've seen some of these E92s set up, but Anthony Norfolk looking like he's having a much easier time of it compared to some people. The car looking very stable through there, and just as I say that, oh my god, the curse is real. He just fails to make it into clip 4 completely, but a nice slowdown from Anthony Norfolk, massaging that car nicely out into the outer zone there and getting back on the throttle, but it's scrappy through 8. It's scrappy through 8, and that potentially is going to be his undoing as he comes through here. Let's go back to it and see how Anthony Norfolk managed in this run. You can see that wheel drop, getting that front left wheel sky high as he comes through outer zone 2. This was looking really strong from Anthony Norfolk, and then just on that transition needed a little bit more aggression to force his way out onto the outer zone on the wall at 5, and now gets the power back down onto the throttle through here onto the inside zone at 7, and then this, you end up seeing these triple bite at the cherry, 1, 2, 3 from Anthony Norfolk to get across the line. But, and this is crucial, he's going to have a score on the board. It is not a 0. Anthony Norfolk slots in with a 59.7. 59.7 for Anthony Norfolk puts him outside of the top 32 right now. He will have it all to play for as we go back to Blake Roeder, who's coming up to the start line now. Blake Roeder goes for his second run. Is he going to be able to do something about that last run there, or will he struggle to get things going? It's a 0 from the first run. We know that with a 0 in run 1, it is impossible for people to make it into the top 32 right now. But can we see what could have been for Blake Roeder? He is set up in that S14. He knows how that car handles now. He's looking more confident in it. The light goes green. The light up dildo of destiny unleashes Blake Roeder down the track. He goes for that flick initiation nicely into one. Good positioning from Blake Roeder this time. Is he going to be able to use that traction to push forward? Yes, he is. Gets that wheel in the air, and oh, just as I say that, he's not able to stay on the power and gather it up. That's potentially going to be a double 0 for Blake Roeder. It was as much send as he could possibly have put into the car, but it has absolutely captured that outside line and is stuck there for now. He is going to be unable to get into that top 32 as things stand. It is such a shame to see Blake Roeder having that problem, because we know and we can see from the way that the car is moving that the rest of that run was looking good. Let's go back to the replay. Roeder's score dropping into place. Win N, how can I join in the event? I'm afraid the event is now closed to entrance for the time being. However, keep an eye out for our... Oh God, sorry. I was trying to get onto Blake Roeder's score. I was waiting for confirmation that it was a 0, and we missed Brandon Beck's second run. I'm sorry, Brandon. That is on us. I'm trying to do too many things at once, and I needed confirmation that that was a 0, and I didn't get it in time. So I missed Brandon Beck's second run while I'm trying to answer these questions. Win N, you can't enter this event, I'm afraid. You will not be able to enter this event until next year. What you can do is when we open it up, the Street Series battles are available later on this year as we wait for Brandon Beck's score to drop in. On a 67.7 from his first run, Brandon Beck needs a big score here to bump himself up. But to answer the question, Win, you just keep an eye out on the website and on our Instagram and on our Facebook, and we will be making big announcements about our Street Series, which will be the feeder series for this coming soon. And I can tell you that Brandon Beck has a score on the board. Brandon Beck is potentially going to the top 32 tomorrow. 77.7 puts him into 17th position. That is a huge score for Brandon Beck. That is exactly what he needed to get himself into contention. As we move on now, is Josh Oxley going to be able to do the same thing? That's one SN95 almost certainly into contention for tomorrow. Is Josh Oxley able to do the same thing? Here we go, Josh Oxley comes off the line. Absolutely fires that Mustang through the gears, goes for the big flick initiation. Josh Oxley has got to put a score on the board here. It doesn't need to be spectacular, but it needs to be as good as the run that he did earlier. Josh Oxley gets the rotation in, locks the car onto the outside line. There we go, Josh Oxley now on the flick across. This is what we wanted to see from Josh Oxley. The man from down under, the Tasmanian devil himself, gets that big rotation across onto the outside line. Josh Oxley in with a chance here if he can just get that car to wrangle forwards onto that inside line. Now the last transition gets it going. Josh Oxley with all the pressure on his shoulders. Is he able to hold it together and across the line? Yes, he is. Is that enough? Let's find out. Josh Oxley with a 72 on the board. As we come back to it, I can tell you that including drivers on their second run, including Josh Oxley on their second run, that there are only 19 drivers remaining. This means that we already know that the top 8 are definitely safe. We're waiting for Josh Oxley's full score to drop in. That is not his full score. That, however, is his full score. Josh Oxley cements 19th position. He is not safe yet. Josh Oxley will have a wait to go now in 19th position. He is not yet safe. He does not have a guaranteed place in the big show tomorrow. Valters Bose comes up next and has a chance to dethrone him. Valters Bose, in fact, Valters Bose has left the server again. I do not see Valters Bose on the server. Has he called a 5-minute? Logan Daniels will be next if Valters Bose does not make it to the server. Is Valters Bose going to make it into the championship event tomorrow? This is crucial crunch time. We've only got this round left and one other. After this, there is only round 4 left in the championship. We are really getting down to the business end as we wait for Valters Bose. He must have called his 5-minute. We're still waiting for him to get back. Looks like Valters Bose has used it up, and whereas... Well, now I'm just baffled. Logan Daniels has logged off as well. He's trying to restart. I think he's called a 5-minute, which leaves us with only one person on the server, and that's Anthony Norfolk. What is happening? These people are dropping like fries. So, Anthony Norfolk sits on... Logan Daniels has taken his 5 because he had no force feedback. Anthony Norfolk sits on a 59.7. Olivier Blas has forfeited his runs. Logan Daniels on a 67. He will want to get that second run in. Anthony Norfolk goes for his second run. With every passing driver now, the line of safety moves down the top 32. We are into that time. It is all about having scores on the board. Potentially, if you are in the top 32 right now, you are safe. And with every passing driver, the line of safety moves further down as Anthony Norfolk gets a much better line through 1, 2 and 3. On to 4. Is he going to be able to fulfill the wall at 5? Only just gets into it. This is chaseable, but it's not great from Anthony Norfolk. We see him come into that inside edge and then stall up. That will get heavily marked down by our judges. They do not want to see people in that sort of no man's land in the middle there. Then pushing through onto the outside line through 8. That is the run from Anthony Norfolk. Now, he needed a good run here. He needed to pull his score up from a 59.7. It is crucial that he elevates himself above that point. So we shall see. See what the qualifying score is going to drop in for Anthony Norfolk. So here we go, those scores dropping in for Anthony Norfolk. We have a score for Anthony Norfolk. I don't think it's going to be enough at 56.6. Anthony Norfolk is outside the top 32, and that means that we move yet another place of safety down the top 32 list. With every passing moment, they're getting closer and closer to being safe. Here we go, Logan Daniels is up. He now has force feedback. He said he got a massive drop of frames through that first corner. So as soon as he initiates, he's dropping frames. He's got to make sure he gets through that first corner safely, and then his course is pretty much set up. He is in with a chance of the top 32 position at the moment. He's on a 67 right now. Logan Daniels has pressure on his shoulders. This is a man who must perform in run number 2. The lights go green on the dildo of destiny, and Logan Daniels leaves the line. Power coursing through the rear wheels of that S13 as he gets onto that initiation. Nice line from Logan Daniels. This is more what we wanted to see. Gets cleanly out into that outer zone at 2. Uses that left foot brake just to massage the car in at 3. That's a great first section from Logan Daniels. Now the mid section here, including the wall. Is he too deep? Oh, he's right on the line. Logan Daniels putting it all out, hanging it out there for everyone to see to try and get that score up. Beautiful into the third zone as well. Is he going to be able to get himself up onto the leaderboard here? Is Logan Daniels about to move the score line? What a run from Logan Daniels. Logan Daniels, the man on the bubble himself, at 32nd position. Surely that is enough to push him up. That was a phenomenal run from Logan Daniels. Really clean through there, nicely onto that outside line. Gets the transition across beautifully, and look how deep he goes before that second angle up. Gets nicely in onto that inside line. I think there is a good chance here that we are going to see Logan Daniels moving himself well up into a point of safety as we come across. The young American wanting to stamp his mark on this round. Run 3 is a last chance attempt to get himself up into contention for that virtual drift championship license. That is what's on the line as we wait for the scores to drop in. Waiting for those scores to drop into place. Logan Daniels gets a 74 and moves himself up into 24th position. Logan Daniels doing really well there. That is what we needed to see. So, here we go. There are 15 drivers remaining. Everyone down as far as Brandon Beck is definitely safe. They may move, but everyone down as far as Brandon Beck is definitely safe. So with every 0 going forward, that line moves 1 click down. With every low score below a 67, where Nico Lappinen is right now, that line moves down. This could be your top 32. We don't know yet. There's 15 drivers left. That top 17 is safe. I can confirm. Alexander Yegard, Mustafa Amini, Brandon Gardner, Mark Pretty, Serban Matei, Daryl Diaz, Brandon Patrick, Cormac Gard, Warren Greener, Johan Garcia, Adam Lake, Darren Baker, Guillermo Cabrera, Anesis Jakubelis, Jakub Kadavi, Tyler Leach and Brandon Beck will see battle in the top 32 tomorrow. Mathematically, they have to. They cannot be knocked out. Where they will finish remains to be seen. Everyone from Olof Eriksson down to Nico Lappinen is at risk. We could see all 15 of those people knocked out if every single person in the next group qualifies. In your next group, drivers such as Jared DeVore, Justin Philibert, Ronnie Blakesley, Austin Zalewski, Dijon Reeves, Carlos Martinez, Sean O'Doux and Austin Dunn, who we already know has had to pull out of the competition due to mechanical failure of his wheel. So actually that's wrong. The information I just gave you is totally wrong. Olof Eriksson is also safe. Olof Eriksson will see battle tomorrow. Josh Oxley is the man on the bubble right now. If he goes out, every single person below him goes out. That is the line. Olof Eriksson is safe because of Austin Dunn being unable to compete. But your next 8, Jared DeVore, Justin Philibert, Ronnie Blakesley, Austin Zalewski, Dijon Reeves, Carlos Martinez, Sean O'Doux, and it should have been Austin Dunn. 7 of those guys are here to compete. And then from then on, Ronnie Irwin, Nick Portanova, Cody Waru, Tim Sire has already pulled out. Tim Sire has said he's not available. So Josh Oxley is safe. We've just seen it. I've literally just seen it moving across to the Discord. That is another person who has pulled out. So we know for a fact now. We know for a fact that Josh Oxley is safe. That is where the line is drawn. With every passing moment, it moves down the list as we see these go through. But don't forget, we've got some amazing drivers next to come. Cody Waru has been doing some brilliant driving. Christopher Likert is a Formula Drift competitor. William Holloway's been doing some good driving. He's right at the end of that as well. Austin Zalewski is a phenomenal driver. There's a lot of good drivers to come in this section. This is genuinely really exciting, but we know for a fact that those guys are safe. We are so excited to see how this is going to play out. We have I think we've got 14 drivers left. Let's look at that again. We were saying Josh Oxley is the line on that list where it is safe. Everyone below that is still at threat, and with every single passing driver, that line could move down. Every time there's a 0, that line moves down. It is going to be fascinating to see how this plays out. Let's get straight to it. We're going back to the action for the last few drivers of qualifying round 3 Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge Pro Series round 3 Sekia Hills. Let's get back to it right now. So we're looking at that. We know who's at risk now. We know there are drivers here who are not able to compete. Okay, so here we go. We are coming up to the line. The first driver from this group is going to be Justin Philibert. Justin Philibert nurses that Mustang round to the line. He is ready to go. He is angry. He wants this. He wants this so badly. Let's see what happens. As we get off the line, Justin Philibert goes for that big flick initiation. Nicely positioned from him there. He is on the throttle all the way down. Remember, every single one of these drivers knows that they have got to put someone else at risk in that top 32. And every time there's a mistake, it plays in their favour. And there is a mistake from Justin Philibert. Came in too tight across clip 4. Didn't make it all the way out into clip 5. This is crunch time, boys and girls. This is how we are seeing it play out. The rest of this run, strong from Justin Philibert, using that big Mustang to massage. But he's gone wide, and that's a 0. That is a 0. That is another person safe. We don't even need to go to the qualifying score to have a look at it. We know that that is Justin Philibert just put himself out of contention. There is no question about it. As we move across to Ronnie Blakesley, I can now tell you that that is another driver safe. That means that in the standings instantaneously there, Robert Kwaczynski is now safe. There is no way Robert Kwaczynski can be mathematically knocked out of competition now. This is extraordinary to see. As we we see? Ronnie Blakesley on the line. GT86, it's been a while since we've seen a GT86 do a run. They've been doing very strongly here. Is Justin Philippar's last zero going to be repeated here by Ronnie Blakesley, as Ronnie Blakesley fires it hard into that corner? He's looking gripped up. That's a nice line from Ronnie Blakesley, but it's just brought him maybe a tiny bit close. Is he going to be able to hang on to it as he goes pushed out to 3? That's good. This is the transition that's crucial. Gets into 4 and it runs him smoothly onto that outside line, but not quite as deep as we'd like to see. This is going to be it from Ronnie Blakesley. Is he able to massage the car down into this last corner? Yes, he is. Gets it hooked up, but we've seen people go wide here as well now as Ronnie Blakesley goes for that transition. Gets on the throttle onto that inside line and across the finish. Good run from Ronnie Blakesley. He's taken some speed out of that car. As you can see, we join him just as he comes into 3. You can see that this is going to be a challenge for people to get up into that top 32. With every passing moment, another person comes safe. However, Ronnie Blakesley here has put a score on the board. Who does it put at risk? That is the question. Let's go right back to it, waiting for those judges' scores to drop in. I can tell you that Ronnie Blakesley has got a score on the board, and I can tell you that it is not a bad score at all. Ronnie Blakesley gets a 70. Come on. Let's see it. A 70. For some reason it's not loading. .75.4 puts him into 10th from Ronnie Blakesley. That is potentially enough to get him in the big show tomorrow. He's going to have to do it all again in a bit. Austin Zalewski on the line, ready to go. The light up dildo of destiny goes green. Anders Unger, our start line marshal, gets him underway. Austin Zalewski has been putting down great runs in the past. He was on the podium and the final 4 for last week. At round 2, Austin Zalewski hooks that line wide. It's a little bit wider than they like through there, but that is going to be putting him in a good position. He is one of the many drivers in this section that is putting our other drivers at risk. Look at that from Austin Zalewski. Is this our new #1 qualifier? That is a hell of a run from the young man, Austin Zalewski, the young American. But just as I say that, he gets a little bit wide at 8 and across the line. Let's have a look at that replay again. Austin Zalewski goes deep through there, one of the deepest lines, but he manages to hold that angle, just using that gradual build up to angle to keep his position wide out onto that outside line. This is phenomenal from Austin Zalewski, really pushing hard into all of these outside zones. And then just here, the one major mistake we see on the track, this transition pulls him up, so he comes in early onto 8 and doesn't really run through it in the same way that we want from the judging. And that means that clip 8 could well be the only thing that really causes him a problem. Austin Zalewski on a phenomenal tear through that course. So we wait for that score to drop in. 86 for Austin Zalewski. He goes into 2nd position. Oh no, there's still a correction from the judges in the background. It's 1st! Austin Zalewski puts himself into 1st with an 89.3. Austin Zalewski, almost brilliant. Just that last clip there and the flow into that final section costing him some points. But Austin Zalewski gives himself the best possible chance of qualifying with that high score. He is currently in 1st. As we move on, Dijon Reeves is on the line. The light goes green. He's coming off. We're going to reset that clip so you can see it as Dijon Reeves goes for the flick, gets into clip 1 nicely. Dijon Reeves on the power now, out onto that outside line, gets the hammer down, moves himself to that midline position, gets out to clip 3, a little bit shallow on clip 3, not quite the position he wanted to be in, but a great transition across 4 and onto the wall at 5. Now here we go. This is the power alley where he's got to really use all of the grunt in that car to push it deep. Dijon Reeves comes up short. The judges won't like that. You can see he wafts away from the line at 7. That is not the line he's meant to be on. And is he going to be able to wrangle it into 8? Yes, but it's not as tidy as we would like to see, but it is still a phenomenal run from Dijon Reeves as we join him just coming into clip 2. You can see how much faster he is coming into clip 2 than some of the other drivers because we kept joining him so much earlier on in his run. All of these replays are fixed length, so the earlier in the run you see them join the replay, the faster that car is going. And Dijon Reeves has got that car gripped up. Look at him rip into this corner. As soon as he jumped on the power, the car jumped forward. But that is not the position he wanted to be in through these last couple of corners. That is a little bit of an error that could make a difference at this point. But we already know that the line where things are cutting off is moving constantly. Have we got enough great drivers left for us to see some more upsets? Dijon Reeves gets an 83.4, putting him into 4th. Some phenomenal driving from Dijon Reeves. How do I go into the competition? Rukas Drift, thank you for asking. It's a great question. You get into this competition in future by going via our Street Series, which is coming up later on in the year. You will have to go through that to get into Pro, to go through us to get into VDC. That's how it's working. It's a progression all the way through our Street Series and our new street cars coming later on in the year. As we move on, Sean O'Do, another man who has been qualifying highly. I can tell you that Carlos Martinez has not made it for his runs, which means that the line has moved again, and Sean O'Do, I think, clipped the cone and carried on with his run, but it's put him in a weird position, but he's managed to wrangle it back in. He's back on the throttle, moving on to that outside line, looking confident now, Sean O'Do, as he goes for the transition. Good manoeuvring from him there onto that outside line. The power comes in as Sean O'Do gets onto that inside edge, forces his way out. This is a great line from Sean O'Do. Is this going to be another person competing for the top spot as he just doesn't quite make it onto the A line at clip 7 and ends up washing wide again at clip 8. You can see how much these guys are struggling to find every last set of points in there. You can see here these guys pushing as hard as they can. Sean O'Do wants to be on the top of this podium this time round. Nice use of that car, that 2J S13, powered by that Stroker 2J, well, no, not a Stroker, sorry, a forged 2J in the case of the real car, the Stefan Stefanov car, but this car just running a replica of his dyno, and we can see it is working to great effect for Sean O'Do there. As we see the scores start to drop in. Tell you, Sean O'Do is going to be sitting in the top half of qualifying before his second run. That is a good score from Sean O'Do. Sean O'Do goes to 82.2, putting him in 6th position for the last part of qualifying. Is that going to be enough? Let's find out. Austin Dunn is out. As we go back to the top of this group of drivers, Justin Philipar comes out for his second run. He is on a 0. We know he will not be in the big show. He has a chance to get pride at stake here. Here we go. Justin Philipar comes off the line. This is just for his own pride. He knows he can't make it into the big show tomorrow. That's how our averaging qualifying score works. As Justin Philibert gets onto that outside line, this is looking nice. He will not want a repeat of that first run of his where he was on for a good score and then threw it away into that final section. The only person to catch that part of the track. As Justin Philibert fires into this section, you can see what would have been in this run. Justin Philibert might well have been one of the drivers in contention, but as I say that, the curse in full effect fails to make it into 7, and look how much that has cost him through that final section. You can see everything hinges on how the drivers come through clip 6. It is utterly, utterly essential. We go across to the replay. Austin on the chat. Way to rub it in, Ben. I'm sorry, Austin. Dem's just facts, boy. As we see, if it makes you feel any better, Justin Philibert is out. This is just for pride. And it's a shame because Justin Philibert was a great competitor over the last few events. We expected to see him going into the top 32 this week, and I think we would have had it not been for that error in run 1. Justin Philibert will get a score, but this averaging score system that we use for this championship, absolutely brutal. It makes for no room whatsoever. That's not his final score. I'm just waiting for it to drop into place. An average score of 35.9, 71.6 from that run. A great score. If he could have got 2 71.6s, Justin Philibert would have been in the big show tomorrow. But as it is, sitting in 54th position as we go back. Ronnie Blakesley sits on a 75.3. What's he got in the tank left? Ronnie Blakesley, we know he's taken grip out of that GT86. We know he's slowed it down. We know he wants it to work for him in that situation. Qualifying is not a race. Yes, there are marks on the table for speed, but they are far outweighed by the marks on the table for line. The line is the all-important factor. Line is 50% of your score in this competition. And that is why Ronnie Blakesley has dialed back the speed of those phenomenally fast GT86s, because he wants to be pinpoint perfect, and you can see that's what he's trying for here. He's got to send it hard through 6, slow down late, get onto the power, get into that inside line at 7. Nice, Ronnie Blakesley putting himself in a position to be in contention here. He wants to be in the big show. I think with a run like that, we are pretty guaranteed to see him in the big show. We see the replay. Ronnie Blakesley absolutely throwing hard all the way through this section. Let's see. Ronnie Blakesley, where does he sit? He was on a 75.3 from run 1. I can tell you that it looks like the judges' scores are an improvement over his 75.3. Every single judge has improved his score for run 2. 77.7 puts Ronnie Blakesley into 11th position. He is definitely in the big show tomorrow. We will be seeing Ronnie Blakesley in competition tomorrow. Next up, Austin Zalewski, who sits on the highest score from a first run of anyone so far. He has got to find some more in the tank. He needs to get into the 90s if he really wants to put his mark on this. We have seen one person get into the 90s so far. That was Alexander Jaegard earlier on this evening. Is Austin Zalewski about to throw that back in Alexander Yegard's face, and he's looking to try. That's a phenomenal line from Austin Zalewski as he pushes onto that outside edge. Look at this transition here. Brilliantly placed. All he's got to do is run that wall now and get himself settled in through this power alley into that final section of the track. Austin Zalewski goes deep. That's what we want to see. That's a beautiful line from Austin Zalewski. Is this even going to top his first run? Is Austin Zalewski about to take pole position out of the top of this championship's runs? Let's have a look as we go back to it. Austin Zalewski, what a phenomenal run from him. Beautifully controlled into this section here. Austin Zalewski gets his timing on that transition just right to be able to stay on throttle all the way out to the wall, and that is what we wanted to see. Austin Zalewski slowing down beautifully, runs it deep, hooks onto that inside line, mans that perfect arc to then transition hard across, get the hammer down and onto that inside line at 8. Austin Zalewski on a phenomenal score. Remember, he is on an 89.3 from his first run, and I can tell you that his line score from head judge of this week, Bobby Hill, is exactly the same as his line score from run 1. Is this about to be Austin Zalewski showing the world how it's done? Chris Ennis has given him an extra point on a line score. I can tell you that Chris Ennis has given him the points in the 90s. This is exciting. I think Austin Zalewski just secured his place. A 92.7. Austin Zalewski is your number 1 driver right now. That is a phenomenal effort from Austin Zalewski. He is currently topping qualifying. He has pushed everyone down beneath him. What a phenomenal run from the young man from the US. Austin Zalewski absolutely bringing the heat there. As we move on, Dijon Reeves, another driver sitting pretty. He is on an 83.3. One more driver after this from this group, Dijon Reeves, and then Sean O'Doux. Dijon Reeves, that 83.3, throws down hard. He's just watched Austin Zalewski do as close to a perfect run as anyone has managed all day, as Austin Zalewski blew all the way before him. Can Dijon Reeves manage to pull that back slightly later on that transition? But look at the positioning it's given him onto the wall. Dijon Reeves on a tear here. Is he going to be able to get near to it, as he's really throwing angle at that last corner, and it's cost him dearly as he's not able to get into clip 7. Dijon Reeves is throwing down a phenomenal run, but it's not going to top qualifying, but it should get him into the big show tomorrow. Let's have a look at that run again. Night MDE, that was insane. You are absolutely right, it was insane. Also, I've just seen XXDE Legends XX has followed an hour ago. I'm so sorry I didn't see that until now. That's my fault. But here we see that big angle up from Dijon Reeves. And across the line, let's see that score going to be dropping into place. Is it going to beat his first one? I don't know if it will. There was a lot of style added into that run, however, but I don't know if it had as much in the way of line. In fact, I can tell you from the judges already that I'm seeing lower line scores for that run. You can see where he lost marks in that final section, but I think that Dijon Reeves is going to feel pretty happy with being in 6th position after that run. That will be a nice averaged out score for him as we come to the last driver from this group, and that is Sean O'Doux. He's on the line. In fact, he's off the line. The light up dildo of destiny goes green for Sean O'Doux as he fires it in. This is his last chance to stamp his position on tomorrow's competition. This is the chance for the big show, the top 32 tomorrow, and Sean O'Doux is pulling out all the stops. That's a phenomenal run through turn 1, but he transitions late and misses out on 4 almost completely, and now Sean O'Doux gets the hammer down through the centre section out onto the outside line, and a wheel drop. Sean O'Doux having to wrangle the car to try and get it back under control. He's on for a good score here elsewhere, but that is definitely going to mark him down. Will Sean O'Doux have just blown his chance of the big show? Let's have a look at the replay and see. You can see it all go wrong for Sean O'Doux. From here, pretty much in this transition fails to make it into 4, has a beautiful line through 5, but then here as he comes away from 5, that positioning is set up by clip 4, and he just struggles to keep the car on track. Just a wheel drop, that one wheel, the friction goes away from the car and he's not able to slow the car down. Then this transition all the way across, gets the hammer down again through the final corner, and there's a little bit of an error there too as we just wait. Sean O'Dou's final score to drop in, I can tell you it is definitely lower than his other score, but that first run giving him an 83 might well be enough to save that second run. He'll be the first person to have come in really strong and then drop a lot of points. We've normally seen other people going the other way, and we saw, remember early on, we saw Daryl Diaz manage to raise himself from what looked like perhaps even an early exit from competition right the way up to, at the time, 4th. He is still very much in the fight tomorrow. Last score to drop in, the style score from head judge Bobby Hill. Sean O'Dou's average 76.7. That's 70.3 from run 2, pulling him down to 10th position, but he is still very much safe. Sean O'Dou will be in the big show tomorrow, and in actual fact, we now know exactly who is safe so far. Everyone on this list below Joachim Haig is in danger. Paavo Nurmi, Dimitri Matin, Logan Daniels, Hayley King, Dylan Fink, Vadim Abramov and Shea McCullough, they are in danger. All 7 of those drivers could well be pushed out in the final group. That is how dangerous this is. But everyone down to those 7 is safe. Paavo Nurmi, Dimitri Matin, Logan Daniels, Hayley King, Dylan Fink, Vadim Abramov and Shea McCullough are the people in danger right now. That is your threat level. Threat level midnight right there. That is what is coming up next as we go through into this final group. Ronnie Irwin, Nick Portanova, Cody Waru, Tim Sire. I've got to make a correction because I said Tim Sire was pulled out, but I now cannot find that post anywhere to confirm it. I'm sure I read it. I'm absolutely certain that I saw that, but I cannot currently see that confirmation that Tim Sire is pulled out anywhere on our Discord, which means I might well have hallucinated it, which would be a bad sign at 2 in the afternoon because that would suggest I'm losing my mind. But 7 drivers remain. 7 chances to knock other drivers out of contention. We have been at this for 7.5 hours now. We have probably got another half hour to go. It is all on the line for these drivers. Coming up now, Ronnie Irwin, Nick Portanova, Cody Waru, Tim Sire, Connor Christensen, Chris Likeup and William Holloway. That is what is coming up next. What an exciting round this has been so far. There we go. What an exciting round we've had so far. Gaudi Drift, 100% that message should be there. Tim's got called into work, so we have been confirmed that Tim has been called into work. That has happened there. He was going to be gutting for Tim, but that means that another person is safe. Tim Sire is removed from the equation, and that means that we can now confirm, judging from that list as I just go through and 0 Tim Sire out, I can now confirm that that means one more person is safe, and in this instance that person is Joachim Haig, sorry, it's Paavo Nurmi. So still at risk, Dimitri Matin, Logan Daniels, Hayley King, Dylan Fink, Vadim Abramov and Shea McCullough. Those are your 6 drivers at risk. All 6 of those drivers still in play. In this group, a Formula Drift driver of the last 10 years, that is Christopher Likeup. Some guys who have been seriously competitive all the way through the championship so far. Those 6 drivers at risk, but with every passing 0, because these guys know the pressure is right up there. This is as hard as it's ever going to get. It is do or die, nut up or shut up. Absolutely put it on the line time. There is no other option here. So it is Absolutely crucial for every single one of these guys to make it through, and that is what's coming up now. Let's get straight back to the action now they're loaded into the server. Ruckus Drift, thank you for the follow. Welcome along. Tim said 8:18. I can't make it tonight. Sorry, work at 10. Change of circumstances. Yes, thank you, Austin, for finding that. I couldn't remember where I'd seen it, but I knew I had seen it. So, wow, down to the last 6, and it's all still to play for. And I cannot believe that with the last 6 in play, the cutoff is currently at 69. The judging has been so brutal tonight as we start to see this come into play. Ronnie Irwin is going to be first up to the line. He's still not in the server. Currently, only 3 of our drivers are in the server. That would push a lot of people safe. The timer has been started. We are waiting to see who is coming in. Well. Have we got another major upset here? We're waiting on Ronnie Irwin to join in onto the group. This would push everyone down as far as, if none of these other 3 drivers turn up, everyone down as far as Hayley King would be safe. If these 3 drivers that are missing do not turn up, that would put only Dylan Fink, Vadim Abramov and Shay McCullough at risk. And that is it, I can confirm. Ronnie Irwin, all 0s. Nick Portanova, all 0s. Cody Waru, all 0s. Tim Sire, all 0s. Connor Christensen, Christopher Lykup and William Holloway are the only drivers that made it to the server in time. Connor Christensen is on the line. That means that Hayley King is the cutoff now. As we go for this, Connor Christensen goes for the flick in, absolutely on the throttle limit there, all the way through. And it is going to be a massive relief to Hayley and everyone above her that there are not more drivers coming through at this point, because if this is the standard, then they were all going home early. Look at this from Connor Christensen as he fires it through the middle section. Beautiful line from Connor Christensen onto that outside edge. Is this going to be enough to put him at the top of the leaderboard? It's certainly in the ballpark. What a fantastic line as he comes sweeping into Crip 8. Brilliant from Connor Christensen. Let's see it again. I just want to watch that again all day tomorrow. What a fabulous line as Connor Christensen gets the hammer down all the way through here. Flick transition across, beautifully executed. Connor Christensen nicely onto that wall, and this was a work of art from Connor Christensen. That decel on throttle all the way through, just taking enough power out and enough speed out with the angle to put him onto that perfect line. Nicely dialed through onto Clip 8. What a phenomenal run from Connor Christensen. But where does it put him? This is the question. Big scores dropping in already. I can tell you right now there are big scores. Are they event-topping scores? They may well be. They may well be event-topping scores. This is a man on a tear. Connor Christensen, could he take the top spot? What is going on? Why are we not getting those results? 93.3 Connor Christensen. What a phenomenal first effort from him. That puts the pressure firmly on to Christopher Lykup. We are down to our last 2 drivers. We have got 5 more runs to know the final outcome of the championship contention for round 3. We know this is it. This is where it all comes down to. Here we go. The last of our drivers, I believe, to be using the 2J powered SC300. It's a big car round here, but if anyone can handle it, Chris Lycup can handle it. Formula Drift driver Christopher Lycup didn't manage to make it through into championship contention last round. Did very well at round 1. Just got knocked out in the top 16, I believe it was, by a man on an absolute rampage in the shape of Daryl Diaz. As we go for it, Chris Lycup initiates. He knows he's one of the last drivers. It comes with a monumental amount of pressure to be this far down the running order and trying to navigate that big car around this tight circuit, this Sekia Hills circuit, as Chris Lycup gets beautifully through the first section. 2 more sections to go from his first run. Chris Lycup on a bit of a tear here. That's looking good. Not quite the flair of some of the last few drivers we've seen. Oh, and as I say that, Chris Lycup doesn't go deep enough out of 6. Pulls up short on 7. Is he able to wrangle it back into 8? Just about. Chris Lycup. Was that run good enough to get him in the big show? Let's see. All the way through this first section, you see Chris Lycup on that outside line, looking good here, holding the angle off, doesn't want to waste the energy from the car. That big car takes ages to get back up to speed. It is a very fast car in the right circumstances, but this is a tight track for that big beast. That car absolutely dwarfs everything in this pack except the Mustang. It is phenomenally large, and you see there, Chris just taking too much momentum out of the car, unable to make it in onto the inside edge. Makes it through that final section and across the line though. That is not going to be the score he was wanting. You can see that we're still seeing Connor Christensen on the scoreboard there. Let's drop that down 1. And we see Chris Lycup's score slots into place. A 77 for Chris Lycup. Puts him in 11th. As we move on, one more driver with their first run yet to go. William Holloway has left the server. What has gone on there? And he's back. I thought we were going to see a 5-minute rule used up right at the end there. William Holloway is back. Here he is. Hopefully he's remembered to load his setup. William Holloway comes out, settling himself in. This is absolutely crucial. He knows this is absolutely crucial. Oh, and it looks like he's got ping problems as William Holloway disappears into the Japanese countryside and is disconnected from the server. William Holloway will have to call his 5-minute after that. Went round the corner, the car collapsed over one wheel, and then he just disappeared. William Holloway's back in again. Will we see him make it to the line this time? It's still looking like he's got some ping problems. Let's have a look. William Holloway, 103, that's not too bad. Let's see this underway for William Holloway. Here he is. The light goes green on the dildo of destiny. Anders Unger sends William Holloway, the last driver on our very long list, as William Holloway gets underway, settles in onto that line, that nice mid-line, but a perfect bit of positioning from William Holloway. This is phenomenal from the young man as he tries to get his way through into that top 32 tomorrow. William Holloway on a tear through here. Is that too deep? Oh, he's right on the wall. William Holloway trying to get every single last centimetre out of this track that he can. Comes up a little bit shallow on that flow into the final section of the track, but manages to wrangle it back under control. William Holloway makes the dive. Is he going to be up onto 8? Yes, he is. These drivers, these last 3 drivers, all in contention. This is the real question. We have got 3 more runs left. Each of these drivers has managed to put a score on the board. This run from William Holloway will definitely be one of them, putting him on the board here, giving him a chance to get himself into the big show tomorrow. We have seen good things from this young man before. He is a real contender when everything is going right. The question is, can the pressure be kept at bay? William Holloway will have to do all of the work here. William Holloway, Christopher Lykup, Connor Christensen putting in the hard yards. Christopher Ennis not seeing much to like about that run, or as much as he would have hoped. I can tell you that there is a score dropping in, and at the moment it would put William Holloway in contention. Not for a top spot. He's not going to be threatening Connor Christensen just yet. But Connor Christensen still has a run to do, which is waiting for Bobby Hill's score to drop in. Here we go, that last judge's score just dropping into place. We go back, let's have a look at that, see if we can see as a group why we're seeing these scores drop in that little bit lower. William Holloway coming out onto that outside line, nicely into 3 there. Transition a little bit tight across 4, nice across the wall there from Holloway, that rotation, that's the stall up, comes a little bit infield and then it forces him wide across 7. So this is where the judges have been absolutely nailing people all night long. That is what we've been seeing, and you can tell right there that that is what has happened again, as William Holloway gets a 76, putting him into 15th position. We go right back to the start. Connor Christensen. Here he is on the line, Connor Christensen, ready to go. This is for all the marbles. Connor Christensen currently sitting in that top spot with 1 run done. He's going to have to pull another one like it out of the bag to hang on to it, though. It is a high score level, he said himself, but Connor Christensen, where has he found this? This is not like any performance we've seen from Connor Christensen over the last few weeks. This is a whole nother level. He has been digging deep here as Connor Christensen does exactly what we wanted to see for the judges' score there. A little bit of a wobble perhaps coming through 7, but into 8. Is this going to be it? Is this the ceiling? Absolutely smashed through by Connor Christensen, just coming up shy on 8 there. You can see that is not going to be a 100-point run, but is it going to be enough to keep him at the top of the table? And as you see, Hayley King is currently sitting on the bubble. We know she's safe. There's no more drivers yet to come, but this is potentially who she's going to be facing. It is either going to be Austin Zalewski or Connor Christensen. If she is in 32nd and these guys are fighting out for the top of the table, is Hayley King currently looking at her future dance partner, the man she must face tomorrow in the very first battle of the night? It does not get much more brutal than being in 32nd at the end of qualifying and facing your number 1 qualifier off the bat. And Connor Christensen has put on a masterclass of line through that section. It has been absolutely phenomenal. As we wait for Chris Lykup to come up to the line. The judges saying that run nowhere near as good as his first run. 79.4. Drops Connor Christensen down as we go back. Chris Lykup. Connor Christensen only manages third there, but that means that Hayley King will be going up against Austin Zalewski as things stand right now, as Chris Lykup massages that big car into that outer zone at 3, gets the transition but doesn't make it into 4. Is he going to be able to keep it out of the wall? It was on the second run that things really unraveled for Chris Lykup last time. Is he going to be able to get into the big show? The man from Formula D ends up in exactly the same position. He washes wide at clip 7. This is not the run that he will have wanted to steal the deal right at the end of qualifying. There is one more person yet to go as we watch Chris Lykup's last run of the night. And even then, do we know if he's coming? Chris Lykup on a 77 from his first run. Needs something similar. We know that that is a score. I can see it ticking up gently. I can tell you that Chris Lykup is in the big show tomorrow. Where is he going to sit though? Who will he be facing? As Chris Lykup gets a 73.7, he is going to be in 16th position. 16th position for Chris Lykup as we move on. The last driver of the night is William Holloway. William Holloway comes up to the line. His second run. This is your last run of the night. This is William Holloway's last chance to put on a show. He's got 76 on the board from run 1. He's going to have to better that if he wants to get up high. He knows he's in the big show as long as he puts on a similar run to that though. All he's got to do is put it in the right place all the way through this run. Could he level it up? He's using a lot of left foot braking there. The judges won't like that as he makes the transition across to clip 2. Now hammer down onto 4. This is good. His transition through 3 and 4 was nice. Out through the wall at 5 was good. Can he keep it wide? Yes, he can. Doesn't have the same problem. This is William Holloway on a tear now. William Holloway throwing down. This is your final run of the night as William Holloway passes the last clip and crosses the line for the final time. We go back to the replay as we see William Holloway. Is he going to place anywhere high on the board? Has he managed to drag it up from the bottom? We can now confirm Hayley King has definitely made it into the big show. As things stand, she faces Austin Zalewski. That is the first female competitor to make it into the top 32 at TGDC Pro. What a pleasure to have her here, especially considering she was not feeling the form that she had earlier on in the week, and she is not up to speed on the track. She barely had any practice time at all, came and knocked it out of the park with a qualification run that has got her in the big show. But she's not the subject of this moment right now. The subject of this moment is William Holloway. William Holloway now has to find out where he places. Can he leapfrog Christopher Lykup? I confirm he can leapfrog Christopher Lykup. Is it going to place him high enough to be a real threat for everything? Let's have a look as William Holloway slots into 7th with an 85.4. Well done to him. 85.4 putting him up into 7th, and that is the end of qualifying, folks. We now know that this is how it is going to shape up as we move forward. Austin Zalewski will take on Hayley King. Alexander Yegard will take on Logan Daniels. Connor Christensen will take on Dimitri Mitin. Mustafa Amini will take on Parvo Nurmi. Brandon Gardner will take on Joachim Haig. Dijon Rees will take on Robert Kaczynski. William Holloway will face Josh Oxley. Mark Pretty will take on Olaf Eriksson. Serban Matei will take on Brandon Beck. Daryl Diaz will take on Tyler Leach. Brandon Patrick will take on Jakub Kadavi. Sean O'Doo will take on Anestis Jacoblis. Cormac Gard will take on Guillermo Cabrera. Warren Greener will take on Darren Baker. Sorry, I've made a mistake there. So Christopher Lycup will be facing Johan Garcia. That's going to be a fascinating battle. I missed out someone in the middle there, but you can see that is our final qualifying. Top 32 from 1st to 32nd. 91 points, the highest qualifier on an average. Austin Zalewski managing that. Alexander Jaegard hanging on to 2nd. Connor Christensen just slotting into 3rd at the end there. Fantastic job from him. And at the other end of the field, 69.9, the cut-off for the top 32. Congratulations to all of our drivers. What a phenomenal round that was. You can see from those scores just how challenging the track really is. Thank you very much to Anders Unger, first of all, our start line marshal and driver wrangler. We could not run this without him. Thank you to our judges this evening. That is Bobby Hill, Chris Ennis, and also Joshua William Hartshorn. Those have been our 3 judges this evening. They've done a fantastic job. Thank you first of all to VDC for the opportunity to be their feeder series. It's a pleasure to be involved with them. Thank you to them for all of their help with our car pack and our interaction between us for our tyres. Thank you to Grip Royal for providing the winners with the #1 wheel here for the final. That is a pleasure to have them on board. Thank you also to all of our real life team sponsors. So that is from the top down: Eclipse Motorsport, Retro Speed Shop, Enemed Racing Fuels, Grams Performance Injectors, Fiber Factory, Zek Nova Tyres, and also to Grip Royal again for their participation there. Thank you to What Would Dango Do for the publicity selection, and it has been a pleasure having you all here. Tomorrow in some hours, my brain's too tired to do the maths, but at 2000 UTC Saturday night we go again. That is what is happening there. We have got under 24 hours to go until we are ready to do it all over again. 2000 UTC, make sure you keep an eye out. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for being a part of this. This was Tsujigiri Global Drift Challenge round 3, Sekia Hills qualifying. We will see you all tomorrow for the top 32 big show. Have a fantastic day, and we'll see you tomorrow.